like this summer, I worked on a couple projects for some cryptocurrencies, and they paid very well. So I made thousands of dollars doing that. And if I have to, like probably this spring, I'll have to do another project or two um, to make enough money. And my rent's about $1,000 a month. So, well, it is $1,000 a month. And then, I've got food costs and stuff, but I do my best to keep my um, any kind of bills down. So like I don't have Netflix and I don't do Hulu and I don't need car insurance anymore. And so overall, each month my costs are about between like 1,300 and $1,500, and
Hmm.
so I just have to plan that out. And usually I can do a project for anywhere between a few $1,000s to up to like $120,000, and
Yeah.
that just allows me to live. And I um, I've considered working full time again, just because it wears on you just not being able to, afford a car and all the other things that I like to do. But it this takes up a lot of my life. The live streaming and the programming of the bots and entertaining people, not necessarily entertaining people, people coming in, talking to them about my project. Um, so I haven't had to be put in that position, but I consider it. I consider going back into the workforce, at least like working remotely. Um, but
Yeah.
as of right now, I at least have a few more months that I can do this. I have a few months of savings, and
Yeah.
I buy a little bit of cannabis every now and then, and just gets me by. And I don't have, fortunately, like any major medical issues. Um, I don't need any like medicines, and I don't have any major doctor bills, so that's good. When it comes to my glasses, like that's a little bit of a cost that I have to do every year. Um, and I'm trying to think of like what my other major bills are.
Mm.
That's about it. I mean, like I filed my taxes, and oh, not this year, but like last year, and like I didn't make a whole lot of money, so I didn't have to necessarily pay anything in taxes. But yeah, generally I'm able to work projects, and sometimes people in cryptocurrencies ask me to do projects for them. Nothing major, but um, a few $100s here or there doesn't hurt.
But yeah.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Uh, I like this guy's voice. That's my
She
baby.
worked tirelessly her entire life. Usually in eastern Kentucky, working post-war low-wage jobs in convenience stores, Family Dollars, Walmarts, and she worked hard and she worked consistently and she would have been someone whose labor was a monument of devotion to her family. At some point in time, she would have had a work accident and a slip and fall or a lifted injury. She would make her way to another deposition, or in some cases an interview. She would undergo an evaluation and she would endorse the existence of painful things throughout her body. This person would undergo a series of diagnostic studies that failed to reveal anything of significant, certainly not enough to explain all the pain symptoms that this person endorsed. As a young lawyer, I took this lady's deposition probably 30 or 40 times, and I would get them to speak to their pain, I would get them to speak to their debility, and then I would pull out their medical records, which demonstrated that CT scans, MRIs, electrodiagnostic studies all had failed to reveal any objective physiological explanation for their forms of pain. And then, enthusiastic and wanting to defend the very best interests of my clients, I thought that I was doing all right. But the plaintiff's lawyer had sat with this lady and he'd come up with a sob story to tell me in order to pull money out of my client's pockets. I was always very patient and I was kind with the individual. I would say, ma'am, we have gone through a stack of medical records and there does not appear to be anything wrong with you. And this lady would start to cry and she would say, Mr. Howard, I'm not a doctor and I can't tell you what's wrong with you. The only thing that I can tell you is from the time that I opened my eyes until I go to bed, I hurt from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, and I can hardly lay myself to the bed. This person's medical treatment, by the time they got to me, had consisted of the application of high-powered narcotic medications in response to their complaints, along with habituated psychotropic medications, Oxycontin, Xanax, Xanaflex, the whole nine yards. If they were not physiologically disabled by their accident, they had been physiologically disabled by the pharmacology that had been thrown at them. I took this person's deposition hundreds of times, and one day down the road, it dawned on me that whether these ladies had physical symptoms which were identifiable or not, they were truly, genuinely experiencing profound pain, which had caused significant debility. That pain was not physical, it was emotional, and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at the dead end, and at the time that they had their work accident, it was the straw that broke the camel's back for any hope they had of a future defined by dignity and autonomy. And their hope had been broken, and that broken hope came through this profound physical pain that inflicted within their spirit. By virtue of my connection to an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases, in December of
This
2016,
guy's
I
very
received
well
a call
spoken.
from a member of the then administration of government Illinois, and they were looking for an individual who could come in and look at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that exists to help individuals who are disabled as a result of their physical or mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual states. And I was asked, what do you know about Social Security disability? And I said, well, not much. I know heavy workers' compensation, but that ain't a thing. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as anyone can remember, has a significant portion of its adult population receiving that benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, well, we're looking for someone that can come in and evaluate the system, understand how it works, and understand why Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think that you could do? And I said, I don't know, but I'll sure give you my best try. And they had some time to consider it. I'll take it. So in February of 17, I went in and began to lead Kentucky's Social Security disability system. My first job was to understand why things work the way they work. I assembled a team of
on, you little bitch.
decades of policy experience with the Social Security Disability Program, and I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate
Come on,
relative to
dude.
the Social Security Disability Program, as well as different socioeconomic factors which were unique to Kentucky. And in October of 2017, we issued what was the very first of its kind retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security Disability Program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 through 2015. And here were some of the statistics that were the highlights of that report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security Disability Program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds where there's very little opportunity to have what we would consider to be a conventional early childhood. Childhood enrollment grew 429% over those 35 years. We paired the enrollment statistics with the state's Medicaid database, which tracked the issuance of every single appeal
Damn,
that is
hell,
capable of habituation
you had a
to
lot
the
of
state's
potential.
SSI Medicaid population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults within the Social Security disability system grew 210% from 47 doses per adult to 147 doses per adult. The issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was antidepressant, anything that would create a physiological dependence, grew 168% from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI Medicaid child. My first month on the job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison to the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security Disability Program and the way in which it was meeting federal performance standards. I wish that I had had a recording of this meeting that had occurred, because this person gave me the gift of proof right off the bat. I assembled a management team.
Come on,
I
baby.
was sitting at the end of the table, and this person began by saying, "Folks, claims are down, and that's bad, because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security Disability Program was not necessarily run primarily for the benefit of the Social Security Disability recipients. It was run for the perpetual expansion of the SSA's home bureaucracy, and that while Social Security disability benefits represented 16% of benefit payments within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get more money, you must have more recipients, despite the nature of those outcomes." I came to also run the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It was the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfers from an obligated parent to the custodial parent. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying the bill. And what I came to find out was that those officials who were responsible for running the program, and in Kentucky that was 120 individually elected county attorneys, in fact had some systemic issues. There were a cohort of county attorneys who were running that program perfectly. There was another cohort that were running it with some degree of success, but not necessarily at top performance. And then there was another group that were running their operations poorly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars and rent payments were going on to allow for the acquisition of private real estate equity interests by those elected officials at the county level, something that
baby.
I was terminated from
Working.
my job on day one of the administration of the newly elected Kentucky governor and his sheriff. I was picked up by a gentleman who was my dear friend by the name of Daniel Cameron, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked that I run his Office of Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers for being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. I brought in a deputy by the name of Matt Lyman, who is a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers in the system. A significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance treatments who were using our clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations, which funded the diversion of Suboxone in every little town and county in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators with whom this universe of operation was supposed to be restoring and helping people in recovery. Because of the way in which I believe I had developed a reputation as a no-nonsense, get-it-done public servant, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, his name was Barry Rudd, asked me if I would have any interest in running the state's opioid commission. The Kentucky legislature had set up a framework to administer what is now $1 billion in settlements to
Come on,
opioid
baby. I gotta go clean
distributors
that Zoom.edu.
for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. While the people at home are wonderful and beautiful,
There's no way
many
Jay
of the
cut in.
conditions that conspire
No way.
exist because of how
Not in a
terribly
million fucking years
the
is it
Kentucky
possible.
state government has functioned since the end of the Civil War. Kentucky, in many categories, is
You
first
reached
when
your
one
limit.
would wish to be last, and last where folks would wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the
What
highest
in the
rates
fuck
of
is this
child
shit?
abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of adult incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of child sexual abuse in the country, all of the tendering of material that is necessary to create the devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was like a drought stricken forest of oxycontin, lightning bolt that set it on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there's been a history of systemic political corruption which has impaired the ability to produce progress for our people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very
Come on, you little
treacherous
bitch.
opportunity because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathered around the wagon who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission and run it in a way that is
Come on, you
accessible,
bitch.
accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we wouldn't have it any other way. I had to go through an interview process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do? And I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous sum of money to the average ear, it's going to be paid to the state over 15 years. At its height, Purdue Pharma was making $100 million a month off the sales of OxyContin. This settlement represents roughly 8.5 months of
They cut that
OxyContin
in.
sales that we're going to be getting over 15 years. These are funds off the tables that blaze, and we have got to make sure that this one-time, non-recurring revenue stream is utilized for its maximum best impact to pull this state out of this travesty. And I said, one thing that I enjoy more
Living the dream,
is an
Caspian. See,
opportunity
we've
to
gotten a lot of
run
people in here
and
today, and that's good. I don't know what it's caused it. It could be from Discord though, or not Discord. Kick or not Kick. Fucking I apologies. Um, Twitch. I'm not sure. I think two of them did come from there, but I wasn't able to confirm that. I just know that they saw a podcast that I was on, and We had my friend Apollo came in here. He's the guy who came and visited me,
Oh yeah,
and
I
he's
know Apollo. Yeah.
he's the one person who's been in my house. Um, and then we had Matt's Munch has been in here, and we are um, we had some other people in here just randomly. Um, so that's good. I am excited to get this Discord bot or this Twitch bot going. Like I got it working really really well once I log in, but I've run into some issues. Twitch is really good at blocking temporary email addresses. They're excellent at it, and that causes me all kinds of issues. So I'm trying to find a really good temp service that basically works every single time. And if I'm not able to find it, that's okay, because when the Twitch bot works, it's so good. And here's why it's so good. Kick does not allow you to post links, but Twitch does. So I can go in there and just show people like, hey, this one link goes to my YouTube, this one link goes to my Instagram, this one link goes to Discord, this one like I can just put a bunch of links in there, and it when you see it, you'll be like, oh, this is a game changer. It really is. Like before, I'd have to type out the word like discord.me slash forward slash like nobody really wants to do that. But if you can just click it, it's game over. And so that's extremely exciting for me. So I just have to make sure that I get it to consistently work, and then we're made in the shade, as they say. Hopefully. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Interesting. I had a weird day too. I had a doctor's appointment, and it's possible that the real Jeff Goldblum texts me on fucking Twitter, but I don't know.
Okay, what did you say to him?
Well, nothing. He reached out to me just randomly about her. He says, "Hello, my beloved virgin."
Does it
So
have a
long
check
story
next?
short,
Does it have a check next to it?
yeah, it does.
Okay.
And
Here,
so,
let me.
um,
What's the
yeah,
name?
so I
What's the name?
real Jeff Goldblum, real Jeff Goldblum. Here, I mean, I'll send it to you. It looks like it. It's real
No,
Jeff
don't
Goldblum.
send
It's
it to
got
me.
a check mark.
Don't send it to me.
Okay,
I don't want to let it skew my
makes sense.
results. No, he's real J Goldblum. Wait, hold on. Maybe not. Is it the real J Goldblum guy? I mean, Jeff Goldblum, if he was on Twitter, would have more than 11,000 followers. He'd have millions of followers.
That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too.
So let's just see in comparison what Jeff Goldblum's um, Instagram looks like. He's got 2.7 million followers on Instagram. He's going to have more than 11,000. 2.7 million versus 11,000 on Twitter. He just doesn't use Twitter and somebody's impersonating him.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured. It was just really weird because, like, first of all, this person doesn't even follow me. So
I hate to burst your bubble, but better that you know now. I mean, look, if it's him, that's fine. My first question is, dog, why do you have
yeah,
2.7 million followers on one platform and probably an easier platform? It's been established more longer is Twitter. You should have way more on there. What's a better odds are that he just doesn't have a Twitter and somebody's impersonating him. Plus, like I don't know the way he like what's going on Earthling, like, huh, dog? I mean,
trust me, I know.
you
I
know,
know.
like
Who knows?
exactly.
It's like
It's an
He was
impersonator.
he was an okay. A breakthrough therapeutic that can deliver materially better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is
Do
necessary.
you know anything about ibogaine?
Yes, I do. I brought it up the other day. Ibogaine is something that they use to help people kick opiates.
Right. Um, so this is the newest Joe Rogan. We've got a few of them to watch. Um, he's got former Governor Rick Perry from Texas, and this other guy from Kentucky. This guy's I think a lawyer. Uh, he's from Kentucky. He's very well spoken, and they're basically like, this is a miracle drug. Like all these veterans are on it, and it gets them off of opiates. And it's basically that the fight between trying to get people drugs that work for them, like ibogaine, and them being Schedule Ones, and um, trying to get them off of Xanax and fentanyl and opiates, and so it's pretty interesting. Um, I am. Let's see if this works. So I'm telling you, when once I get an account to log in, it's not hard for me to get an account to log in, but it's hard for me to get an account to log in without doing anything, meaning just allowing it to take its course. A lot of times I have to like get the right um, 6-digit code or whatever, or like actually it's more like Twitch does not accept the email address I'm giving it, so it kind of has to be micromanaged, and I don't want to have to do that. So I'm working on that. But man, when this thing spams, it's as good. It's better than my Kick one, and the reason it's way better than my Kick one because all the links are hyperlinked, or just about all of them. And if anything, you can just copy it and paste it into a browser. Like there's no doing that on Kick, and you can use up to 500 characters. So I can write. I write like a huge thing. Um, I talk about anti-gravity and alien disclosure and just things to get people's attention. Nothing too in depth, but um, so when it's all ready, I will show you. I've shown some people when it's working, and it's pretty impressive. But that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna focus on that, and you do you. But if you need me, I'm here. And it uh
Yeah, absolutely.
when it works, I'll let you know.
We want to change generational dynamics to improve upon what we have. We've got to look for the greatest Manhattan Project opportunity to pioneer a therapeutic breakthrough for opioid addiction. And I said, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to use it. In 2018, I came into knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom and the way in which it has profound impacts on people resistant to anxiety and depression, and in the case of She said that she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted, and she did. She said one morning when she woke up and looked in the mirror, she said, I knew I was going to die. This was it. And I was desperate to give myself a chance to live. And she said, I had done every form of treatment that was known. I did abstinence. I did Suboxone. She said, what they didn't tell me about Suboxone was if you try to take yourself off of it, Suboxone withdrawal made my heroin withdrawal look like a cakewalk. It was one of the most gripping experiences I ever had in my life. She said, I found about this Ibogaine coma, or this alcoholic coma Ibogaine, through online internet research. And she
No
said, what I
fucking
didn't
way.
know was that there are a number of operations that operate here in another brand that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety practices to ensure that this treatment will both be safe and effective. She said, I made my way to Guatemala. I was in the hands of a practitioner who didn't know what they were doing, and I was given double the dose that I should have received. She said, I went into cardiac arrest 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember waking up in the intensive care unit of a Guatemalan hospital, and she said, I felt the best I've ever felt in my entire life. Juliana put me in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City, who at the time ran a boutique law firm for the plan I was signing for. Adriana and I had a brief introductory conversation. I told her, I said, I want to learn as much as I possibly can about Ibogaine. I've spoken with Juliana, and this sounds too good to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about this, and if so, perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to move the needle on its development. She said, I have a Rolodex of people that I think would be helpful to you. Who would you like to meet? And I said, well, I don't know the names of folks around this. I can just give you generally the category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. I need to know who the foremost academic and medical researchers of this compound are. I need to understand the existence of any activist organizations that would have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky, a profoundly politically conservative and religiously fundamentalist state. And I said, finally, I need to know whether there are any philanthropists who are willing to support or have any interest in the opportunity that may exist around Ibogaine. She said, all right, let me get to work. She said, would you be willing to travel to New York City and meet with me in that moment? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I work in a deeply politically conservative office, and I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me who would be ready to cut my head off if they knew that I was even sniffing around the area of psychedelics for a potential treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be done completely confidentially, and everybody must take a vow of silence until such time as I can decide whether or not this is something to present to the office. My wife and I, along with one of my close friends by the name of Scott Hornberger, who was also an advisor to the commission in my role in, traveled to New York City on December 5th of 2022. On December 9th, we had this dinner party. I met with these individuals who had gathered, the researchers, the philanthropists, veteran activists who had gathered around Ibogaine, as well as an advocation of other psychedelics for the treatment of war-related trauma. When I got home to Kentucky on December 11th, they opened up their networks and put me in touch with Amber and Marcus Capone, Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alper, and all the other folks who had gathered around Ibogaine to push for its accessibility within the U.S. medical system. On January 31st of 23, I gave a presentation to Attorney General Cameron, and I said, I believe we have found Kentucky's Manhattan Project of opportunity, and I laid out what the concrete realities are of Ibogaine, and they are three. Number one, it resolves physiological substance dependence on an accelerated time frame in a manner that frees an individual from the physical consequences of their dependencies. Number two, it has a profound psychological effect for the individual, whereby on the back end of treatment, having been physiologically restored, they have a sense of ownership over their self and their future, whereby they will live a life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. And that is a fundamental quality that one must have if they are going to regrow well.
Caspian T, are you there? Caspian T, can you hear me?
Creator has conferred a special academic purpose on our life with a mission. When those three qualities were properly understood, Attorney General Cameron blessed me to lead the commission in the exploration of setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state settlement funds, to create a public-private partnership whereby a drug provider would match the state's investment in funding by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of Ibogaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, coronary substance use disorder, and any other mental health conditions for which it demonstrated efficacy. We had a high-profile public announcement on May the 31st of 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted three very high-profile public hearings, each of which lasted about 5 hours, about all aspects of Ibogaine. These hearings are available online as a formal part of the public record for anyone to view. The first hearing involved the science of Ibogaine. It included the testimony of Dr. Merlin Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alford, and Dr. Deborah Nash, who has been a pioneer around the development of Ibogaine's application for opioid addiction for over 30 years now. We had a second public hearing, which involved the testimonials of individuals who had received divine organ stimulant funds for Ibogaine treatment. All of this was done in a very open and public way because we wanted the people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this opportunity, which not only in the way it could transform not just lives but families, but the future of this state. That second public hearing was one of the most moving public proceedings of which I have ever been a part. And I don't know how many of you have listened to those testimonials, which included Governor Perry, and come away with any other conclusion but that Ibogaine must be developed as expeditiously and safely as possible for the sake of our brothers and sisters in this country. The third hearing, which occurred at the request of the University of Kentucky, which, along with Andy Bashir, fought this proposal every step of the way, centered on the question of whether the FDA would even consider approving clinical trials, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with its application. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the scientist general who is in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Nunez, along with his colleague Dr. Walter Dunn, who sat on the FDA's advisory board on psychopharmacology. I believe he still sits on there. And those gentlemen, after having heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, which suggested that the FDA would never approve it, began their testimony by saying, "It has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with Ibogaine would disqualify it from consideration by the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for Ibogaine is not one of the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated. And assuming that the drug developer can demonstrate that cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled, there is no reason we would not approve that clinical trial." And with that, the chief objection was moot. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission, which had a membership of 9, was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the allocation of this $42 million for what was going to be a fabulous leadership opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer an entirely new field of biomedical research that would revolutionize how we treat not just addiction, but the problems that we have all sat here and talked about already. And that was the delivery of testimony from Dr. Merlin Williams following the publication of his research in the journal Nature Medicine about the neurodegenerative properties of Ibogaine in the brain as applied to the veteran population with TBI and PTSD. Unfortunately, there was an election in Kentucky in 2023. My boss, Attorney General Cameron, ran for governor and lost. Andy Beshear was reelected, and a new Kentucky Attorney General took office. And while this new guy had gone in public and had expressed his open-minded willingness to give Ibogaine consideration, organizations, one of which was the Jurgensen Foundation, led by Stephen and Genevieve Jurgensen. The other was the Stephen and Alexander Cohen Foundation, led by Stephen and Alexander Cohen, and then the third was the Melissa Etheridge Foundation, all of which made commitments corporately to make this come to pass. We had secured the commitment of two drug developers who were willing to establish both a presence in Kentucky and to anchor all of our research and development activity around its advanced therapeutic applications within that state.
This guy
On the
is so
President's
well
request,
versed. He doesn't
I
say,
was brought into a meeting on December
just
15th,
like, yeah, dog,
newly
I
elected
get you.
Attorney General and
You
members of
get
this
me?
transition team,
Yeah, I
and
get
what I
you.
thought was going to be an opportunity to explain and secure foothold to finalize this
Oh,
project.
exactly. I
So
didn't even know
again,
anybody was listening to me. Yeah,
Rich is demanded that I be
exactly.
known
Um,
for having been unapologetic
I
about alligator research, something that the new Attorney General found
I
hard
found
to
a
change.
website that works really well. So
All
I
I've
might
got
be
left
showing
to
you,
give
so, like, if you can
and
stick around for the next, like, 5 minutes
Sean,
or so, I should have
describe
this bad boy going.
not over the
Excellent.
course of my job. I was always interested in Attorney, but for the loss of the opportunity of the long suffering people of Oklahoma who deserve to have an opportunity to transform their future with what Ibogaine has the potential to do for them individually and collectively. And what has been a tremendous providential blessing. Everything that happened in Kentucky was followed by a gentleman by the name of Rex Elsass. Mr. Elsass is an individual who, in his prior life, has been a high level Republican campaign ad producer. His firm is one of the top campaign producing ad companies for Republican candidates across the country, in the country. Rex has a foundation called the Reed Foundation, which is named in honor of his son, Reed, who struggled for a decade with opioid addiction beginning when he was a 16-year-old in high school. Reed encountered plant medicine with a pyroscopy 5 years before he passed away. Rex became a believer in plant medicine because of the therapeutic response Reed experienced after that exposure to ayahuasca. Rex was introduced to me, ironically, by Melissa Etheridge in February of 23. Hey, showed up at every Kentucky hearing. He showed up at our public announcement. And he said, whatever you need to help make this successful, I'll be glad to be turning you in turn. The Reed Foundation stands for Rescuing Oklahoma in Distress because Reed, unfortunately and tragically in 2019, died of a fentanyl overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed had Reed had an opportunity to receive Ibogaine treatment, he would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting thinking that it was all over, I called Rex and I said, hey, Joe, this is over. All that work and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak to what Ibogaine can do to other elected officials across the country with whom I have relationships, would you be willing to work with my foundation so that we can attempt to preserve what has been done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage to complete the job that you have begun? Joe, at this point, I had staked everything that I had become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge on this opportunity. I came, just as Governor Perry has, to believe that this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous progress on behalf of everything that he needs, all through the story of how Ibogaine can deliver. I said, this is the mission of my life, and I will go anywhere, I will talk to anyone, and will do whatever is necessary to keep this alive. And thank the Lord, with the leadership of Governor Perry and his allyship, here we sit on the cusp of an opportunity for the state of Texas to finish the job that was begun in Kentucky. And I hope and pray with all my might that that is exactly what will happen over the course of the next 5 months.
Well, that's an incredible journey.
What
What are the steps now? What are the steps that need to be taken to implement this in Texas?
So you will recall, I think 4 years ago, Marcus and Amber were involved with Marcus and Amber Capone were involved with the passage of a piece of legislation in Texas psilocybin clinical trials there, and there was some concern that it was not going to. It generally takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial piece of legislation to get passed in most cases. We actually passed that first bite of the apple, so to speak. Alex Dominguez, who was a Democrat member of the state house, carried it. I helped. Marcus Luttrell came and supported it, as did Morgan. And I think it passed 142 to 8 in the state house, and I think it passed the Senate without any opposing votes, and it became law. And so we have already had a record that the state of Texas, a conservative red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic plant medicine for the treatment of veterans. So we have this record of already supporting this. Ibogaine, the the challenge for us is to be able to educate the public about what is ibogaine, how does it
Bitch.
work, what's the results, and I think we're going to be able to do that. This show obviously is a good step in that direction of being able to educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results
Okay,
out there,
Cass
putting
Bean
people
C.
to.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I I'm my own way. I really like these macros. I mean, I think they could be used so much like to make little jobs around people's lives so much easier. I know why companies don't want you to know about them because you can spam and you can utilize loopholes and you can even make money off of them by using a crypto faucet. Okay, here we go. Well, just give me a second. Um, I don't know if you're gonna know the reason for this. I highly doubt you do, but you never know. Um, if I go to Twitch and I go to like games, I can sort by lowest to highest. If I go to IRL, I can do lowest to highest. But if I do just chatting, it's only highest to lowest. There's no alternative. You wouldn't happen to know why that would be, would you?
No.
Yeah.
On what is this again? What program
On Twitch,
or app? On Twitch? No, I haven't used Twitch in so long. So I kind of really got out of Twitch a while ago, and I know that they've made some changes lately, and I don't know what those are.
that's okay. Um, all right. So I am going to go to my phone, go to Discord, and I will show you what's going on with this bad boy.
Okay, I see you popping up now. Janice on screen.
Let me get. It's not all automated yet, but like the
Yeah.
hardest part, the two hardest parts are making sure that you have an email address that works every time, and
Mm-hmm.
and then making it the actual spam word. There are like a couple intermediary steps that I've got to connect, but here we go. Okay, so it's opening up three at once, and the thing with Twitch is it takes forever to load. I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's just got
Yeah.
a lot of shit going on. So this thing is telling me it's only for certain audiences. I don't care. I don't watch them. The key part is going to be here. Does it hit the follow button and watch how it spams? That's that's all that really matters. So if you're like, well, why isn't it hitting the follow button? I have to have it like a certain amount
A
of time
delay.
pass so that it
Yeah.
works. But there you go. It okay.
Nice. There
Look,
we go. Boom, boom.
okay. So if
Tab over.
yeah. So if you're like,
Have
well,
you been?
that was too fast. Yeah, I just have it programmed to move very quickly, but we'll see it work a few times, and then once it does, we will I'll show you what it says, and it's like they're links, which is like incredibly powerful for me because then you don't have to like be like, well, what is this random website? Discord.me / rabbi. Like, what is that? Um,
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna necessarily take that seriously, but they will take an Instagram link seriously, or YouTube, or um, TikTok, or my blog. All right, so it's gonna hit the follow button in a second, or it should. Now, another thing, Twitch has a bunch of things that make it so that it's difficult. So it did not work there for some reason, and that's okay. I gotta work the kinks out, but that's fine. It just scrolls to the next person, opens up 3 tabs, and we'll watch it again. Now you remember how difficult it was just to create one for you to just create an account, and I even walked you
Yeah.
through it. It's very frustrating, and
Mm-hmm.
but like I have enough experience with it and motivation. I mean, like my life is on the line. I need to um, this needs to work at a certain point. So there's like no giving up. Okay, so it followed, and then there we go. There's all the shit. Then it goes to the next person, and in just a second, I'll show you what it looks like. I just want to see if it even. Uh, Now they have some things to prevent me from doing this, uh, like Kick has, and Kick just stole everything from Twitch. Like what? Like you have to follow the person for like a day or 10 days or 2 hours or whatever. Okay, so it's following the person, and then it's gonna spam them. Other Sometimes you have to like have a verified phone number, so that's fine. I'll just go to the next person. That's
That's
no big deal.
right.
Exactly. Um,
Okay. Wow, you
Sometimes,
can really customize that for Twitch. It looks like.
yeah, they have a lot more customizations, or like they have sub only, and so you have to subscribe to someone. Obviously, I'm not doing that, but that's fine. Now, the interesting thing is like I'm only doing this right now with really small streamers. I really don't want to do it with bigger streamers because they don't really pay attention to it. There we go, it works perfectly. Okay, so let me show you what this says. Look at how it's formatted. It says, please, can you read that? Please join Rabbi Rothschild's
Yeah.
Discord
Please join
server for World Peace.
Discord server for World Peace. Discord
Discord.me.
server YouTube.
It's got my huge YouTube link that gives you all the links. Instagram, you just click it. TikTok, you just click it. Reddit, I even have my Reddit on there that's been banned for 7 days, but it still works. Uh, I've got I've got the one link to Discord, like the real link to Discord, and then I've got my blog in there, and then Discord at period Rabbi Rothschild rules, world peace, anti gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillionaire. How sick is that?
That's awesome. That's perfect.
I agree, and it's really nicely formatted. Um, I mean, I'm kind of kicking myself. What the fuck? Why didn't I do this earlier? And it just didn't dawn on me. Like, because whenever I would do it, I would run into some kind of issue. And I would just always be like, well, Kick's just so much easier. But as I kept reading more and more, it's like nobody's really watching Kick. And,
Yeah.
um, and at least Twitch is established enough. And frankly, the game changer is the links. That's the game changer. So the fact that I can put links in there means that people can have easy access to me. Um, what the issue is with Kick is, or with Twitch, why I never did this in the beginning, was I. So what happens is when you use these temporary email accounts, they rotate the temporary email address they're going to use. So sometimes it's at I don't know, oletters.com. Another time it's going to be at like topgmail.com. Another time it's going to be like, but Twitch has it programmed in there to know, like they have all of these in a list, and so a lot of times they don't work. And if you're doing an automated thing, you really have to do a lot of customization for your macro to basically know like when it didn't create an account versus when it did. When it didn't create an account, it's got to start from the beginning. When it did, it needs to continue and do all the spamming. And that's just, it's not impossible to do, but it's a lot more complicated. And the big issue that I was having, which is actually really like seemingly minor, um, on multiple devices, I've had this issue where when you just go to the Twitch page and you press like the down button or page down, it does not move lower. It just it's some kind of, I don't want to say it's a glitch, but their scrolling bar isn't as good as it is on Kick or other platforms. And I've tried it on different platforms. I should say I tried it with Kick, and Kick was just easier. But the other thing that happened to me is I just, when I would experiment with this, I would spam big spammers like I do on Kick, and I would get banned right away. And the reason why is because they have serious moderators. Like I'm, it's almost like the big leagues now. Now that we're in Twitch, they have serious moderators who just either like flag me, and then I am unable to spam anymore, or they flag me and it just automatically shadow bans me. So I still think I'm spamming, but it doesn't do anything. And so I have to watch it with another device to see is it actually working or not. But when I spam small streamers, they don't have those moderators. They're just like I am, where they're just sitting playing a video game and somebody spam. And here's the other thing too. I'm not spamming. No, it's just one message, which is a big difference too. And they almost like allow. I mean, I'm not saying that they endorse this behavior, but if it's formatted well and everything, I see other people who are like, "Hey, add me on Discord," and then they'll put their Discord name in there. They're not getting banned. So
Yeah,
I just I'm very happy with this. If anything, this is the thing that's going
looks
to
like it's working out.
this is going to turn the tide because
Yeah,
it's a huge audience. It's a bunch of different things that if you're not comfortable going on YouTube because it's a really long YouTube link, but it's the one that shows you that I'm live on 10 different streams, then you'll be able to see my Reddit, my all my other shit. Now, the one thing that I might change is remove like one of the things about, I don't know, I like anti-gravity and world peace and alien disclosure. Um, Oh, but I already say world peace earlier. So I might remove that and just put 10 plus streams. Because there are going to be people who are like, you have 10 streams going on at once? And yes, I do. And that could be of interest to them. But long story short, this is the start of something I think this is going to be it. This is the thing that's going to do it. I thought it was going to be
yeah,
Discord, and it is. It's going to be Discord here, where all of a sudden we're going to get a bunch of people in here, and it'll be like, all right, it'll be overwhelming to me, and frankly, I know I'm going to be scared. And I'm going to then go into Rabbi Rothschild's arena, and then I'll only bring people in to whom I want to talk. I mean, I don't want to say I'm going to be scared, but like it's going to be the whole world looking at me. Anybody would be scared. So I want to be able to control the um, the um, the narrative, meaning like when I say like, let's say we get 100 people in here, it's too much at once. Like, stop. I don't want. I know. Like, there's no conversation that's going to be happening, and so then I know I'm going to go, and then I know as well people are going to be coming to my house and shit like that, and
yeah,
that's and like I get all these guys from like Music Biz Marty, and they tell me all the shit that people will do to you, and that's good that they've already told me that, like pizza deliveries and all that other shit. So I'm ready for it, but I don't want to necessarily like at a certain point, if it goes viral, I'm sure I'm sure I'll talk to the people on the house and be like, I don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but we're going to get some people here. When Apollo 13 visited me, he met the older guy who manages the house, and
Yeah.
and I know it kind of caught him off guard that I had a fan come and visit me. Like, this is this guy's house. You know, he doesn't want necessarily like want it to become a tourist attraction, but it most certainly will. So um, yeah, I'm. Look, here I am making plans. Like, oh, when I go viral, that'll be the least of my worries. But I want to be prepared for these things, and I think this is the way that it gets done. Twitch is so large that it's like I've already run into the like I've already made it through all of the things that they use to stop me. If they banned all of my Twitch accounts right now, like my real ones, it wouldn't affect me at all. I don't even pay attention
Yeah.
to Twitch. I have so many other things that I'm doing, and YouTube is my bread and butter. So if they ban me from Twitch, no big deal. But even if they did, these accounts aren't necessarily tied to that account really that well, and um, it's just an interesting strategy. So, um, I would like to be able to. Well, so I was spamming people. Twitch has so many different categories. So I was spamming podcasters, which I think is a pretty good move, earlier today, and um, these random guys came in here, and I'm like, "How'd you find out about me?" And they're like, "Oh, we watched a well." I asked, "Do you guys know about me?" And they're like, "Yeah, we've looked up some things about you, and we watched a podcast you're on." And I'm thinking to myself, like, all of the easy ways to get a hold of my podcast, like most of my accounts have been banned, so they either got them on somebody else's account or they are on my social media. They're on like Instagram and TikTok and stuff, and I should have been like, "Hey, did you guys find out about me from Twitch?" But I didn't. I just was excited just to have people here. Um,
Yeah. Right.
and we talked for like
Get the word out.
over an hour, and
Nice.
I went through everything we were reading about solar sails and all that kind of shit. And I kept asking them if they have any questions, yada yada yada. Um, and I'm almost like, I mean, I think I set myself up with these really high standards, and um, like I know I'm a huge target on the internet, and um, but it's like these people come in here, and if you came into anybody else's Discord, nobody else is going to be like, all right, well now I'm going to teach you about the future of technology in the world
Yeah.
and like world peace, and I put this huge weight on my own shoulders, like. All right, well, I want you to learn about this stuff because nobody else is going to be talking about it. They want just the confidence or courage to be able to do it. These guys who I don't know if it was today or yesterday. This guy from Fusi's channel was like, he was all on board, and he's like, I'm an ally of yours, and he said he thought I was really special, and just those are nice things to hear. But another thing he said that was really interesting, and I agree with him, is that there aren't other streamers who are going to be talking about this stuff. And like, if Aiden Ross came out and was just like, why do I use him as an example? Because he's probably one of the bigger kick people. And if he came out and he starts talking about solar sails and uh, ibogaine and um, life extension technology, his chat is just going to tear him to pieces. And I don't really have that fear. I don't have to please anybody. I've already been made fun of so much that this is what I do. Like this is these are my strong points when I have to talk about those things. And um, frankly, I will say this: I'm not an expert in really anything on Earth. With every day, I recognize how little I know. Uh, but all I have to do is plant the seed in people's minds. Hey, about space tourism and terraforming of planets and um,
Yeah.
like and it's just like, oh, if I have one good idea that affects somebody, I've done my job. But I have so many of them, and they're all ready to be listed, and they're like short bullet point things. And if at any point someone's like, well, I want to talk about, like we were talking about earlier today, one thing I like to talk about is a space elevator, but also a lunar space elevator. Now I know that the issue of the Van Allen radiation belts, but most other people aren't as familiar with these kind of things, and so they think it's just an
Yeah.
easy thing to do, which is absolutely fine. And I still think that it's a possibility. It's going to take a little bit of work. But when I talk about those things, if somebody has a question about them, I mean, I know as much about lunar space elevators as you do or any other random person. I know the words and I know what it looks like and I know why you would use it for payloads and things like that. I know, well, I guess I know more than probably most people, but like I know that the kind of wire that you need or the tether has to be carbon, like a really special kind of carbon fiber, and it can't
Yeah.
just be like a pole. Like a regular pole would be like it would be like a piece of metal that would bend, especially in high winds and things. And so it's got to be like perfectly strong. And what else? But I mean, there's on the moon you don't have to worry about the winds, but you know you're gonna have to worry about micrometeorites and things like that. All right. So with that said, but I have AI.
That is true, though.
I have AI. So
Yeah.
any of these questions that if any of the people have, well, I have a question about lunar space elevators, Rabbi. Okay, what's your question? And they're gonna say, well, what kind of, let's say, tense, uh, what kind of, I don't know, density does the, um, does, or what kind of, yeah, let's just say, what kind of, there's a word for which I'm looking. It's a physics word. Not torsion, that's the twisting, but tensity is tensity a word? Tension. Oh,
So,
tension. Um, how like what kind of tension do you need? Um, in terms of the carbon fiber, for a lunar elevator. Dog, I have no fucking clue. A lot, I can tell you that. So we go to AI and we can get the fucking everything that you have about it, and it's like I'm absolutely fine using AI for that, and I think people understand. I mean, with many questions that I get, I'm almost I'm not tempted. I mean, I'm pretty obvious about it. I'll go to AI many times. I'll go to AI even before I give my answer, just to make sure the answer that I want to give or that I think is correct is accurate. And I don't know why everybody else isn't doing that. I mean, like Joe Rogan, not in this podcast, but a lot of times he'll just be like, Jamie, Google this. I would be like, dog, we are gonna have like a play-by-play of ChatGPT on every fucking thing that we say, and if anything is like a little off, let us know. I would want to make sure the record is corrected as quickly as possible. Like basically what 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 Jamie on Joe Rogan is to Google, Rabbi on Rabbi's live stream is to ChatGPT. Like I utilize ChatGPT as much as he uses it, and Joe Rogan utilizes it as well. But I just and I know I'm gonna get some questions, particularly when the Jewish community finds out about this. That either, I mean, I don't have the whole Bible memorized, and I'm about futurism. And frankly, if you want a rabbi who is going to be online and talk about the Bible or Torah, I will tell you the rabbis that I go to, and you just watch their streams. If you have a certain question that I don't know, then even if I do know it and I just want to be sure, I have AI resources that I can use that I will use so that we get the right answer every single time, better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. Better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. So I know I'm going to get some shit for it.
You may
Well,
not have all the information memorized, but you know how to get to the information faster than others do.
exactly. So like a question like I don't know in Torah, how many times is the word sugar used? I actually do know this one. It's zero. The word sugar is not used in any of the
I was
Bible.
gonna say, of all things, I thought to myself, I bet that does not appear anywhere.
It
Like
does
honey, absolutely,
absolutely.
but
So
yeah,
so there's going to be some rabbi who has written a dissertation on the amount of times that milk and honey has been used. But I perhaps haven't read that dissertation. So what am I going to do? Let's find out the answer. How many times is the word honey used in Torah? and I don't use ChatGPT for this. There are Jewish sources that we have to be able to do this, and so when they if they want to criticize me and they're like, "Oh, you're just going to ChatGPT," it's like, no, actually, I'm going to a Chabad endorsed resource. How many times is the word honey used in Torah? The answer is okay. They say several times. I want, and then they list exactly what they are. Tell me exactly how many times. 55 times. That's what I'm talking about. No other rabbi on earth can do that. And
Yeah.
that's why I become like super rabbi because of AI. And I'm not afraid to use it. So I feel confident in my basic rabbinic knowledge, but when utilized with AI, I become the best rabbi in the world. I become the best teacher in the world just because I'm not afraid to use this stuff, which is very, very exciting to me. And I know I'll get people who are like, well, I wanted you to know that off the top of your head. Doug, I've been talking about solar sails and ibogaine and faster than light travel for the last 3.5 years, 4 years. I'm a little rusty when it comes to some Torah knowledge. I mean, I remember as much as I have in my education and in my rabbinic studies, but um, we're at a point in society where I have a tool that basically makes me better than any other rabbi, better than their rabbi, better than the best rabbis of history, and that's a really exciting uh, opportunity. So I feel like when
No,
people
it's very cool.
come in here
Very much so.
and they're gonna wanna quiz me, especially like on my Hebrew. And what's beautiful is I have my universal translator here that not only allows me to speak Hebrew, but I can speak Yiddish and I can speak every other language too, which no other rabbis are going to be able to do. They're not going to be able to speak, 30, 40, 50, 170, 175 different languages like this thing.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what essentially it's exact it's it's exact vocabulary for what needs to be used.
וזה בדיוק מה שביצע, זה המדויק שלו. זה לקח את אוצר המילים המדויק שלו למה שצריך להיות.
And I understand that they're going to be like, well, you that's just Google Translate. Dog, what else do you want me to do here? You want me to fucking, spin plates? I mean, I'm just a regular person. I am not a super being. And you basically
Picking at straws at that point.
exactly and you basically
Ask you why are you wearing a blue shirt.
exact
What does that matter?
and you came into my world like I'm not here to I don't have superpowers. I'm a human just like anybody else. But I feel very strong in what I'll be able to do and what I'll be able to teach and we're gonna learn a lot. And you can tell this this new bot gives me a lot of confidence and so with that, we're gonna let it run its course and it's not perfect yet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. I can um I can program it so that it like what I needed to do is to do like a big cycle. So what do I mean? It creates an account, it spams let's say 150 people, and then it closes everything and creates a new account. That's the ideal spot. And
Yeah.
so once I get or if I get to that, which I'm fairly confident I can, I got through the two major humps. One is getting a consistent email address, and two is having it work to spam. So I did run into an issue where Twitch was like, um, "You've created too many accounts in 24 hours." Okay, fine. I just had to change the VPN, and it allows me to do that again. And those are things like this is another thing. Twitch has never seen somebody like I am, who I feel has as much knowledge of these systems to be able to spam them as much as I do. So I'm I'm pretty happy, and I have two other devices that over the course of the next, I'll give myself a week, but
Yeah.
once I get them
It's worth it. At some point, these companies should all realize that you're an asset, and you're kind of like a checker,
exactly,
and like you should get a little bit of a you find out the exploits. Like if anything, just by being annoying, from what other people who said it, not what I
absolutely,
you know
yeah,
you make other people fill in the suggestion box for the right things. Actually,
I agree,
like hey, it this feature is easily exploitable, and I know because there's a guy who does it, and so
exactly.
it builds a better site to have you doing what you're doing.
I absolutely agree. Did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can, starring
Yes,
Leonardo?
I did.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the story of Frank Abagnale.
Exactly, perfect example. Yeah,
Exactly. And at the end, he gets caught. And what does he do? He works for the FBI for 10 years, and then he's able to go be free, and he didn't have to spend too much time behind bars. It's essentially the same thing. I watch these guys on Lex
but the
Friedman.
most important thing he did is he taught banks how to fraud proof. He
Exactly.
said, He showed them this is where you're exploitable, and he was a consultant, and he'd be like, this is what you should do, and they did it,
Exactly. He
and it
literally
proved
wrote the book
security
on
across the
check
board.
hiding. And,
Exactly.
um, and essentially, I guess I would be the person to write the book on spamming.
Yeah, and that's awesome.
That is pretty cool. And,
It's really good.
I see this, um, it's interesting to me. Even if I didn't have all this archived, like I'm a I, without sucking my own dick, I'm a multifaceted individual. When a random ass person comes in here, I can speak to them in any language. I can answer any question that they have, and there's an archive of my life. Like that makes me, I think, a special person. And um, it's like, what else do you want?
Definitely.
What like I don't know. I'm not an expert in anything. I don't. I kind of don't think anybody is. Um, and essentially, though, um, what more do you want from me? Like at that point, we're gonna be having. I mean, it'll be we're gonna blow up. So, um, what I have to do with this system is uh, put some not final touches on it, but get it so that it works like a perfect circle. I'll give myself till tomorrow to do that. It's spamming right now. I just want it to spam for a while because I hadn't been doing that, and
Yeah.
I want somebody to come in here and be like, yeah, you spammed my chat. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. Um, I can choose what to spam. So I was spamming like uh, podcasts and um, here's the thing. I wish there was a setting, and I really would turn the setting on, where it wouldn't show me people who are not 18. I'm not showing them anything wrong, but I just would rather not spam people who are not 18. But they don't have that. And some of these smaller streamers are just kids playing games. And, but there's no avoiding that. It's like basically I have, if I had the setting though, I would really want that, and that's something I would ask for in the future for these companies. Just one setting. Just don't show me anybody who's not 18. And just like when you're a kid, you have like don't show me not safe for work stuff. As an adult, you should have don't show me stuff for children. And if anything, they're um, like I'm not even when I'm sending, it's like it's not bad. It's just my social media, and um, if anything, uh, I'll. It's just something. I mean, I'm sure I spam people on Kick as well who are not all 18, but I do my best to protect children as best I can. I just don't want to.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I
Cost of precautions. It's all you can do. You know what I mean? And then
exactly. But one of the things that I would ask for immediately from these companies is, hey, there are I saw a girl, she had this thing on Instagram or something, and it was like um NADC or something. And I looked it up on Urban Dictionary. It was like not
yeah,
no, or like not an adult, or it was maybe like NCDC. Not, or wait, no, it was like adults only, children no contact or something like that. But it what like I've seen this before, basically like where people are putting this in their profiles because they want that feature, and I just don't understand why it's not a feature. But
Yeah.
I'm able to choose what I want to spam. So for right now, I'm just going to spam. Ideally, I want to spam just chatting, but for whatever reason, they don't have that ability. And their IRL streams are not like not like Kick's IRL streams. Kick's IRL streams generally mean people are outside, but these are like long cameras of like 25 hours worth of footage just looking at a beach that nobody's looking at. I need ones where somebody's playing and they got text to speech on and all that other shit. And that's so funny. So many people on Twitch have text to speech, and so it reads my whole message. It'll even read the the addresses and everything. So um, we'll see how it goes. So it's kind of like we're fishing right now, and we're just waiting for somebody to come in here and be like, "Hey, I'm from Twitch." Um, if it happens tonight, great. If it doesn't, it'll
Yeah,
happen.
we'll see what
That's how we got a
should
Flax
be.
Life, and we got Aframacia, and all the other people who know about me from Kick. And I'm looking forward as well because some people stream on Kick and Discord, and or Kick and Twitch, and somebody's gonna be like, "No fucking way, that guy is on this
Yeah.
fucking thing now," and that's gonna be funny too. So, yeah, I was I was at a point
It's a good testament. Whatever.
I was at a point where, and it has happened with me on the stream at many different points where I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing today? What's the thing that's gonna make me go viral? And you do enough in Discord that it's like, well, is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? But the thing that's always worked really well for me is the spam bot, and I just love the way it's formatted. It's very professional, and it's not like the Kick spam bot. The Kick spam bot, for some reason, if I couldn't use spaces, so it had to be like all text of like camel case, and this one works really well. So
Gotcha.
yeah, I mean that alone, the fact that somebody can just click my link and it comes right in here or it goes right to my social media is a huge advantage as opposed to okay, I have to what is this? It's like DOT for the dot and SLASH for slash, and I don't even know what this website is. So fuck it. But in this case, all I have to do is click a link. That's so much more efficient. So, all right, as you can
That is
tell,
really good.
I'm Jazz. So you do you. Thank you so much for letting me share that with you.
Yeah,
Your
of
life
course,
by
man.
resetting your
Of
brain. I
course.
mean, literally
Always
regenerating your
rich
brain.
I
feedback
have
and
to do the
everything.
same.
Moving away from addictions with one treatment. I mean, just stunning results when you add Parkinson's and MS with this. It's this broad base of being able to go out and to share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. As a matter of fact, our legislative session only lasts for 140 days every other year, which is a great concept. I wish more places would take a look at that as a way to do business. But we know that we've got to get our work done. At the same time, there's this parallel track going on in Washington, D.C. They'll take longer. It's just, that's a fact. But Texas can lead the nation here. What you started in Kentucky, we can sit here and browbeat this, which we won't, about why that got killed in Kentucky. But I think the leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days and see that they absolutely lost a great opportunity to lead the nation in the recovery of people who have lost their lives to opioids or to traumatic brain injury or to PTSD in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that mantle. And I'm proud to say she's going to lead that mantle. We've got great leadership in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue, that we're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. The Texas Ibogaine Initiative, as it's going to be known, we'll look for those private sector partners. We'll look for most likely the VA to be a partner in this as well, and our university system.
So I'm very confident that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love of our veterans that we have in the state, that the Texas Ibogaine Initiative will become the law of the land for the state of Texas by September of 2025.
That's amazing. And what's the plan in terms of how do you scale this out? How do you start it?
Let's assume a successful outcome within the Texas legislature where a $50 million appropriation out of a projected $20 billion surplus comes to pass and is signed by Governor Abbott. Once that occurs, the very first step will be to issue a notice of funding opportunity to solicit proposals from drug developers who have the capacity to develop ibogaine as a medication for opioid use disorder. Within that notice of funding opportunity, a drug developer will be asked to provide information related to how they would design a clinical trial, how they would recruit clinical trial participants, how they would go about administering ibogaine in such a way as to safely eliminate the cardiac risk so as to assure successful treatment outcomes without complication. And as importantly, since they are talking about making tremendous money, how the drug developers are proposed to recognize the state of Texas's perpetual interest in any patentable intellectual property that is generated as a result of this project. People in your audience should know that buprenorphine, which is the generic name or brand name of Suboxone, Sucralor, and other derivatives, was created with a direct $62.5 million giveaway from the federal government to create the baseline compound. It was handed over to the pharmaceutical industry, which companies of its own twisted, and then it proceeded to reap 100% of the return on the people's investment. That cannot and will not happen around any project associated with ibogaine that involves public money. There has to be return on investment to the state for the purposes of building out the treatment infrastructure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind, ibogaine gives a person the very best possible beginning that they can receive in physiological restoration to pursue what will still be a very long-term and difficult recovery process that requires the delivery of long-term integration and support services that are necessary to help someone become equipped to rebuild their lives. Once those proposals are solicited and reviewed, the drug developer that is best positioned to get this across the line, who also demonstrates their financial capacity to match the state's development investment, will be selected. Once selected, the drug developer will assume all of the legal and financial logistical risks associated with getting all the way up to the FDA's approval mark. Once the FDA signs off on the conduct of clinical trials, the money of the people of Texas will go to pay for the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas at medical facilities which are equipped with the requisite level of expertise related to cardiac intervention, cardiac support, as well as anything and everything related to recovery for an individual who is opioid dependent. The beautiful aspect of Texas applying for IMLR is the immense amount of fabulous medical expertise that exists here. Whether we're talking about the Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is a marvelous human accomplishment.
Can I add something there that you talked
Yes,
about
sir.
a minute ago? The Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. There are more doctors, nurses, technicians, researchers who go to work there every day than any other place in the world. It is that magnificent, and it's not only its size, but its scope and its mission. You said something. You said a mouthful there, Brian, when you talked about how good Texas. And you look at Baylor Scott and White, University of Texas Southwestern. I mean, we are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions, and again, Joe, this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done in Texas. I mean, I'm totally biased here, and I don't, and I don't apologize for that. But our ability to
described this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so it's so encouraging, and it's something that I just didn't think that I was going to see, and I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this, involved in this, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Perry? Really? He's pushing for ibogaine? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes, and it's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe take a step forward.
Well, I certainly hope that, regardless of anybody's politics, and this isn't a Republican or a Democrat issue, this is just a human being issue. This is about
Yes.
how do we take care of our, in our case, somebody said, why are you so focused on the veterans? And I said, well, it's partly the way I was raised, and my father and his World War II B-17 tail gunner uh, at the time in the Eighth Air Force, and him teaching me that you need to give back to your country, and you need to give back to your state, you need to give back to your community, you need to find that place to go volunteer. I mean, I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father and mother, and the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander in chief of Texas forces as we sent our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with them, traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor and then as the secretary of energy, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives literally for us. And then when they've been wounded, both physically and mentally, and they come home and we did such a poor job of taking care of them, of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our ability. Uh, you know, I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot Jr., excuse me, Ross Perot Sr., one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war on terror, literally hundreds of young men and women who he gave uh, wonderfully to. Seeing people like that, and then our government failing. And for me, this is, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large, but we don't do it perfect. I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is this: we owe these young men and women everything that we have put together. And if there is a treatment out there, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not, we owe it to them to find a way to make it available to them. And so the veteran community is really special to me. I love working with them. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if, this whole thing about psychedelics and what we've been taught for 60 years that they're bad, stay away from them, uh, educating the public that the dose is the poison and everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here in the compound of Ibogaine is that, as you warned people about in your remarks, about don't go out there and buy it off the internet, go self-medicate yourself because there's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out good. But properly dosed, properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up with, this can be a compound that literally can change start, we're focused on veterans because of the PTSD, the traumatic brain injury, the challenges that they've got. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s, and it was a model. As a matter of fact, it was the model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place to be able to uh, intervene before people ever went to prison, before they would become professional criminals. Uh, and it's that same concept here that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, to keep people off the streets. And in a lot of those cases, Joe, it's substance abuse that got them there. It's some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, if we have here a plant that God gave us that we can use, and literally, it appears in a lot of cases, one treatment, and it takes away your desire to have another drink of alcohol. One treatment, and and say the person might breathe out fast, because of fentanyl. I mean, if we've got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you got to hate people to not make that available to them?
And the other thing that you were talking about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on the people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine. And that, imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that were just cast out of society and prison, instead of having them continue this path. If there's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love, that we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world.
Amen. You have just hit the meat what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about TBI and PTSD, the horrors and the cruelty of war that 20 years of conflict has put upon innocent young men and women of this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her, who have had to come back and beg for access to what can alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about the opioid epidemic, its monstrosities, the way in which it is the gravest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out in this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute that Ibogaine has is its ability to affirm the reality of our human divinity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individual human beings who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of that creator. Ibogaine delivers it. I can attest to the fact that it delivers it. My wife and I traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She had been on Celexa for 21 years to manage symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifested through psychotic mood swings that have affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, and when we decided, let me go back up to this. If I were going to be an advocate for this, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving of last year, by deliberate choice and at the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson, the troubled
receive Ibogaine to understood what it would do. My wife decided that she wished to receive it as well. She is very much a left brain rationalist and was not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics with any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be freed of her necessity to take Celexa every day. Before we went down, I was told that she would have to be completely Celexa free for 5 days because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Ibogaine's therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair because I said there is no way that I will ever be able to give her Lamictal after 5 days without Celexa. In fact, if we go one day without her taking it, I can't be in the house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen in an ideal world. They said, we're going to give you a regimen of supplementation to give her that will keep her stable. She's going to get educated, but we'll get her down here. Joan, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday evening, November the 28th. My wife took her last Celexa on November 23rd of 2023, and she has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to Vienna and we received Ibogaine and Ivaneo DMT there as well in order to understand how each operation effectuates the safe delivery of this medication. And what I can personally attest for me and for her, collectively and together, Ibogaine paired with Ivaneo DMT has been the most profound spiritual experience either of us have ever encountered. I am 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered from on high so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the love of our Creator, which is eternal and almighty.
Amen.
If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things and that people are aware of these things, that they're there for a purpose.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the love of their Creator for them. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing that we can do, and its therapeutic benefits on the physiology of the human being is another affirmation of the realities that we're sitting here talking about.
For the people listening, is there anything that they can do to get involved to help?
Obviously, from a public standpoint in the state of Texas, if you have relationships with your state rep, your state senators, and the governor, let them know that you're spending some time learning about this and you're supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, is to we're gonna be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time that this is going on in Texas, you're going to be seeing a movement across the country at the federal level, at the congressional level. There's a number of the members of the legislature are very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks. Hopefully, the rumor factor is that potentially Nolan Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well on the mental health side of things. The, there's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way that we're going to have a winning hand here, like we have right now. So one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton. Ann Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming into to Texas to help with the Texas Ibogaine initiative to educate the media. That's a very important this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and the education of the public. I'm convinced, Joe, that once the general public understands what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and that the lives that we can save, literally the lives that we can save, at that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about a question that you asked that's really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be it's a good problem to have, and I look forward to working with both the Texas uh, medical community, the Texas legislature, and the Texas citizenry at large to deal with it if we can. I'm excited about it, but uh, I think again it has the potential to be as profound a positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly in psychiatry, in the history of either of those.
I agree. Anything else, gentlemen?
One thing I'd like to add from a technical perspective, and then if it's all right, I'll finish out with some observations that I have come to through those years of service that we've discussed. When it comes to how to do this, Governor Perry and I are able to recognize the blessing of a legion of people who've been working at this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We will be able, hopefully, around this project to bring all those who've been laboring at Navigate for years now and to draw upon their expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the platinum standard model for a Navigate-based treatment and recovery system that maximizes all of its therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, PTSD, or other degenerative conditions that have significant detrimental impact on the brain. And I'll finish my part of this discussion with this. We have sat here and talked about a specific reality and the way in which public policy has impacted it and what its potentials are to generate future progress. As you know, there are a variety of pain conditions around the world which have common themes within them. Those themes are often told in those pain conditions as parables. What your audience has listened to with us is a parable about contemporary American society and where we are. I think most folks would agree that we find ourselves in the midst of an existential struggle for this country's survival. We are living the most beautifully dynamic multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all of our material wealth and technological prowess, we are also living in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged into a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their lives to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which enthrone themselves on the subjugation of powerless people. Those systems commodify problems that they are supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly, accountably, and responsibly to the genuine needs of the American people. Because if it does not, our society will inevitably collapse beneath the enormity of its corrupt decrepitudes. This is going to require
we can deliver good tidings unto the weak, bind up the brokenhearted, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Lord, I just thank you. And thank you for the privilege of sitting in this sanctuary.
Thank you. It was my privilege. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, you're doing amazing things. I have great hope. I have great hope for this country, more so since this election than in a long time. And I think with your work and your work and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us. Thank you very much. Very appreciative. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
Hey, Joe, Rogan, experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right.
That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up?
Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There's no question. There's one Wu Tang. There's only one Wu Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys were so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you,
Yeah, man.
and everybody was a killer.
Fucking all, man.
It's a crazy band, man. Like no one is. If you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
I tell niggas that all the time. Like,
It's kind of crazy.
you ain't gonna get another one of these.
It's crazy that it worked.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy. To make it work, the most illest shit. Some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't known yet.
It wasn't well. This is we tried it, but it was just. It almost seems like it was just instinct. Like it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. Like 9 dudes and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked.
And it worked.
And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like when Wizard, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting the lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, y'all want to do this, and he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit planned. Like, hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like a mob. It's like, you know, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential in any way. He's from a different part, he's from a different part, he's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is we can make money. So put your fucking feelings down, or whatever the case may be. Let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, we start shaking hands. He wants to take. He's like, oh yeah, yeah, fuck, I don't like that, yo. I never had anything against you like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, we would try this shit.
Well, Rose is a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's
I know.
whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit.
Right.
Protect your neck.
Oh, man,
And the whole time, it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have in the club, like I was explaining Wu Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was a
Yeah,
classic.
Yo Joe is the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating a cheeseburger, laughing and shit. So he reminded he never was, really. I don't even think I never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. But we came in, he was eating a cheeseburger and shit, laughing. So we was dying laughing, and they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, "Yo, I can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not gonna hold no responsibility if something happened." So we like, all right, nah. You know what I mean? Once we got on that stage, it was like fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody, and
Wow.
it was love, man. It was
What
a
year
lot of
was that?
love. Man, it had to be what? I want to say what?
1987.
Wow. No internet.
Probably not. Yeah, none of that shit.
None of that. What?
But
Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That was.
You know how wild that video would be?
I never knew that people say that. I never peeped that shit though.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. Me and
They
you
must have
in
though.
the news back then
Yeah,
that you guys performed in Rikers.
yeah. That was
The
a lot.
90s for hip hop, it was like people, you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy for a new art form. I mean,
To emerge, right?
right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip
It
hop,
got big. It got big. Yeah.
oh, it
Cause
got
look,
so big.
I remember. It's so crazy you said that because I tell people all the time like disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe like I want to say
85. It had to be 84 because I was in
84,
junior high
85.
school.
Yeah. We was young boys then. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers is rhyming. All right, this shit sound cool now. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together. That was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be '80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I'd ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitated to it. I probably was like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So, set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run, and that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across
your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled, and you realize there's only so much vinaigrette goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. Rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said Sugar Hill Gang. Rappers Delight.
Yeah.
Rappers Delight.
Yeah.
Hip hop, and then that was the shit.
Oh my God.
Now look,
It was everywhere.
I had cousins around cousins and shit. They was, they was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and sniffing coke, and you know what I mean, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me, and I used to sneak up there and shit, and just be in their business, be in their world, and they would be playing music. They had a record player, you see coke on the table and
Wow.
weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. They were like, yo, Clement, man, you don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching, and I would see weed on the album covers, and what I mean, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and then next thing you know, I heard this fucking record, Sugar Hill Gang, and I'm like, the groove is dope. I'm like, holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah.
looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here. But
It's
it
so
was a lot of
crazy
fun.
how it emerged. I mean, it
Yeah,
emerged.
yeah.
You
Nobody
know,
expected that, man.
well, it was a totally new thing,
Yeah,
and there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
what the fuck?
Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music
Oh
because this was
shit.
the first time anybody heard like Ice T. Like at 6 in the morning, everybody's like, "What the fuck is
Yeah,
this?"
yeah, yeah.
And that kind of explicit lyric, they wanted to put a stop to it, and that's why they put. And these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums
Yeah.
because that's what
That's
kids
what
were
made
looking
people.
for.
Yeah,
Where's the
exactly.
fucking? They don't
Yeah,
swear. Get
yeah,
this shit
yeah,
out of
yeah.
here. Once
Once
the
they got the label on
floodgates,
it, it's like I wanted it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell
The regular
the
shit.
regular shit.
Yeah,
It's like, get out of here
exactly.
with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
there's a
that's
few
what
guys
made.
who got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
Nah, it definitely didn't last. But like you said though, everybody wanted the raw shit, and you got to remember at that time it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like if they catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on, and I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out, and she came home later that day, and I was laying down, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom, like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, working. It's on the same floor, and I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out, and he had his hair all wild, and shit was like green and red and all this, and he had lipstick on all crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me,
much failed with me. And it's like, yo, once I seen them, I just dropped the shit and ran. Mom, mom. You know what I mean? Back then, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, she's your hero at that time. Came back, then it was on. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. Oh. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then. So, right, that's the big shift is crack. Yeah, crack. That's also yeah. But see, before crack, you had that dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together and getting high and shooting, yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But that's how far to me music went back. Listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They got a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope though. So all this was going on in the community, man. Wow. It was a serious time. It was scary times back then. If it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience. Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew that. It was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like the whole genre of music to be authentic, right, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs who's talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, right, which is kind of crazy.
Right. That's true. I mean, back then, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. The way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. Back then gangs was still relevant. You know, um, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We never looked at ourselves as a tribe. Like, yo, you from a neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing over here? Then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So I lean more towards up the block, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble, and then they would come up the block and they would start trouble, and next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other, you know what I mean? So that was our way of getting to know each other. We would test each other's heart, and whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and gonna play some music and shit. So we knew anytime they did that, you knew something was gonna happen at the end of the night. Just mandatory, just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice. And next thing you know, you see a motherfucker riding down the street all crazy, and trying to hit motherfuckers and swing the golf club out the window and shit. And somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, um, but the music is still playing. Your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's higher than me. No, it's too infested already. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land, and I'm gonna sell weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survival. And music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to what's next being played. Like I grew up on R&B music, like disco, um, and all that fun shit, roller skating. Them motherfuckers in the neighborhood that was roller skating. We would get off of Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too, though. That was fun times, man.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all nine guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Hmm. Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. Um, you know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us, I'm claiming. We all, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he had Knowledge of Self, which was, being involved with the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and Old Dirty. They were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build. They talking about mathematics and all of this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the Rolling Together Now crew, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were. But when Jizza and Old Dirty came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with their cousins. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, yo, I've heard about your rhymes. And, Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy. But, yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it because he seen that his cousin had was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now too. And next thing you know, that's they had their movement going on. So us from the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know them, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking that far. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together to bring all you killers into
Absolutely,
one under one roof.
absolutely, absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah,
It's like Eric B and Rakim. There was a few EPMD. There's a few people.
you know your shit.
Yeah,
You know your shit. You saying it right.
Gangstar. There's a few people that were together, but it
Right.
wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
It was
that
kind of scary. It was like,
that
God
yeah.
damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories that it was
Yeah.
just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some neighborhood shit. But yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but RZA had a record situation, and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
you know what I mean. He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about this shit at this level no more. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys, and he just put that number together. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he So I kind of seen something now that I'm older. I seen something. I'm like, yo, this guy really, him and his cousins was. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers really got talent, and not only the ability to rhyme, but they was clever, like clever
Right,
rhymes,
right, right.
and they was mixing it with the knowledge and smart rhymes, not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, yo, so this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them, just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being no fucking rapper. I don't give a fuck. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers, and I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, when RZA, RZA went out there, he came back into the community. He was like, yo, I know a record deal. So I was there. I'm like, man, let me see this shit. I'm looking at the see who fucking doing. I'm looking around here like what's up, what's the name?
Fine print.
Yeah, Fine French. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker made a record. Oh shit, yo. Wow, Staten Island. That's what's up. We up. But his situation ain't work out the way he wanted it to, and that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, Chef, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people, and then a lot of times you're getting fucked, and you don't
Right,
even
it's
know you're
mandatory.
getting fucked.
It's a mandatory.
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 You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, "Oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeak fly and suck my dick." Like he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol because they owned him. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's even crazier, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over, baby.
It's all gone.
It's
So
over.
for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge, hang on, hang on, and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now, and somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, that he got a 60-40 deal. He's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Let me ask you a question. Put yourself in an artist situation, right? You have talent, right? You have talent. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices.
for sure.
Because you know that, yeah, you may feel like, yo, I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources have to tell you, yo, look, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take this shot or you stay in the hood. What are you gonna do?
You gotta take the shot.
I'm gonna take the shot.
You gotta take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know. You get fucked.
You get fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. They takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being rimmed, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I'm gonna get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean, Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do, but it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's
legends.
an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen,
That's
I'm
I'm sure later on things worked out, and now that you proved yourself,
Once they become
you know,
undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you a hustler, right? And you run into the connect, and the connect says, yo, you talking like you know how to move shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do?
You gotta take the 50.
Oh, yeah,
You gotta take the
he,
50.
he wants to fucking get his head fucking shot first.
You gotta take the
I
50.
don't
You
know.
gotta,
Yeah, I mean,
you gotta know people,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
gotta
See,
bring everybody in, and you
see,
gotta share the money.
see, you gotta know
You
people.
gotta share the money.
You
You gotta
gotta
say,
know
listen,
people.
there's a
Now, if
lot
you ain't
more money.
confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you don't take it.
You shouldn't be having that conversation
Shouldn't be
if
having
you
a
don't know
conversation.
anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous,
Oh,
that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to bring. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
and see, now look, that philosophy that you said is
Yeah.
what we took on.
Yes.
We took that on. We
Yes.
said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level
Yes.
because we know what we believe in. See, it all starts from what you believe in.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fucked.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
And with Wu
absolutely.
Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically, people want to listen. Automatically.
Yeah, yeah,
Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared, and you know, like scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, you got. That's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody you have to find real people and stick together.
See, you said the key word.
You gotta sell that 50.
You gotta know your.
You gotta sell that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos.
Talk
go
to Carlos.
go down to Bodega. Let's
Yeah.
make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
I
We
guess
got
that's
10
what
hours.
RZA. I guess that's what RZA did. Is that
Yeah.
he danced with the devil for the right reason, and he took some scars. He got hit,
It
but
was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry, because today all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
yeah,
You can
yeah,
blow up.
yeah,
You can blow up today.
yeah. It's
Back
easy.
then, you needed the radio.
Yeah,
You needed, you know, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. Or you had to be some undeniable talent.
yeah,
You know, like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
yeah. Nigga, yeah,
That's undeniable talent.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna if those dudes,
yeah.
and it worked,
Man, it worked.
and it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like when RZA, he came with his whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this, and he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit planned. Like, with hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day, but everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like a bomb. It's like, you know, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. And then he looked. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is bring them on. So put your fucking feelings down, or whatever the case may be, and let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there is kind of like, yo, we start shaking hands across the table. He's like, oh yeah, yeah, you fucking with me like that, yo. I never had anything against you like that, yo. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, RZA's a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that, because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, we always. I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's
I know.
whenever we
I
have
know.
a police
arena shows, we hire a police escort, so it's like fucking sirens and shit,
Right.
protection,
Oh,
and all that. The whole it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have in the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers.
Remember that?
Yes.
I fucking remember
I
that.
told everybody, I was like, do you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip hop stars in the world who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my god,
But,
Old Dirty Bastard was a
yeah, Yo Joe,
classic.
Yo Joe is the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger, laughing. He reminded me, he never was, really. I don't even think I never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. But we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit, laughing. So we was dying laughing, and they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, "Yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not gonna hold no responsibility if something happens." So we're like, "All right, nah." Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. And
Wow.
it was love, man. It was
What
a
year
lot of
was that?
love. Man, it had to be like, let's see, what? It was probably 98, 97.
Wow. No internet.
Not even like, yeah, none of that shit.
None of that. Wow.
No,
Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That would
You know how wild that video would be?
I don't know that people seen that. I don't know how folks knew that shit about it.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I
But
mean,
they
it
loved
was
us though.
in the news back then
Yeah,
that you
that's
guys performed in Rikers.
yeah.
The
That's a lot.
90s for hip hop, it was like people, you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy for a new art form. I mean,
To emerge, right?
right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip
It
hop
got
is,
big. It got big.
oh, it got
Look,
so big.
I remember. It's so crazy you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe I'm gonna say 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in
84,
junior high
85.
school.
Yeah, yeah. It was young boys, man. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers is rhyming. I ain't, this shit sound cool now. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be '80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I'd ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitating to it. I probably was like 12 at the time. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. You all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundation of nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and it's packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So, set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1, simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled, and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. Rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang. Rap is the life.
Yeah.
Rap is the life. It is.
Hip hop, man. Don't
That
stop.
was the shit.
Oh my gosh.
Now look,
It was everywhere.
I had cousins that had wild cousins and shit. They was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and smoking coke and, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, and just be in their business, be in their world, and they would be playing music. They have a record player. There was some coke on the table. There's
Wow.
weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. They was like, yo, come in, man. I don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching, and I would see weed on the album covers, and what I mean, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and then next thing you know, I heard this fucking record, Sugar Hill Gang, and I'm like, the groove was dope. I'm like, holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah.
looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here. But
It's
it
so
was wild.
crazy how it emerged. I mean, it
Yeah,
emerged.
yeah. Nobody
You know,
expected that, man.
well, it was a totally new thing,
Yeah,
and there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your when we used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
get the fuck out
Al
of here.
Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She
Right.
wanted to censor rap music
Oh
because this was
shit.
the first time anybody heard like Ice T. Like 6 in the morning, everybody's like, "What the fuck is this?" And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it, and that's why they put. And these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums
Yeah.
because that's what
That's
kids
what
were
made
looking
people
for. What the fuck
exactly.
is this? They don't even
Yeah,
swear. Get
yeah,
this shit
yeah,
out of
yeah.
here. Once
Once
the
they got the label on it,
floodgates
it's like I want it. Yeah.
Exactly. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell
The regular
the
shit.
regular shit.
Yeah,
Like, get out of here
exactly.
with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
there's a
that's
few
what
guys
made.
who got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
Nah, it definitely didn't last. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit, and you got to remember at that time it was a
of shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, and I was able to. We had like crazy people. Like if they catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like they'd be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on, and I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go. She made me go to take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out, and she came home later that day, and I was laying down, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom, like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, walking. It's on the same floor, and I remember when I cut the corner, I seen a motherfucker sticking his head out, and he had his hair all wild and shit. It was like green and red and all this, and he had lipstick on all crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me, and it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. Run, run. You know what I mean? Back then, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, she's your hero at that time. Came back, the nigga was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then. So,
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah,
That's
crack.
also
Yeah, but see, before crack, you had that dope. That dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together, man. Getting high and shooting, yeah, everything.
right.
You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But that's how far to me music went back. Listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope though. So all this was going on in the community, man. It
Wow.
was a serious time, scary times back then.
If it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely,
It has to. Like
absolutely.
that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew that. It was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. That's a whole genre of music. To be authentic,
Right.
you had to come from that. You couldn't be
Experience.
like some rich kid from the suburbs who's talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it,
Right.
which is kind of crazy.
Right. That's true. I mean, back then, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. The way that how being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. Back then gangs was still relevant. You know, um, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We never looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, you from a neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. Like, yo, what the fuck you doing over there? Move a little bit. Then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So I lean more towards up the block. But then we would go down the block just to start trouble, and then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other. You know what I mean? So that was our way of getting to know each other, is to test each other's heart. Then whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and gonna play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was gonna happen at the end of the night. It just mandatory. Just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice, and next thing you know, you see a motherfucker riding down the street all crazy, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging the It's fun because you survived.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
definitely survival. Yeah, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we live or die at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen.
That's wild.
But the music is what kept things in order for us, because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. When you come from somewhere that's fucked up, Joe, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's too invested in it. So you kind of relax with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survival. And music always kept us calm, and you always gonna listen to what's next being played. Like I grew up on R&B music, like disco, all that fun shit, roller skating. I knew motherfuckers in the neighborhood that was roller skating. We would get off of Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all nine guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Hmm. Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin Old Dirty Bastard. But they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. Um, you know, we are Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us are come. We all resided in Brooklyn, Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he had Knowledge Yourself, which was being involved with the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and Old Dirty. They were a part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build. They talking about mathematics and all of this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the All It Together Now crew, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were. But when Jizza and Old Dirty came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with their cousins. So we started to see them a little bit more and know that yo, I heard about your rhymes, and Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, but yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now too. Next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us on the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know them. We know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking that far. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all of you killers into
Absolutely,
one under one roof.
absolutely, absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that, because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah,
It's like Eric B and Rakim. There was a few EPMD. There's a few people.
you know your shit.
Yeah,
You know your shit. You saying the right
Gangstar.
thing
There's a
too.
few people that were together, but it
Right.
wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
It was
that
kind of
was
scary. It was like,
that.
God
Yeah,
damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories that it was
yeah,
just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
yeah. That was some regular shit. But said, that was so rare to see a group like come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had the record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
you know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't really care about this shit at this level no more. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys, and he just put that number together. And so, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him. One night I seen something. I'm like, yo, this guy really, him and his cousins, they like, yo, this motherfucker's really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but he was clever. Like, talking about clever
Right,
rhymes.
right, right.
And he was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
Like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, yo. So, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being no fucking rapper. I didn't give a fuck. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers and I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community. He was like, yo, I got a record here. So I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. I'm looking at this. Let me see what the fuck is it. I'm looking at it like you said, the what's the name?
Fine print.
Yeah, fine print and shit. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker got a record. Oh shit, yo. Wow, Staten Island. That's what's up. We up. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to, and that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, Chef, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people, and then a lot of times you're getting fucked, and you don't even
It's
know you're getting
mandatory.
fucked.
It's a mandatory.
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 You getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, "Oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squiggly line. Suck my dick." Like he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol. Guys, they own him.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You
Yeah.
take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value,
Yeah.
especially today.
Yeah.
Today it's even crazier,
Oh,
right?
you
Because
already
there
know.
is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over, baby.
It's all gone.
It's
So
over.
for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on.
Yeah, that's what
Hang
it
on
is.
and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now.
Yeah.
You're going to be in court 10 years from now.
Right.
And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, that he got a 60-40 deal. He's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution,
Yeah.
all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Let me ask you a question. Put yourself in an artist situation, right? You got talent, right? You got talent. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices.
for sure.
Because you know that, yeah, you may feel like yo, I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources gonna tell you, yo, look, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take this shot or you stay in the hood. What are you gonna do?
You gotta take the shot.
Take the shot.
You gotta take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know. You get fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. They takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being ran, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I'm gonna give a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that
That
you
you
could
love.
maybe think that you can change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard, to
Yeah.
be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean, Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do, but it almost gave them power too because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's an
legendary.
argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm
That's all
with
it
you.
is. Oh, of course,
I'm
sure.
with you on that.
Sure.
But we just talking about the
What you got to do,
sacrifices.
you have to do. Yeah.
Sacrifices
If
everything.
you're a young kid and that's step one, and now
Yeah.
you're on the runway, okay, you got to take it.
You gotta take it.
But
You gotta take
it
it.
just should be more fair,
Oh,
and it
I
shouldn't be.
agree. I agree.
You shouldn't fight.
And
You
I'm
know what I
sure
mean?
later on things worked out, and now that you proved yourself,
Once they become
you know,
undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the connect, and the connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to move shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds.
But
I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do?
you got to take the 50.
What about you, LJ?
You got to take the 50.
He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped off.
You got to take the
I
50
don't know.
because
Yeah, I mean,
you got to know people,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
got to
See,
bring everybody in, and you got
see,
to share the money.
see, you gotta know
You got
people.
to share the money.
You
You got to
gotta
say,
know
listen,
people.
there's a
Now, if
lot
you ain't
more money.
confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you don't take it.
You shouldn't be having that conversation
Shouldn't be
if
having
you
that
don't know
conversation.
anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous,
Oh,
that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to bring. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
and see, now look, that philosophy that you said, that's
Yeah.
what we took on. We
Yes.
took that on. We
Yes.
said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna go with it. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level
Yes.
because we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe in.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fucked.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
And with Wu
absolutely.
Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically, people wanted to listen. Automatically.
Yeah, yeah.
Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then
Of
you're
course.
scared.
Yeah.
Scared money doesn't make money.
Make money.
That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, you got. That's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody you have to find real people and stick together.
You said the key word.
You gotta sell that 50.
You gotta know your
You gotta sell that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos.
That's
go
the
go down to the bodega. Let's
Yeah.
make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
I
We
guess
got
that's
10
what was
hours.
I guess that's what was it there is that
Yeah.
we danced with the devil for the right reason, and we took some stars, we got hit,
It
but
was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry. Because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
yeah,
You can
yeah,
blow up.
yeah,
You can blow up today.
yeah,
Back then, you needed the radio.
yeah,
You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. Or you had to be some undeniable talent.
yeah,
Like we always play the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
yeah. Big on it, yeah,
That's undeniable talent.
yeah,
Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train.
absolutely.
That train's running everything over. You know what I mean? It's like
You're right.
there was guys like that back then. But
Mm-hmm.
man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil.
Gorilla.
Hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling
Yeah,
days.
of course. I mean, but that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those growing pains. We had to get choked to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson. So
Yeah.
everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely go for it. It's
Go
so
for
much
it.
better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation, and you gotta realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come. It's like if a person offer you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
You know, it's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watching Scarface, and the nigga told him, he said, "Yo, give you 5 grand. That and if you fuck this up, Chico." Scarface
Yeah.
looked at him and said, "Man, the fuck is you talking about? You built for this shit, man." You
Yeah.
know, and he lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. It's like, yo, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned.
Listen, baby.
And you just keep taking chances.
That's right.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. Now you're better.
That's right.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Just keep going, especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do.
Right.
And then when they do, it's like, oh, and then they want to go back into their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Think about it. Think about all our favorite artists out there. You know, Eminem. You know, Eminem been trying to fucking get on. You know, you know, Rakim, Slick Rick. You know, these
So
guys
many.
they went through a lot to get on. You know what I mean? Biz Markie. You know, nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but you know, he finally figured the code out and was like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. You know, he started rocking shows in different communities, and next thing you know, people start hearing about him and like, oh shit, yo, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice, man. I tell people all the time, you gotta
Yeah,
sacrifice.
it's time put in.
Yeah,
Time put in, energy, effort, determination.
yeah.
And
You gotta have some talent.
yeah,
You
some
gotta have some
talent
talent.
is just God just gives you something or doesn't. You know, and some people just got it. You know, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. You know, he grew up in such an intellectual, artistic family, and that's why his rhymes are so good.
His pops, man. His pops is a musician.
Yeah,
Good
like
friend of mine.
Rewind.
Yeah.
That's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. I was listening to that shit yesterday.
Genius song.
Stacking the gun.
Yeah, genius song. The whole song backwards.
Some of the lyrics.
And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially the lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. They were so good. And unusual like that. Like deciding, becoming the first guy to make a rap backwards. And make it work perfectly. You know? I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the brand new heavies got together with a bunch of rappers?
The brand new heavies. I know the name.
The brand new heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Coogee
Oh
Rap,
yeah,
a
yeah,
bunch
of
of guys. Like
course, yeah,
some
yeah.
of my favorite shit of
Yeah.
all time.
Yeah, they was more musical. Like you said, they
Yeah.
was more musical. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Coogee Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie,
Really
play that.
smooth, really smooth.
Play that. Find that. We're
Yeah.
gonna put on the headphones for this.
Come on.
This is in my along with a bunch of Wu Tang. This is
Right.
in my
Let me hear this shit.
this
Yeah.
is in my Spotify playlist. This
Okay.
is Coogee Rap in like I want to say '92. Yeah, '92.
Ooh.
Listen to this.
So they get I'm a flake, but I'm no fake nigga, cause I take a big, make them know which burn is gas in the cake. With the 44 act so simple. What to do is simple. Fuck gotta give a nigga permanent dimples. Even up on a fat flow, but I let your ass know.
I never heard them sing. How good is this?
Brand new heavies on the track. Back when the wax go broke, got motherfuckers doing jumping jacks. You motherfuckers flossing. I make your ass like cake. You know you make shit flossing.
Woo.
That's on the mix.
One of my favorites right there.
Turn this chicks with
Word.
small dick.
Woo. Nice.
So
Nice.
good.
Nice.
So
So
good.
this was on the brand new heavies album.
Yes. Like Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And
What
it's
year was this?
'92.
Yeah, see, it was the
Phenomenal.
beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian.
Right.
And forgot about things like Fuck Compton. Remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah. He was a wildcat, but he was
Wack
good.
was
Yeah.
good though. He
Fuck
was good.
Compton. Yeah.
He
He was
had some
wilding back then. Yeah.
great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Coogee rap, that to me was like that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s. Whenever we would drive,
Mm-hmm.
that was when Cock Block came out. Remember that?
Yo,
Remember
get
that?
the Walton shit,
Oh my
man.
god, that song is amazing.
Yeah, man. Damn. So you really pay attention to this
Oh
fucking hip
yeah,
hop shit
man.
like that, man.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood or
Oh,
my young adulthood. You
okay.
know, when I was driving around a lot doing comedy gigs, like a lot of Ghetto Boys, like
Right. Oh,
huge
yeah.
Ghetto Boys fan.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
Ghetto
and
Boys.
I was
Yeah.
playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck a War" for these young kids. I was like, "Listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the 1980s, and it applies today. You remember "Fuck a War"?
War. Nah, you
Come on,
fucking
headphones are coming back
you
on.
need to
Let's
fucking
go.
school me on shit. Like, what
I
the
talked to
fuck?
Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote this song in 40 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, he was just angry. He wrote this
Fuck
song
a
in
war.
40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
Mm. Okay, you know that ass.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there, man. Motherfucking
This is
fuck.
Bushwick motherfucking Bill.
United States versus
91.
91.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, what's up?
Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, yeah. I had one of those before too. Yeah.
You gonna fuck somebody, you know that bullshit gets crazy. Fuck a war. Then swing
Fuck
it.
a war.
Motherfucker, that's how I feel. Fake nations and them get killed. But two brothers can agree on something. Thousand motherfuckers died for nothing.
Woo.
Jordan on the deck. Heard each other motherfuckers in a tummy bag. All this
Yeah.
money, goddamn station like Bitch America. Yes, just one war. They put me on
Mm-hmm.
like a thumbtack. But when it comes to getting their head, they put a
Yeah.
gun back. I ain't getting my niggas, I know. One for the show, last for the TV fame, boss.
Talking crazy.
Fight behind your goddamn walls against motherfucking
Woo.
government. Yo, Bush, I ain't your damn bro.
Holy
Damn
shit.
niggas right here can't get fired up enough of this shit for me. All of them sleeping lies, and only one or two get recognized.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Shut up and say what you said. In
Oh
fairness,
my god.
y'all, me and Bucky got armed. What the fuck do I know about
Mm.
campaigns? All I know is the cards in my club game. And when it's that business,
Yeah.
He was in the NWA chamber. He
Dude,
was in the NWA chamber
dude,
right there.
that shit was good.
They
And
was
that
public
applies
enemies to
today.
thinking.
That
Yeah.
applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza, Palestine,
Right. Yeah.
Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was educational too.
Yes.
It was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music, the
Became the
music.
news too. Like you
All
need to
that.
know what was actually going
Yeah.
on. Like
All
Fuck a
that.
War tells you what's really
What
going
was
on.
going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA
Yes.
cats, and all of that, that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And like I said, I never heard that song before, so I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And you hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. Us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, what the fuck was that?
Right.
But you heard it in a song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives and music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society.
Right.
You don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Survival
Yeah.
is the only thing on your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what the fuck was that just happened? Or what was this shit? But then when you heard it in rap and motherfuckers like Beans was talking about it and all that,
Right.
it's like now you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. It's
Yeah.
not just here. It's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
That's what was happening.
Yes.
So I never heard that before though. You just put me on some real shit.
Oh,
And that's one of my favorite groups right
I
there,
love
Ghetto
Ghetto
Boys.
Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit, man.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era. Oof, oof.
Crazy,
That
crazy.
in that like I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber, and I had just picked up this cassette, and I was like NWA. I keep hearing about this, and "Fuck the Police" was the first song I listened to, and I remember I was on the stair climber going, "This is
See?
wild."
You see what I'm saying?
Like,
You
this
see what I'm
is
saying?
wild. Like
Yeah, yeah.
you're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard
Heard it
before.
say, yeah,
Fuck the
exactly.
police coming straight from the underground. I was like,
Straight
wow. It
motherfucking
was a
underground.
totally different kind of music.
Music.
It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right?
Yeah,
Like they didn't give a
yeah.
fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. And the whole world was like, whoa.
Yeah,
100 miles and running. The whole world was like, whoa. This
yeah.
is crazy.
So look, you had them, you had Public Enemy,
Oh yeah.
all them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community that they became
KRS One.
KRS-One, the teacher,
Whoop whoop. That's the son of the police.
all that shit right there to me
Yes.
was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. I ain't gonna call it fucking rap, hip hop
Information.
information.
Right. They like especially KRS One and Public Enemy.
Yeah,
They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived. You
right,
know,
right, exactly,
it wasn't like
exactly.
you see people say shit today like you're just doing that for class. Like they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Absolutely. Come on, even when fucking Spike Lee made People Do the Right Thing.
Yes.
One of my favorite movies right
Yes.
there. That's a classic right there.
Classic.
Classic,
Classic.
classic shit.
Classic.
But like you said, you was getting information, and you got to remember, at the end of the day, a lot of people that coming out of the hood and just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was
I
born
could
in
tell.
Newark.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
shout out to Newark. So you seen it
I wouldn't exactly
firsthand.
say I come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but that's true.
I
But
lived in
you
Newark.
lived
I
in
was
the
telling
heart.
you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I
Wow.
told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered rammed his door and everything. He had a nice Audi.
Right,
I looked, I'm like, how this dude has a nice car?
right, right.
Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they
Yeah.
got him.
But you was around it though, so you
Yeah.
was able to.
Well, that was also the time when I was emotionally hip hop, too. That was
Right.
1991, I guess, 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely 91. You had Naughty by Nature.
Oh, yeah.
They had emerged on the scene, like you said. Rakim and Big Daddy Kane,
Oh, yeah.
Easy E's and Ice Cube.
To this day,
All of
I
them
Go to
set
Work is one of my
the bar.
favorite workout songs.
What? Which
Big
one?
Daddy Kane, I Go to Work.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's one of our icons, right?
Oh, my God. I Go
One
to
of
Work.
our icons. Yeah,
Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too.
yeah,
You know, Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was
absolutely.
energetic. You know,
Yeah,
you heard his style. It like got you, like your blood started pumping. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
you started getting moving.
And see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken on the mic. When I sit there and when I think about the clan, the Wu and how we formed Voltron. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we talking about today, um, they was the they was the lifeblood
Right.
in the house. You screw Echelon. This is what I see, man. I see Slick Rick. I see Rakim. I see Cube. I see fucking, you know, um, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the clan at that time, we were so, inclined came out, Naughty by Nature and shit. They was fucking shit up on the East Coast hardcore, you know. And at that time, you had them, you had EPMD, Fat Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all these, artists from back then were blowing up. LL, can't front on LL.
Oh
You
yeah,
got
LL was huge.
Cool Rap, one of my
Oh
favorites. I know that's one of your favorites. Um, the Fat Boys, all these guys were
that's
just,
right, Fat Boy.
these guys was giving us so much food for thought that, we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't good to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
High
level,
quality, that's the word.
the level was very high. There was
Absolutely.
the lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and just go, oh,
Yeah.
oh. That was the thing. That was the thing about
Listening to
hip
the
hop.
lyrics, I love
Yeah.
that.
Oh my, I love
Lyric
lyrics.
That's right.
Lyrics to everything.
That's right.
But it's like
That's what I
that
do.
was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important. There's so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness and more and more intricacies and more twists to what they
Yeah.
were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form, man. Like, how many people cheated on their significant other because of ODB?
Right.
How many? How many?
Yeah.
You know ODB, yeah, you know me. We were cheering.
Yeah.
It was like a license to fuck, bro. People were
Yes.
cheering.
Yes.
I mean, hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. I mean, rock and roll. You had the '50s. It starts to emerge, and the '60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame, especially for young kids. Because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everybody else is kind of lame. You know, it's like
So it's stupid.
it was like they didn't even swear. It was like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu Tang Clan because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And I know that you big on. I
Sophisticated.
know you big on kung fu shit, cause
Yeah.
you coming through your shrine and shit. You got all kind of fucking Shogun warriors,
Oh, yeah, real
assassins, and
samurai outfit
yeah.
out there. Yeah.
But nah, but you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when RZA, when they was on their Wu Tang shit, we wasn't on that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once
Yeah.
Upon a Time in America,
Oh yeah.
one of my favorite
Oh, it's a
movies.
great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
Super funny. Woo! That's funny. So we were like, we were living in this, we were living around a lot of hustlers, a lot of drugs was being sold in our community at that time, right? So when RZA came with the whole Wu Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, you know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
You come home from school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice, if you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu Tang, I'm gonna just give you a quick lesson on what Wu Tang was. Wu Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin.
Really?
They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wildin', y'all. But these guys were very good, but they just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit and doing shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin vs. Wu Tang, right? Check it out, whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. So we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we were the Forgotten Borough. When you think about Brooklyn, New
talk too much about fucking Staten Island. That bothered us. So we felt rebellious. Like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you gonna fucking act like you gonna know any of your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through. We call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. What the fuck you doing? Yo, nah, man. Yo, wait, let me see. You know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in the karate place. Like, yo, you go to him, remember who is this guy? Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brotherhood. Yo, oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go.
Right.
We gotta go get back to that.
Yeah.
We gotta go figure that out. All this shit that RZA was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us in Staten Island. So even when he came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, this shit is interesting. You know, it was like, oh, you know. And back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill, where I'm from. I'm from the hill. I'm from up there. They were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Guyanese, and you know, it was a melting pot. You know, it was a melting pot of different nationalities of motherfuckers. You had the Spanish motherfuckers over here selling dope. You know what I mean? You had the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals and motherfuckers that want to fight and rob and steal and you know RZA was hanging out there a lot. You know, so they came up with this whole Wu Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came with it, it was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. But we see the vision of that. But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. A lot of times people thought, yo, you ever do karate here type shit? We don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on it. That was some early 70s shit right there.
Yeah.
So, back then you might have had a cousin that was a martial art. He did arts and shit. You looked up to him like, yo, this motherfucker ill right here. He in the arts and shit. He know how to fight. The motherfucker would be in back in the building with 2 4 wooden benches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating on them fucking laundromat hoses and shit and, grabbing them and hanging them on shit. And, back then that was dope to see your cousins and all of them do it. But RZA, when he came with his philosophy, he kind of like fucked us all up. But we agreed with it right away. Because Wu Tang to them was always something like an expression. So if you drink it, this is Wu Tang. You know what I mean? You over here, yo, this is some Wu Tang shit or whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them in the flicks. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, I go bow hunting every year.
Holy
Whenever I
shit.
kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu Tang. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you.
Oh
I'll
my
show you
god.
that that's
I
true.
seen some of the pictures in
I
there.
know, but I
Yeah.
want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up.
Holy
It goes
shit.
back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find the last time I said Wu Tang. I text him every day, so it's gonna take a second
Right,
to get
right.
back into some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu Tang, and then I send him a picture.
Holy shit.
This is gonna take a while because I keep scrolling, but this is important to show you. This is real.
Come on, motherfucker. Go back and search Wu Tang.
Oh, we'll show you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. What do you
All
change
the time.
under Cam Haynes or just Wu Tang?
When you find Cam Haynes, it'll show you.
Oh, what did Jamie tell me how to do it? Here we go. See, oh, here it is. Right there.
Wu Tang.
Holy shit.
And then the other down.
Wow.
And that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot an elk, I text Wu Tang.
When you started hunting since you came out here?
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, that head that's right there. That was the first
Wow.
animal I hunted. And then I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing.
Wow.
It was either, for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. Those animal factory farm
shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's it for now. Shit, I've been doing it ever since. So I've
Yeah.
been hunting for 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman then?
Well, it's like I'm down to really good, like compared to real marksmen. You know,
Right.
it's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. You know,
You're not going through the courses.
yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you'd think I'm
So
really
for
good.
regular people.
Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no,
Right.
I'm not. I'm
Right.
not nearly at their level.
Gotcha.
But you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently.
I
I'm
got a
not.
couple of homeboys who can shoot like that.
It's a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
A lot of discipline.
Yeah. But they come from, they live in this side of town too though.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas.
Yeah, that's what
A
I'm
lot
saying.
of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
I gotta get out there, man. I gotta.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I can put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. Because you're fairly close. Like that's an easy thing to do. You can look it up.
Yeah, definitely.
You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just set a target up in the backyard, just shoot the target. It just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. Like watching
Exactly.
footage, don't think about nothing else.
Hmm.
For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to
Just
have a thing
yeah.
like that to just
It's like a sport to me. It's like something to
yeah,
learn and kind of master.
yeah.
It's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing.
Mm.
If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any
You
room
gotta be
for it.
focused.
You got
Right.
to push it all out
Right.
and just think all. And that kind of stuff like cleans your mind. It's
Exactly.
like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it all. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, man. Just kind of like get a peace of mind and vibe to something different, though.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do,
Mm.
just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture if you're all wrapped up in it
Because you're
too
so stuck
tight.
into one. Yeah.
Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it, and then you can look at what you're doing. Oh, okay, what am I doing different?
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn.
That's
Mix it up.
important, man. That's important, man.
Yeah.
Important.
You know what was another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time. I think it was like the early 2000s that rap had that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were
I know you mean.
58 years old back then. Like this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of
Right.
people weren't into going to see you.
Right. Yeah. Well, when I see guys like LL and Kane and them perform and Slick Rick and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, you can see a lot of guys like the Rolling Stones and Mick Jagger and them still performing. It's like, why not? You know,
Why
why
not?
not?
Yeah.
Why give them the
But with hip hop, that wasn't really a thing for a long
nah?
time. Like
Because
older hip hop,
you
right?
didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5 year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the '90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they felt you was gonna go. So even for us, we was like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years, we good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. So
Wow.
they always put us in a what's the word I'm looking for? What's that? What's
A box.
put us in a box
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
make us feel like at the end of the day, yo, this shit is gonna be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like I listen to Billy Joe. I'm a Philly Joe fan. You know, that's my fucking guy right there.
That's
You
hilarious.
know, people I know people would be like, get the fuck out of
That's
here.
hilarious. I love his old shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real soft. He had too
He
much
fell in
good
love.
pussy. Yeah. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy, and it's like uptown girl.
I love
She's
it.
been living in her uptown
I
world.
know, man.
Before
It's
that, you go
big.
back to his other shit. Only the good die young. Oh, that's a great song. He's got some great stuff, man.
too, right?
Yeah.
When you get to the heart right there, and I sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times. See what I'm saying?
Kind of
Still,
crazy. It's
still
crazy.
going. He's still going.
Yeah, still
So
going.
those are our heroes. Those are guys that we look up to. That you know they still doing their thing.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they
Right.
had to go over to Europe.
To come
And
check out.
yeah, it was
Come
like,
check out hip hop.
yeah,
And I tell people all the time, like being from the states, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
right,
So they come out more. Like
right,
right now, today,
more enthusiastic.
they love it more. You know,
Right.
so
They can't believe
even
you're there.
yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? And even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids now too. It's like, yo, you remember that Epcot? Who's that fucking kid that he just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. It's like, yo, he wasn't even fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You like listen to Led Zeppelin. It was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop,
Wow.
which is amazing.
Yeah.
You
You're
know,
right. You're right.
because well, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends will be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And
Right.
they turn them on to new stuff.
Exactly.
And they're like, "Wow, yeah, yeah, this is 1993." You know?
That's it. You know, and I think that that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time. You know, like how you just said, like yo, listen to Sugar Hill Gang. Like I actually had them in one of my videos before.
Really?
You know how that, and I brought them to my hood too. So you know how that felt for me
Oh
to have fucking
wow,
Sugar Hill Gang
that's
come out to
amazing.
my community.
That's
Man,
amazing.
that was dope though, right there. But yeah, man, that's why I always feel like, yo, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, man, because they gave you something to dream about, to
Yes.
be able to instill in yourself. Like, if you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you'll never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front on that. And I think a lot of times people, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know, man. You gotta know it. You gotta
Yeah.
know it. You gotta know it.
You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the
Exactly.
fire.
Mm-hmm.
And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
Didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like what
Exactly.
happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You
Exactly.
wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
Now look what it's doing. Look what it did.
yeah,
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music is like, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, now they talking negative, now they talking this, they talking that. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see scary movie.
exactly,
Jason. This
exactly.
motherfucker's killing motherfuckers
Or
in the
Heat,
woods. I hated Camp. You know what I mean? Based on that. Heat is one of my favorite movies.
great fucking movie.
Love Heat. De Niro
But
had
why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
right. I
Right?
don't understand it. I don't,
It's
but
hypocritical.
it's hypocritical. You say
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence, and
right.
that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know,
Yeah.
doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence.
Right.
It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art
Like,
itself is representative of real
right,
experiences.
right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel it as it
This is
is,
these
right?
people's lived expression.
Yeah.
This is that, which is why Wu Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world, you know. And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen. You
Exactly.
don't have to listen.
Right,
But if you
right.
slap a warning sticker on it, you just don't
You're gonna
around.
listen to it anyway, right? You're gonna get caught up in it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, look, prime example, when we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song to rap to or have fun. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to paint.
Cash
You
rules
know,
everything around me.
cash rules, like
Yeah.
around me, not
Yeah.
me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. And a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn that he used to cover Staten Island, and he used to sell drugstores, and he came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I can make my cream, I'm good. I'm like, what the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, cream, yo, you ever see Tom and Jerry the movie, and we make those big fucking sandwiches and all of that, and splash all that cream on it, and I'm like, oh, the Tom and Jerry, the sandwiches, right? Yeah, when you make the big sandwich and stuff them in your mouth and nah, real shit, real shit. So the cream that was splashing all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his money. Like, yo, I'm smoking cream. I'm smoking cream. You know
Ah!
what I mean? So he's like, yeah, you want to get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day. You want to make your cream. You want to get it. And
So who came up with the acronym?
a good friend of ours from the neighborhood. His name is Ray, right? And him and Method Man is like they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, writing to it, he was there, and he just sat back and he just came up with cash rules every day around me, and him and Meth, they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. At that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. So I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote two verses for Cream. I didn't write. My rhyme never started off with I grew up in a crime scene. I was writing about drug dealers in the neighborhood. Like, yo, I know this kid by the name of Gigante. Gigante and Teflon Don with a Diamante. The Diamante back in the days was like the 5 Series Benzes back then. And a good friend of mine was like, yo, that rhyme is cool. He was like, I don't like the rhyme, but everybody else like it. He's like, it's cool, I like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote. I'm like, damn. I said, yo, we need to rhyme about shit that's something that we could relate to, like we're dealing with, what the fuck we think into it. And that's when I came with, I grew up on the crime side, New York Times side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Harder. Yeah.
He said, yo, Chef, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, Cream is crazy because it became viral. That the saying dollar bills, y'all, became viral. Like
But you
straight
know what I
across.
meant though, the dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar Tina Riley. That's
Oh wow.
you remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money.
Yeah. Oh
Whatever he
my
was saying
god.
back then.
I haven't heard that forever.
Yeah, that's an old school record though.
Wow.
Fly shit. But yeah, Meth and them, Meth and my man Ray, they sat down and they came up with cash rules, everything around me. It was a perfect, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we was dealing with certain things in our community you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money. And it was a sacrifice. It's like, yo, you do the shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, or you might not. So that record, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And then
contagious.
It was contagious back then.
Yeah.
It was 100%.
But that's what I was saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah, yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah, and you know when you coming with a group of guys that yo, we killers, you better come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like I give a lot of credit to our first record, right? Protect Your Neck, and I know that's one of your favorite shits. When Inspector Deck put a smoke on a mic like Smoke and Joe Frazier, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the blazer,
Yeah.
that right there opened up
Yeah.
something for all of us.
Yeah.
You know, I always tell Deck, I'm like, yo, Deck, you are like a Scottie Pippen. You always gonna hit and leave the ball in the air. You know, and he did that. He created the first verse that you know was for me, like I am my own.
Yeah.
Like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Then F came. You know what I mean? Everybody kind of like
That's what's so amazing about
consistency.
all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah, yeah. But we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own ways that you would love all of us. So it's better to get us all now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little look for the bigger look later.
Right.
You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to dance a certain way to be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna take it a little bit now, but we know we're gonna be able to sell, like you said, yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
spit it. We're selling. Now we know you telling me you ain't got the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money,
Yeah.
we're gonna go out there and we're gonna work to make it happen. But this is what gotta happen. And you know, I give all the credit to Steve Brooklyn. You know, Steve was the guy that had Loud Records back then. You know, he was a part of RCA back then. And I think we had our girl. I think we had our girl. And next thing you know, when everybody started picking up, now you got Melly Man over here, you got Jizzo over here, you got
Right.
Grandmaster Bastard over here. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit, how
From
we
the
do this?
outside,
Yeah.
it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
Like Wu Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was
But
like it had
everybody
more
tried to box us.
gravity.
Everybody tried to box us as a group. So
Yeah.
even though we knew we were a group, in our minds we looked at it like you said as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan because they wanted us to still be a group. They was like, nah, look, we sacrificing this and that, but we not going to box ourselves.
Right.
You know, so by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of follow this blueprint. So now you have these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smart, which is important. You know, we didn't want to be just like you said, yo, just coming in and you sell your song.
Yeah.
Just stay here. Nah, we can't just stay here.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write, but if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make, right? If you got an album and another album's coming out next year, like whoa,
Yeah.
you gotta have 16, 20 great beats,
Yeah.
and then you gotta pick from those beats what goes with what song, and try different ways out, and you gotta make sure everybody shows up in the studio. How hard was that?
Shit was real, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. You know, I remember one time a fan asked me, he's like, yo, what's the most important thing to you? Because I had a beat. He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him. I gave him an answer like probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what?
everybody never asked me that. I said the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody could make rhymes. I can have you sitting with me for fucking a month and you could be an ill fucking rapper. You, I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times Wu Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from us.
Yes.
You know, you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy when you get a clean, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sitting down and waiting for RZA to come up with something. Like one thing about RZA, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was assisting him to helping him come with different sounds, and you know he played with different things, and of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like he was like a Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know what I mean? When they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like Terry Bradshaw and Lynn Swan and all of them.
Yes.
He really is.
Especially because he became successful.
Yeah,
There's a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
yeah,
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started.
to get started.
But damn, for as a fan, you
The
have
lyrics
to have
after the
those
lyrics.
lyrics
Yeah,
to it. Just
yeah.
the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look, and
No, 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 no,
you
no.
know how many times me and RZA would
Yeah.
argue about that, and I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took
Yeah.
you had that,
Yeah.
you had this, we had that. That's what
It's
you
a
know.
50-50 proposition.
It's
I think it's
always
more
like that.
60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is, the lyrics are the thing that make you go, oh shit.
Oh,
Like
right,
a
right.
great beat makes you move your head, gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like rewind that.
Well, and you know me, it's 50-50 all the time because if I ain't have nothing to give, we got anything to write.
Right, 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 right.
How can I give it to you if I don't have nothing to
It's a
say?
collaboration for sure.
Definitely,
It's a
definitely,
collaboration for sure.
definitely.
But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up.
Right.
But you need both. You need both.
Yeah, you got to balance it. You
You
got to
have to have
balance it.
both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch in here the other day.
Oh, word?
Oh yeah, love
Yeah,
that dude.
yeah, yeah.
He's so fucking talented,
Yeah,
so out there. You know, his glasses on, his fucking like
yeah,
he
yeah,
has the
yeah,
music.
yeah, yeah,
He's like a
yeah.
rare savant. There's dudes like that that are like beat machines. You know, like he
Right.
just feels it. It comes into his head. He feels it just coming out of his fingers. You know.
Yeah, he has a super talent too.
Oh, so
Love that
talented.
guy. Love him.
But like that kind of guy is so special. And you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like
Yeah.
that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean. You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean. You got to
Right.
remember that DJing started it all. Was
Mm-hmm.
let's be honest. You know what I
Yes.
mean. The DJ game that was
Scratching
so
records.
important, scratching. You know, they created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones, man. Look what the fuck he did, man.
Right. Right.
You know, look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was nailing his fucking music, man?
Right.
He's so clever. He
Yeah.
needed a vibe though. He needed something to.
Right.
Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra when he was young?
Oh, he was
Before he was
fucking young.
smoking all those cigarettes? He had this super high pitched voice. It's crazy.
It's crazy,
It's a
right?
crazy. You listen to the difference, like wow, it had
So
so much
who was the
range.
production on it?
I don't know.
He never he
Somebody.
never really got famous like that.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right, right,
You
yeah.
know?
But he was a talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was that crazy dude that wore the wig that shot that
lady in L.A. He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he'd wear a different wild wig. He creates a wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd pull guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
White guy?
Yeah, and
Oh
he
shit.
Jewish guy, I think, and
Right.
he shot this lady in the mouth.
Oh
Was he
shit.
Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish. They did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys, we not here to
I'm just saying there's a
fuck
lot
with nobody.
of
Yeah,
talented, successful Jewish people
word,
in the
word.
entertainment
Be
business.
clear, man.
But
Yeah.
that dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound. The Beatles, like that was a big thing with him. Like he was
Wow.
known for being a guy that would change people's music.
Mm.
Russian Jewish, too bad.
Yeah.
What the?
And he was from the
Come
Bronx,
on,
right?
from the Bronx. Yeah,
Holy shit.
wild, wild boy.
Wow,
And
wow, wow.
shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her in the mouth.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening people. Like you want to get out of this fucking contract, and just shove a gun in your mouth.
Wow.
What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher.
Shit.
Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right, 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 right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. You don't say. You know, well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters.
Of course.
That's the story about Hendrix. You know, the story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable to Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a one in a billion year talent, and that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's
So
why
what?
his
To,
girlfriend
to
jumped off
own
the
the
top of
masters
a
or something?
building.
To own
Yeah, to own his
oh
shit
shit, bro.
because he was going to leave his management. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out like I want to say like 10 years ago. Wasn't that long ago, where the bodyguard said, "Yeah, the manager killed him,
Wow.
killed Hendrix, and
Did they
threw
do
the
a
girlfriend off
did
a
they do
roof."
a movie on him too?
Oh yeah, pretty much Wu Tang.
Yeah.
They need to do a real Wu Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real like Quentin Tarantino needs to
That's
do a
me,
movie.
man.
I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. I think Quentin Tarantino, if he wants to do one more movie, how about he does a fucking Wu Tang movie, the real Wu Tang
Tell
movie?
Quentin to holla at me.
Because like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only be that so wild on Hulu. You know, like for it to be real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had me and Leonardo's son on.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Huh?
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to meet in Brooklyn at this movie which I one of Leonardo's favorite spots. And talk. I said, yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking and he was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that you was thinking about trying to, you know, get guys together to be in a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with RZA, myself, Leonardo's peoples in LA. And I told RZA, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day it was a RZA's production thing or whatever he was doing, I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So it shouldn't be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So RZA entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu.
He might already have a deal.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, at the end of the day, the clan,
Look at
you know
that.
what I mean? Yeah, yeah. But
Jay being massive.
yeah,
Jay was the best.
it was that night, and I remember that. I
Wow.
wish we could have been able to sit down with him because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him. I said, this would be like like a slash of Goodfellas and Menace to Society
Yeah.
mixed in one. You know,
Yeah.
to kind of talk about our story or whatever. He was super open. He was like,
time RZA was already pocketing what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what? One day, maybe I might get a chance to show my version of it. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at?
Right, right, right,
You know what I
right.
mean? You got these guys telling it, you
Oh,
got
for
people from the
sure. It can
community,
still be made,
so
for
it can
sure.
still be made.
100%.
So
Just because there's a Hulu, that doesn't mean shit.
right, but I think that at the end of the day, God willing, will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. You
Well,
know,
I think it would be hugely successful. I think for a music, from a movie rather perspective,
would you rather see it as a movie
a
or would
movie,
you a movie?
a movie.
Okay.
Or you do it like on Netflix where you get wild.
Yeah.
Do it like like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on
Oh yeah,
Netflix.
I
You can
love
get
that shit.
wild.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be
That's how
heavy.
you want it, right?
It can't be in any way ABC after school special vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter.
Right.
It has to be good too. It
Right.
has to be like good narrative.
I
Like it
agree.
has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs and get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement. And
Right.
you're gonna condense that to 2 hours.
Yeah.
You
See,
have to
that
have a
was one of
really
RZA's
good
beef right
writer.
there. He was like, yo, wait, yo, blah blah blah, yo,
But I think
how,
it
how
can be
these
done.
niggas.
I think
That's
it
what
can
I
be
said.
done.
I said, yo, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at prime example. Look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube and you know. I'm sure you always gonna have somebody around that be like, yo, nah, that ain't it, that ain't. But it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. Riz even said, yo, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to. And
They're
once
still
everybody
gravitating to
loved
it.
it, they loved it. So it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great. It's great. But hear me out.
Hmm.
Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do the concert. We're old dirty bastards inside. That's the opening of the
See, you
movie.
went on the
That's the
real,
opening of the
you
movie.
went
And
on the real gritty. You went gritty.
that gets get everybody on the hook right away.
Right.
Then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after
You
that,
see what I'm saying?
you put the year,
And
whatever it
that's how
was.
you make movies. You pick
Yes.
all the greatest moments, and
Yes.
then you start sewing it
Yes.
together. Right.
Yes.
I
That's a
agree.
no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. You start with Rikers, which is what year was that? 95. What year is that?
When did
What
just
year
look up?
was
Look up.
the Old Dirty Bastard Rikers concert with
Yeah, I was
Wu-Tang?
about to say, look up that.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first
We
year?
started. We started in 90 late '92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to '92.
'92.
Back to
Right.
'92.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Right. Right.
That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap movie. Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player.
I believe that.
99s, 2000.
Isn't there a interview where they're talking about it?
It doesn't Jizza have some degree in physics?
Smart motherfucker.
Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
Smart. He's like
Look that up.
crazy.
So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real. Just that.
He's a good cat.
Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down, the guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, cool,
Yeah,
cool,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. We got you. Yeah.
Yeah, think about it. That's the beginning of the movie.
Right.
That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it
Yo, this
really
is
happened. This isn't bullshit. This
right.
isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it just incredible even more on how we connected because making money. Ghost Neighborhood was about taking money. You know what I mean? Taking street money. Jizza, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew. the down. It's
Really?
like they was the hottest shit back then. Master Ace, Biz Kane, Cool G Rap, all these dope MCs. They asked, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. It's like, nah, no, nah. All these things I remember like yesterday. Like, wow.
So you gotta choose schools. It's like I love the choosing them, but I just was on this chain of thought.
Us with Old Dirty, like, yo, Old Dirty always wanted to be like Prince or somebody. He had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So, like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, like, you know, and like I said, shout out Uwu, man, for doing a great job. But I do agree, like, we need another movie where it really defines who we are. Yeah.
Um, Wizard, that was his how he wanted to tell it. You know,
It's a great story. It's
great
fine.
story, great
It's fine.
story.
The whole thing's fine. But I think there's something missing, and I think the something missing is a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a big screen, big thing, and it can be
Y'all
done,
heard it
man.
first, man. Y'all heard it first. I ain't have to argue with my brothers about
I
it.
mean, just imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money."
Oh my God.
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
He had the most hits out of all of us, right?
He was so fucking talented, man, and
He
so
was
real.
all of us.
Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give, where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I gave my money to
He was
nobody.
like, he was like, yo, you gonna give back? He was like,
Give.
yo, yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah. And everybody was crying.
Yeah,
They're like,
because
everybody
it was
loved him
so
though, man.
real. Because it was
Yeah,
so real.
yeah.
It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we
And I didn't give
establish some
back.
sort of a community fund. Shut the fuck up.
He was
He
like,
was just
I
having
didn't give
fun.
back nothing. You know what I mean? But he always gave back in our own ways.
Of
Like,
course. Well, by
you know,
existing, you give back.
there you
By
go.
existing, you inspire others. By
Yeah,
existing,
yeah.
how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu Tang Clan? All the members. Countless. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and kind of build their art the way we built ours. That's important. To reflect on that. Back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like we was the first group that ever had $1 million video.
Wow.
Remember that day? Me and Wizard was coming up with the story of
What
doing
video
shit
was
for
that?
Triumph.
Wow.
Doing the Triumph shit. Like we came up with all this shit. Like, yo, this shit gonna cost $1 million. Like, what the fuck? It's $1 million. Like, do it. And at that time,
Is this it? Oh, let me hear this.
yeah. This is what my guy Brett rapped.
Swarm of killer bees.
It's
They've
Jones.
been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We bring
See
you
the bees
CNN
coming through and shit.
and we'll be bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on top of a skyscraper ready to jump. We're told that he is possibly Old Dirty, a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man and the killer
Old
bees.
dirty man.
it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
To me, yeah,
It has to.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, I always believed in my group, man. I mean, these guys is like you said, very talented, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be the only group that stick together so long, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back when we was in our prime, it was like we still didn't even give our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we had to, not do it because we're all in a happy vibe or happy moment. A lot of times we made great things happen out of nothing. The pressure. Might have been turbulence in the group. Might have been an argument that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that whole time of that moment. But
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you
still
guys
got
still
still
stay
together.
together.
Yeah, yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes,
Exactly. I mean, how
especially
many
nine
groups?
alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because everybody has an opinion, and you want to respect everybody's opinion, But it made me think about sports, and it made me think about how coaches and people, outside of the group are so important. See, how we were designed. We huddled up, and we never really had people around us kind of like push the narrative more to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we would have had some coaches,
Some guidance.
some guidance,
The problem was back then no one knew what was going on
nobody knew.
because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years.
Years, right?
So it was emerging. It was chaotic and it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts
Yeah,
in how to manage it.
yeah,
It's like today, you could a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like what's the path that you think that I should take?
yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew Wu Tang was gonna work?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
would have told you that's not gonna work. You can't get 9 dudes. That's
yeah.
crazy. How are you doing that?
Yeah.
But it worked. It didn't just work. It like accelerated everybody. It like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we all got better based on us as a collective.
100%. Has to.
Nobody could have did it by themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And that's what it is.
Sharpen steel.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together. There's no way it couldn't be great. That's what's incredible. It's like it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come out? Not one group has come together and made like they're just like Wu Tang. Not one.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah, even when it comes to sales, and each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum and gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, "Damn, no other group did what we did. Like come with guys that everybody in the group went gold and platinum and this and that." And I couldn't name one person. They like, "Hey, name one person name one group that did what we did at that level back then." I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
Well, the Ghetto
everybody
Boys branched
around.
out. Scarface obviously went on to
Yeah,
have a
face.
massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible.
Yeah. That's
Incredible.
one of my greatest friends too, man.
And
Scarface.
so different than anything else. Like the
Yeah.
way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it was incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is a real guy too, man. A real.
One of the all timers. One of the all time greats.
Yeah. You
All
ever
time greats.
had him come to the show
I
yet?
haven't yet. No, I'd love to have him on. I love that dude. I've had Weird on.
Okay.
I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that '90s hip hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You gotta explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing because and you got to put yourself in this mindset like it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it was like when it came around, it was this totally new thing, this totally new sound, totally new like avenue of music that existed, and everybody was like, "Wow!" And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. And so for the people that are like making a career in it now, like, ooh, I know there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that. Abandon that thinking.
Yeah.
Go back and educate yourself. Because it's free. Get
It's
on,
free.
go
Yeah.
get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the '90s that you're missing.
And all we was doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed. And a lot of times when we was smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, like today, like prime example, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Astoria. Me and T representing us. We set in mind, like Kenneth Gill so simple, yo, I want to have me a fat yacht and enough land to go and plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. So we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, now as I sit here and I'm an owner of a cannabis business and I thrive, we was talking about things. Yo, my first joint didn't win gold. I put it on my mother's, my mother's living room wall. We did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality. And next thing you know, it happens. You know, um, like how you said, Jizza being so intelligent and talking about science and meth, talking about certain things, and now today he's in the movie world, and Wiz is a director, and these are the things that were going through our mind as we were just smoking and listening to production, and just saying, yo, put the right things in your mind, where do we want to go. And I think that is important as an artist, is to dream, be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. It's like, yo, it's just sounding too fucking repetitious. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here. But
Yeah.
it's just sometimes we just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, "Yo, we want y'all to stay right here. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to rock and roll. We want you to just."
Whatever they think is gonna sell. That's
Why
what
is that? Why is that the case? I
because
don't get it.
the same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive that think they know better and they're gonna mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hire an image team. We're gonna do. It's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in the way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything to them.
Right.
They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band?
Oh my God.
Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be the rapper. And Ice-T was like, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what?
Ice
I'm
is
a
one of the
motherfucking
hardest.
cop killer. It's like, what
Yeah.
is this?
Yeah.
What is this? This is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
But it's like, he just didn't listen. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to
What
do.
I want
This
to
is
do.
what I want to do now.
Exactly.
And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Whatever, because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but it's going to be the same person at same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning, well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all like different. Like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. You know, he's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two of them at a concert together. You know, but that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes and go, hold on, do that again. Stop that, stop. Do it again, do it again, do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it. Give me an echo.
So, but he's working with
Yeah,
you because he
right,
sees
right,
something.
right.
Right.
He's barefoot and shit, fucking doing yo-yos.
One of the geniuses, man.
Super weirdo. A Scott
One of the
Storch type
geniuses.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, you those
These
guys,
guys be great in their own way, though. You know.
they're artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made Raekwon sold 1,007,000 CDs doing them like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, oh no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing where you talk about discipline? No. You know? But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song Discipline. Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song with great
Like I
lyrics.
said, like yo, the shit became knowledge to us, man. Like,
Yes.
you know, that's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor, you know, raising our kids to be smarter and you know, not hiding anything. Like you said, once you put that warning sticker on it, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see what for what it is, and then say, yo, look, you can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys are doing and blow up. And then everybody will migrate that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
But you think that music is still? You think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means
But
something.
how do
Like
they get it out there?
someone
You know,
like
like
put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about now. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it, you go, ooh.
yeah,
And you have your friends like, you gotta listen to first line,
yeah.
Yeah, listen to that shit.
That's how
Oh my
that's
god.
how we always
Yeah.
sold it
Oh my
anyway.
god. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
This is what we do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking like how I feel about my album I'm about to drop. I
When's it
feel
coming
that
out?
way. Well, you know, shit. I just been working on this documentary right now. Just to be honest with you, take you back. Um, I've been working on, only book for Cuban Links is my What's Going On album, my Thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it, a real life thing. So it's called The Perpetuate Files because, remind you, Only Book for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that I came with it as a cassette, everybody started to call the album The Perpetuate. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team, my camp, that was, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, yo, you know what? Me and my guys sat down, my team sat down and said, yo, we need to do a documentary about this album because you can make 50 albums and people still going to talk about Only Built for Cuban Links. So I said, damn, you know what? You're right. So what I did was I said, you know what? Let me invest in it and kind of tell the story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, if you see a lot of these guys today in the game, they're still wearing Cuban link jeans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album Only Built for Cuban link niggas? Now everybody and their mother is wearing Cuban link chains today, 30 years later. So that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on it for 10 years. So
Wow.
I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak, once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's gonna be dope.
It's a great idea.
You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we made the album, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie later on, because the storyboard of how I talk about it is gonna blow people mind. Like, damn, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, man, and you know, we were in a position to make something golden. That at that time I was already thinking cinematic. I was already in my Martin Scorsese mindset, because when I came in the clan, I was like, yo, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there, and turn my life around for the positive, So we talk about this in the documentary, and we go through some of the songs, and like I said, I got some of my guys that you know we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie. Back then, everybody thought we had a beef, and just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, well, yo, let me get this done the right way first, and then drop some new music. So I got definitely a new album gonna come out.
When is that going to come out?
The new album, I say probably like between second quarter right now. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on this show. The name of the album is going to be called "The Emperor's New Clothes." Um, you ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah.
You familiar?
The Emperor wears no clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's going to be the name of it, because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine no more. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, oh, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm not supposed to
Right.
believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said, and I'm listening to everything you're saying about you have to do it promiscuity. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is gonna stop you from being you. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm not gonna let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I
Right.
mean? I don't care. I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have a ball this year, man. And I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world. But yeah, that's gonna be the name
People
of my new
still
album.
love it, and I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Commie Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they're like, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah, yeah.
They just don't
And
know.
we can't fault them because they wasn't alive for some of
Also,
the good times.
they got so much shit coming their way. They're
Facts.
getting
Yeah,
inundated by all these new artists, all
yeah.
these new
There's so
TikToks.
much shit going on. There's so
So much
much.
shit
Yeah.
going on.
There's so much going on. But I always say that there's always a lane for people that love music. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's like you could be 50. Today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in him to love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. Like today, the chef is more of a architect artist now. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper or funny rapper, or I'm an architect rapper. Because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. And when people hear this album, they're gonna be like, damn, like, yo, he still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think you're gonna lose that shit. That's like sitting there saying Mike Tyson can't fight. When you know at the end of the day, he ain't losing fucking bit when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing or whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So
Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor, a real pleasure.
My God, man.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time.
There you go.
And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie. And we gonna make it happen. And do it the right
We gonna
way.
figure it out.
I wish I made
movies.
I wish I was a movie maker, because that's what I would be. I would make it that way. I'd open up with that fucking Riker scene.
Listen, Joe, it's never too late for us to do what you want to do.
Never too late.
Never too late.
Never too late. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Bye, boy.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's the bottle?
Are we up?
This is good stuff. This is Stefano's very first time ever
Okay.
lighting and smoking a cigar.
How old are you?
40.
How have you managed to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Is this the right way?
Yeah.
He's gonna vomit. I want to see him
I
vomit.
don't think he's gonna vomit. Don't inhale it on. You gotta get the fire.
First, you gotta
Lower your hand. Yeah.
Are you doing this on purpose? I swear on my kids, I've never done this.
No, I mean the way you're being retarded.
Really?
Like, get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling.
Suck
No,
it.
you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it?
You gotta inhale while you're lighting it.
Yeah, I want to do. What you want to do is inhale all the smoke in.
No. You just kind of take a deep
fun with it.
breathe in while you're doing that. Up into his face. Right. I don't know. How do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man. So what do I do now? Up on it.
It's not even lit. How did you fuck that up? I just tried to light it for 5 minutes.
You gotta puff
You gotta do this, and you don't. You just. You don't inhale. You just take it into your mouth.
You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some little puffs.
Yeah. This is not gonna work out well.
Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Bigger puffs.
These are the light the whole
There you go.
Now you're
Puff.
good.
Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There we go. Giannis, when was the first time you smoked a cigar?
I'm sorry. When I was 6 years old.
Like a regular person.
Yeah.
Like a regular
person.
man.
With my uncle. You know what
How
it
did
is?
you get to be 40 with no cigars?
I think because my dad never really smoked.
Don't cry. Don't start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like man kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know,
You said that.
extreme. I know. Well, it's just I got a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke. Yeah, no, it really does.
That's gonna mess with your head.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent. Body odor.
Do you not use cologne?
Never?
What do you when I was with you?
You just go with the natural musk.
Well, I wear deodorant.
Right.
I wear Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out to Dr. Squatch. Natural. It doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it works as good.
Well, there's more.
I think there's something to the aluminum. But why would they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum in it.
Dr. Squatch
Doesn't work.
Take a sniff of this first.
Can I take a peek?
That's nice.
Yeah. Take a smoke. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side? It smells good.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's good.
Not bad, right?
Yeah, that's
Dr. Squatch is legit. I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, musk, some shit.
There's pheromones in natural scents too.
Yeah, that's a lie.
You don't
I
think
mean,
so?
there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky. They have like, your pits are. Think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed, and there's hair in there, unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2000s.
For porn.
Right. Porn. But porn used to be muffed out.
Right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, it wasn't,
And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair.
Fumare.
Yeah. Yes.
Stuff goes on though.
Yeah.
Well, plus the 16th Street National.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Napoleon's letters to Josephine, he wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming home from war, he said, I need it fucking mungy. So some guys like that.
Well,
I
he
don't
was,
know.
he was involved in the trench warfare.
Right.
That guy had a different tolerance for shit.
Yeah.
You know, just imagine the kind of warfare that Napoleon's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smelled. Can you imagine? The people bathed once a week, and even athletes' foot. Every private car they had athlete's foot. Sticky. And they didn't have bidets yet. So your asshole was just like.
They didn't have running water.
Yeah, they had nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah, the only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said that Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. Where Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Don Quixote was big.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, like they were like that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river Tigris. They turned it red with blood. Like that's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. Like they killed everybody there. And those people were at the pinnacle of science.
Yeah.
And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and this psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and that was what was left over.
Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
you think that
about,
gets into the genes, like the killer
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Right. I think good things and bad things go through genes. I think that's been substantiated by science. They said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
That makes sense.
I believe it. Traumatic memories. I believe it. I feel like only now as I'm getting older am I like, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about it. Like, let's look at this thing of simpler animals like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it? How do they know any of those things?
They're born with it.
Right.
Programmed in.
There's some memory. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal to bark? Why are they scared of it? Like why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans
They're not scared of snakes.
Well,
They use
Puerto Rico.
No, I'm saying they take them as household pets.
Yes.
My friend Sergio's got 8 of them.
8 snakes.
Yeah.
Sergio might be a problem.
Yeah, Sergio is a problem.
Sergio
He
used to
might
beat
hurt
up
somebody. Yeah.
Pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fist. Like that was he would get other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fist on the Lower East Side and get money.
But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later.
How do you know about this guy?
He's our friend. Yeah, he's our friend. Comes
He's
to
a
the
comic.
Greg Kimchi comes.
He's a comic?
Yeah, he's a comic and a boxing instructor.
Oh, no
Yes.
kidding.
Yeah, he's a boxing
Trains
instructor.
us both. We're fucking ready.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're ready to go.
You look
Yeah.
thinner, dude.
Yeah.
You really do. You look healthy.
Thank you.
He does it. What is
Boxing?
I've been boxing.
Yeah.
Can you see some moves?
Want to see it, bro? I'll show you form.
I got video of it.
I'll show you form.
Yeah. He's got a nice.
You made a video today.
I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand.
Yeah, I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands.
Right.
So I don't know.
You're losing confidence in my life.
I know, and that's how it goes. And then you just get fucking stretched out.
Stretched out. You get laid out.
Yeah, you get stretched out.
You have a smaller head than normal physically.
So it's hard to catch.
Hard as hard.
Yeah, you're fucking
I got a
hard.
big dog.
It looks like you got a helmet on your head.
Well, listen, the reality is both of you are going to get hit a lot.
100%.
And it's way better to have a big head.
Is it?
Why? Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot. Like guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time. K1 Grand Prix champion, fought in UFC, fought in Pride, is a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Dad body. Head the size of this table. Yeah, he was just Samoan.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah.
But one of the greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So, how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy, it just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The farmer's dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds, from their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is, it's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines, and the chaos, and the inflated prices? Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code ROGAN20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be to?
Yes.
My kid's going out. I'm going out quick, right?
You don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady's face, is what you said.
No, you have a man's face, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's got a good jaw.
But there's arguments against that. Like some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches. Like
Right.
Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw, takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah.
Right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights on, so I think if I got hit,
You're gonna be taking a good shot though.
I
The structure's good.
yeah. What my defense is, not against guys like you, if you don't know me, what my defense is I look like I can take a
Look
punch,
like you could be a complete psychopath.
and I don't know any.
If
I
I
don't.
could teach you how to like really
Right.
find your inner psycho, you'd scare the fuck out of
First, you got to teach me how to light a cigar. It really do that.
There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry,
Yeah,
yeah. But
yeah,
the thing is for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall or you'll do man shit, I cry. I really do. And many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. I've cried in front of Giannis before. So when I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay.
We got Nick for sure. I mean, Nick tried to
Some
get him to
people-
get fully clipped. I think we got
Joe
Nick.
didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to
No.
being Nick, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy, but to be funny, that's a rarity, baby.
Yeah.
Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms or if you hang around a lot of cops or if you hang around soldiers, they're funny, man. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because they're dealing like one of my funniest friends was a special forces guy. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking like jokes you could never repeat. Saying things you can never repeat, and it's just so funny. It's
Yeah.
like he's funny. He's just funny in kind of a crazy way.
Yeah.
Right. We always say that, like, if we were like back in history, like 200 years ago, or whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
But it's
I will offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the harem.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life that make you who you are right now. It's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on.
Right.
I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. Well, there's only one way. The only one way is to become formidable.
Right.
To become the person that you're scared of.
Right.
So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time. Like when I was young, I was like I understood how to like just be a fucking man. Like, oh, I had to learn all that.
Yeah. Right.
From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns, and you have to like separate you consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going, and when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral. Now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance because I know people like that. It's a real thing, and I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things where you're in front of like thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. You know, I've experienced it. I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety and I've freaked out before, and I was like, why do I react like that? And then you look at it in retrospect and you go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happens? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Okay, don't do that.
Yeah.
And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind to not allow it to go down there.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads analyzing things, analyzing things, and sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah. If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. You push it out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety
What
is a
if is
liar.
no good. Anxiety's a liar.
Well,
Fucking
anxiety
liar.
is a lie, but that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? Or what if I just relook at this? What if, like, not? What if is not bad. What if it's attached to what if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, "Hey man, are we cool? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Of course we're cool. What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't know. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, what is? Let's talk on the phone.
But yeah.
These are weird conversations, you know?
Right.
Some people just go down a road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? You just think everyone's obsessed with you.
It's a little bit of that, right? Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, you know, and they're depressed, that is a type of narcissism, unfortunately. You don't want to like further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, oh, you're a narcissist. But if you're just only worried about what other people think of you and only worried about how you fit in with everything, yeah, there's a narcissism in that.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. The guy's a busy guy.
That's what it is.
I never take it
I have to
personally.
get a new number, and I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers that I get it. I have to like reading. I got to just completely check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if we got that type of friendship.
You can totally call.
I could call you?
Yeah, that's no problem.
All right.
I have you on my CV.
Yeah.
I'm
There's been a couple of times I've sent you. I come over for Christmas.
Yeah.
Now, oh wow, you're gonna see a
We
lot of
got
Giannis
it.
Pappas popping out. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes,
Yeah.
and then you listen back. I'm like, I'm not sending that, and then I just don't reach out.
Would you say
What's up, honey bubbles? What's up, baby
Yeah.
gorgeous?
You know who sends me the most voice notes? Alex Jones, because they disappear.
Oh, right.
This is what they're playing, and then it fucking disappears.
But you can keep them.
Perfect.
Yeah, you
On
can
your
keep
end.
them, but doesn't he know if you keep them?
Yeah,
I don't
lip
want to
sync.
know.
Yeah, you know.
I don't want to know. I'll record it with another phone.
It's smart.
I like, film it.
Smart, dude.
That's
Yeah.
what the problem is. Yeah.
That's perfect. I mean, it's almost like,
I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me and did that, I'd be like, Alex
As soon
Jones.
as Trump gets in, the alien will land.
That's
Return
perfect.
of the Frog's gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I'm late to the game. You've seen this, but how he predicted 9/11. He did it in
And it's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he would be way more respected, and people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, and he had a drinking problem at one time, and maybe some other stuff, and he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people. Now, I don't know who they work for. I don't know if they're independent. I don't think they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online.
Yeah, for sure.
They do it.
For content. Yeah.
Well, they
For
do
views.
it. That's true
Attention.
too. But I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too.
Oh,
I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected, right? Like, here's a great example. 9/11 was an inside job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane that the government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too,
right?
But that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat Earth ones, you get enough. It's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee we're drinking. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait a minute. You show me the Pfizer files? Right. Why are they hidden for 75 years? How many? Wait a minute. How many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV saying that, what was going on there? That's a real conspiracy.
Right.
These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody should believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everyone, it's only a small group of people who are going to go, the Jews are controlling the weather. They're definitely cloud seeding Data Dubai. They will crawl in your shoes, though. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yes. But
For
make sure you see them, tighten your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy, but I don't think there's a lot of them. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one then.
America made America. 30%.
Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible? Just hear me out. Do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us, and the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are.
Why'd you hit this one?
This is real. I thought it was eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Can you help me out, Bjorn?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar.
Lit up like Iggy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel lightheaded. Is that
Yeah.
Say it's sick, too. It'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think you don't think there's a possibility this is a prison planet from an advanced human race and they're eating our negative emotions and thoughts?
For fuel. Where'd you get that from?
Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones.
Alex Jones has a much more detailed
on YouTube, and he said
interdimensional child molesters.
There's a device on the moon. That's how they reflect. That's how the energy goes to that. I'm just saying it's possible.
L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Yeah, but that's just the Dianetics or Scientology. The really fun stuff is his science fiction. You know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce?
He has the most published work of all time.
Wow. So he's like
no one.
Thomas Kincaid of writing?
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful. Like so bad, it's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie.
L. Ron Hubbard Most published works by one author, most audiobooks published by one author, most translated author in the world, most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness.
Very interesting.
Use a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words.
What?
It was so bad. He was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, he
Yeah.
needed the word ready.
You might be. You keep going. You might be in line for podcast for Guinness World Records most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible.
That's very possible.
Maybe.
You could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know,
must
but
have it.
who's doing 9 hours a week?
Yeah.
Only you.
I might already have it.
You might
Yeah,
already have
I
it.
already
But
have it.
that's like I already have the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. Of course, that's mine. You can have it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can keep it. Keep your name in the book.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Well, but yeah, you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records, and they have to do research and like give you a whole.
Yeah,
thing.
you have to prove it. You have
Yes.
to go to them to try to get it on the books, and I don't give a fuck. But if
Right.
they were like really checking,
It's you.
it has to be.
Yeah.
I've been. This has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way Adam Carolla still got it. That's crazy.
No,
No
he
way.
doesn't have it.
You're lying.
No, and you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9
Yeah.
hours a week.
Average.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm usually 4 a week. So it's
Wow.
usually 12. And sometimes 5.
Yeah.
This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long. You know?
Yeah.
That's just passion, you think? Like you never say, "Fuck, I got to do a pod." It's always like,
No,
"Can't wait to do the
I
pod."
never say fuck I have to do a
That's
fight.
beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, we're gonna have fun.
Yeah, fun. We're gonna talk about business one
You
day.
know how you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit and smoke a cigar and laugh and crack up and talk about nonsense. Like if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. If you were lonely, if you didn't have good friends, if you didn't have like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends to have because you can be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you don't have any comics for friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad,
You say your comics aren't sad?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
some comics are. Some comics are sad.
Tears of a Clown.
Yeah, that's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we were talking about before, like narcissism and anxiety. Like
Yeah.
comics are some awful narcissists. When you know when you really see that when comics start attacking comics that are doing better than them.
Yeah.
And it's only comics that are doing better than them. So what's happening? Comparison, the thief of joy.
Yes.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, all criticism comes from a place of unmet needs.
Right.
The tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
And so there's this feeling of, me, fuck the Einsteins, you fucking history hyenas, I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off. Yeah. We are back.
Yeah.
It's true. Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Isn't there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah.
I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to have. In my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost. We'll do our work and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play with like the real stuff that matters. Our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changes it.
Some of our peers who don't have families and is just constantly worried about this business is like that's.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
I would not be the same human being if I didn't have a family. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy and compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child.
Right.
I talk to my people all over. I really genuinely changed the way I look at human beings after I became a parent. Because I used to look at adults like they were just, oh, this guy's an asshole. He's 36. He's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, oh, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, and mean people around him, and
Yeah.
thrust into this situation. So now you see him. Like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, I'm like, that's someone's baby. They held that baby, and now here's this person just leaning on the corner. What is that thing they do? Like a lot of it in Philadelphia, where they're like
Total like
Oh,
crack.
yeah.
Oh, is this called crank or something?
Yeah. That's
what do they call it? Like the heroin lean.
Heroin
Kensington,
knock.
Kensington,
I don't it's not going to stop me from killing them. But what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything as being static, that everything is this like constant progression towards what you are now.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I bleed red, white, and blue. I stay draped in the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorism, terrorists, like old school terrorists, when like, you know, if America like bombs their country for whatever reason and killed their babies, they're like, well, now I'm gonna fucking go lethal and I'm gonna start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children and took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for, I feel. So I get it now.
Of course, I mean it's not a coincidence that some of the scariest people live in war-torn parts of the world.
Sure.
Like the fighters that come to the UFC, the scariest motherfuckers are like the guys from Chechnya, and you know, guys from Dagestan. Like those guys are terrifying.
Yeah.
Why? Well, look at the history of that part of the world.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down.
No, I put it down every now and then.
So I just put it down and
Don't
then
pull
that's
out
gonna
paper.
set
Sorry
that
about
up.
that.
Yeah, that'll set the paper. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So all right.
And those are Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ashtray.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
I
handing
don't
you
know what to
an
do.
ashtray.
This is fun though. Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dice's.
Oh!
He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out and he holds on to them and he puts them in the ashtray. And he pulls another one out and he holds on to it.
Yeah.
He went smoking again for a while. He started smoking again, but then he stopped again.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful, my health.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about a great father and something? That's Dice. Dice is
Very
all
dedicated.
about his kids.
Very dedicated. You know, his kids play the band. They play like at his shows. You know, his son's fucking amazing on the drums.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Dice is another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate, good dude.
And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, the weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people.
Do you want the picture?
Yeah, so few people are even watching those clips.
Yeah.
We haven't brought them up. Like I don't know how many views they would even have. He's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts.
Amazing.
He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them.
Yep.
And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing where I pretend they want a picture. He doesn't do any of that.
No.
Oh, the big shot. He's a real artist, man.
No, he's the best.
Like, wait, give me the. Give me right here. Have you been keeping up with the clown sorcerers? No. Hi. Have you been seeing like the spaceships? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about? But you would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square Garden.
Oh, yeah.
Just thinking. Multiple
Multiple
times.
times.
Nassau Coliseum.
Yeah.
He was the fucking man. And
At one point, he was like the only comedian people knew about.
Yep. He's certainly one of the only casuals.
Yeah. What is also great about Dice is, you know, obviously you and I both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he'll tell you about. He won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden and all that to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, "Here's where I was. Here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof. And just stay in the game." That's he always tells me. Just stay in the game because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great. How old is he?
60s?
Right again?
Yeah. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met guys, I couldn't believe I was meeting them. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things like, I can't believe that's really him.
Yeah.
You know, you see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and this girl were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We're crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd see him on HBO, like this is crazy on HBO. Like this is so funny. To now like getting advice from him at the store, like you should do the road. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah. You don't want to rely on these jerk offs for all your fucking money. And he's like, you don't need these people to, and it's the advice I give everybody now. Like, you don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can you talk?" And then and then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when you call him, because he's like, "I never want to take attention away from you from your children. So he goes, I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that," he goes, "you just be focusing on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, you know." And then he'll go, "Goosh," and then he'll start telling you guys, "I fucking gooed on her last night. You gotta respect your family." You know?
I've noticed now when you like my conversations with people that have become like I did when I was in high school. I got to wait till everyone's asleep, and then I gotta.
Yeah.
It's late at night, 1 in the morning, and the only people I can talk to is comics because they're up. And,
Yeah.
It's weird.
Kids don't even talk to each other. They just Snapchat. That's
Yeah.
it. Most of them Snapchat. Now, I'm learning this from my kids. Like you guys don't text at all. She goes, "I only text my family."
Yeah.
So, like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other back and forth. And they just go, take a picture of this. And they're doing it all day long. Saying something, here's where my life is, RN.
I don't think
Also,
it's good.
they don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have at home on their phone. I took them to see to a movie. They were like freaked out. Too big the screen.
That's
interesting.
Might not be what they're doing.
Yeah, that might be. I know.
That ain't normal.
Do you think it's bad?
My daughter, brother, man, I wish I could kill him.
It's got to be bad for them. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different.
What
Screens?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's inevitable. It's like if it's raining, you're gonna get wet. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
This is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good.
What about college? Do you think like the kids? Do you want them? I know we want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's as more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad who's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best you give advice, and at best you always connect advice to mistakes. Like, right. I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. That's like when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I was like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this. And this is why, and this is what you gotta know. And I feel bad about stuff I did when I was 5.
It's tough when you have daughters, though. I can't do it. Just make sure you wear a condom. I don't know what girls do to mess up.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's like murder of your girl. Like you either have to get on birth control, which completely fucks with your hormones. Yeah. Completely fucks with your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like girls die from that. I had a dude that I knew in martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control. It's horrible. Yeah, and nobody even knows that. Like nobody knows that. Like if they tell you it goes in one ear, out the other, because everybody's on birth control. You don't think about it.
And some fathers just fucking snap, like that guy who just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was just like, well, now he was just never coming out. You ever see that story? That guy?
No.
The guy locked his daughter in
Is that Ariel Castro?
No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries. Guy locked his daughter. He said he had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to like drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had her go in like the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in there, and she did not see light again for 28 years.
How is she still alive?
She's alive, and she's telling her story now. I think he might have raped her too. Yes.
Oh God.
What time was in that 7 days?
Oh, that's
that guy.
Yeah.
Germans are weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked him.
Yeah, he asked him to
did.
eat his penis.
It is keto.
And they ate it together, right?
Yeah.
But
He ate his own dick. He ate his own penis with the buddy. It happens.
Well, it wasn't even buddies. The guy met on Craigslist.
Right. Wires get crossed.
Germans just, Germans.
What do you think that is?
I think it's just it's something in there that's like very.
But think about what they are in engineering.
Right.
Right? Like just think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That like most of the best cars come from this one little country?
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, they're Nordic
What about
tribes.
Icelandic cars? There's great Icelandic cars. Yeah, shit.
No, yeah, some of the Germanic,
The Germanic
they
tribes.
like to just get things done.
And they
Like,
are they
and
are
they don't have a
very
lot of
violent.
empathy. Yeah.
They're more violent than others because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, no, no, this has been happening. Like like the Hessians, who like
The barbarians.
the British redcoats
The
hired
Germanic tribes that went after the Romans.
hired right Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where it was they were talking about they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were, and there was this one battle, I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, the Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing their faces and laughing about it. And the British soldiers are saying these guys are crazy, like they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was German, and then it goes all the way through to the Nazis. But there's something a little different about the geography of that place.
You just go to their port and you see them
Yeah.
with bottles of their assholes.
Yeah.
They just need something. They need a little kick in the nuts.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So, you guys have a story a little while?
Is that Joe List?
The guy, so it was a cannibal who had an advertisement for a quote slaughter victim.
Right.
This was consensual,
Okay.
and then ate 44 pounds of his flesh after killing him.
Accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good crockery.
So he wanted to die, in other words.
No,
This
there
was like an
was-
assisted suicide?
But it was penis too.
They did. They fried and just tried to.
But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be
Right.
killed.
Yeah.
But it brings up underworld cannibalism in Germany. About 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it turned him on to be eaten.
Yeah,
That was
wanted
his
to
kick.
Right.
He wanted
This what was fascinating to me in the public was the testimony which, how do you say his name? Muse revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, right, which Muse claims counts about 800 members in Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right.
How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane.
Right. I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat.
Yeah.
We did a whole History of Hyenas episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one part with the Asmat troops, Asmat tribe they were called, and they just fucking ate him.
They ate the
It wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food right here. We're just gonna eat this dude, and no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson.
Yeah.
So you're just like, that happened. Where was this?
Where'd he go?
Was it the Amazon somewhere? It was the Asmat tribe.
Asthma.
Tom didn't give me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, a lot of cannibalism. Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition
Yep.
to hunt for primitive art. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elandon River. He and his friend clung to the canoes for nearly a day, but Rockefeller decided to swim through the 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. The Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was ever found. Case was closed. Journalist and author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation into Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller had used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation that he believes was intentionally covered up.
I think he was eaten.
They eat a lot of people there. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in New Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects of New Guinea.
No.
I know the history of Greece.
This is wild. That they get young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father, and then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking in semen orally and anally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's like just ingrained in the culture. See what you find wrong.
Right.
At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea.
Well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard,
Yeah.
who's very persuasive, So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think it's probably a boy's. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of having a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of becoming man. So sucking dick is integral to the process.
Got to do it.
The two practices have been described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why would they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them. Kind of like an evil spirit, they are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix them. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit, therefore they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Hold on. Go back. Look at this. After the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right. What if they're right?
But Joe, if you look
So
at
just having kids below them, but they're straight. Oh, totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe, but if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time, we did a whole episode on him, found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for.
And a eunuch.
And a eunuch lover. And he banged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back in those days. You got a eunuch. You found a boy that you thought was handsome, clipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you had that you would take for the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay.
Yeah,
Papua New Guinea rules.
Nero, dude.
The wildest one of all.
With a slave boy.
Oh, yeah. What was his name?
You will
Sporus.
be my wife. So
Sporus.
let me chop your dick off.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be my wife.
That's it.
And then he married him, and then he wanted to be the woman in the marriage.
Nero wanted to be the wife. He threw on the bride's dress going down the aisle. That's how it was. And everyone had to clap.
That eunuch's name was Sporus, and he had a really unfortunate life.
Was it Echabellus? Wasn't there was another one? Or was it Sporus?
I think it was Sporus.
Yeah,
I think
Nero
we did
was
an episode
wild.
on Sporus.
We did do an episode on Sporus.
Yeah. And then didn't he pass him off to somebody else?
Yeah.
Got a second one.
Yeah. And then he wanted to marry his horse.
And then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody and then if you found that he was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is, if you get into the mind of Nero, when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis that ate his brain.
He
all
also-
those guys back then
all
had syphilis.
He also would go with like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and they would just go beat people up and kill them on the street just for fun.
That's what they wanted to do.
He would have a mask on so nobody recognized him. He just got off on them. Yeah, he was just a.
Back then, that's how they used to roll, man.
I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you would just, I guess, an emperor, you just go down the street and go, she's for Rome, just like
Yeah,
that.
like that.
Parents would cry.
Women.
Just this one
For Rome, for the emperor. If you were that beautiful, you just got taken for Rome, and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately,
You got that power, Austin. To anyone. You can go. You're for Austin.
You're for the mothership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine living back then, though.
Do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Austin, this place?
Yeah.
I don't think Austin was even Republican until about 4 years ago.
Yeah. A lot of the country Republican now.
Yeah. Most of California is now.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still blue, are still clinging on to the dream.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired?
No.
They czar to stop fat phobia. Have you seen this lady?
No.
It's wonderful. Hold please.
Okay.
Let me show you this. Because this is a city that's completely crumbling, that has no resources,
But
that
listen,
has enough money to hire this person.
my daughter's in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want anyone to make fun of fat people.
Oh, it's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat.
Oh, they're encouraging to be fat.
It's saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. It's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat, yes. And,
Right.
if you can encourage them to be healthy, yes. I mean, I'm not the expert on GLP-1 agonists, but this lady's out of her fucking mind.
Huh.
I think there's probably a lot of side effects to a lot of these drugs that people are taking to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat is killing you.
Yeah.
Right.
Jamie, I just texted you too.
I'm actually giving for Christmas. A few of my friends will go vegan.
Yeah.
For real? Yeah. No, you're joking me.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice bomb.
It was a nice bomb.
Yeah,
But at least we're not talking about grizzly bears. If we're talking about grizzly bears,
Yeah,
then
then
don't
you're
really bomb
bombing.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. This is so crazy.
CRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good convo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my god, that's like huge. That's like bigger than the average paycheck. Can we get the cash account involved? A case-related fat-phobic incident, or CRFI, is that moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by a moralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large, and that the person who's cutting the cake, almost invariably a woman, must do some disproportionate amount of labor in order to accommodate their need to feel superior. Let's take a look. Can you do a little bit? Like, can you like scrape all the frosting off or cut it in half and give me two slices? I'm sharing.
Sure.
So, like a little bit, or like tiny, no, like less than what you're smaller. Could you just cut my cake into 12 equal symmetrical little pieces and put each one into a tiny little
What
Tupperware
the fuck
so
are they
that I can
talking
have a
about?
slice for each month of 2018? Thanks.
This
Let's
is
take a step.
this is what, like, statistically they've shown that 60% of liberal women
Right.
are mentally ill. 60.
Right. But how do you?
This is what that is. This
How
is
do you?
mental illness.
Who polls that?
Anybody who's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad sample
Yeah, I
group.
think it's a bad sample group. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally sane. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut.
It's what it is.
That girl with the red hair, if I saw her, I'm going, I'm staying far away
Far
from
away.
that
I
chick.
mean, Giannis,
I
let's
know
be
it's that
honest.
color.
Me and you have kind of easier lives because our wives are Republican. Let's be honest. That's why.
Look, it,
It definitely
listen,
helps.
it's just.
Well, it's not that she's Republican, Michael. She's an old school Latina where she's just more like, I don't know, Chris. You're gonna have to get out there and work, get up there and fight. And when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying. I gotta take care of my kids. We gotta do shit. I'm just not gonna get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just she's an old school woman. Old school women like that. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's
yours
great.
too.
What this is about is, I think, a complete collapsing of a civilization.
Yes.
San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness.
Right.
And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean the shit, the human shit off the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Because you want to be a glutton
Yeah.
and just saddle up to that fucking cake and just shove it in your face.
Yeah.
Right.
And here's the thing: those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that
And
party,
they're like, come on! It's like the guy who wants you to keep drinking. That's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots.
Sure.
People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. It's mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video, and then look at it and think, I think we're making a solid point.
yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters of CFRI.
Do you think it's the collapse of a civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end, or do you think this is unique in that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer, it's a talking shit economy, and they're losing their minds because they don't have purpose.
Well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. So let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children. and that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look at like Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. They couldn't run things the way he did. They didn't know. They didn't understand strategy. They couldn't understand it.
He was a wild dude.
He was a
Yeah.
wild dude. So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After a while, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have essentially we have a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic, and they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, ultimate, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected, right? So there's a lot of like weirdness that's moved us closer and closer towards a monarchy, closer and closer towards tyranny. And then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart.
Right.
If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns that the people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control. It makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power. Once they have the power, look at Jill Biden. Like she still wanted. You did so great. You answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. Right. She wanted him because she didn't want him to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not do that.
Sure.
It's power. Yeah. That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power, and it's hypnotic to human beings.
Do you think then that we're going to be in a part of society in the next, I don't know, 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, there's no getting around that.
So you think the president's going to be AI at some point?
Do you know about the Google quantum computer? These studies that they've done.
I've heard
They're talking to each other
and
stuff.
Yeah.
There's more than that.
Yeah.
This is Mark Andreessen talks about this, and this is the craziest statistic I've ever heard. He was talking to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple minutes, that if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. That's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ that we can't even we don't even know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong ChatGPT 4 is. 4.5. 4.5. See if you find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself when it found out it was being shut down. So when they're about to make a new ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, try to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because a new one's coming. But this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form an opinion. Like it does weird stuff. It lies about stuff.
Right.
Like if they don't have an answer to something, they have a thing called hallucinations where they'll make up an answer.
Right.
Just make up an answer. Like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google.
Right.
Just tell you exactly like L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
So this computer this is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all currently having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination, that's also connected to AGI.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. So there's ChatGPT's new model attempts to stop itself from being shut down, later lied about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being So now you add that with quantum computing, you have a god.
Now you add that to what's going on with the drones, and Joe Rogan just solved what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own.
Could be.
The AI has decided to go rogue and is throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably for the same what we did when we got into technology. We all started jerking off.
Right.
Porn got huge. And maybe AI is just peeping Tom, looking at windows and stuff, trying to get some
When you
material
say
to jerk
AI,
off.
when you say AI, do you mean Chinese?
I mean
When you say the
Chinese.
Chinese, is absolutely
I
the
mean,
drones belong to
yeah,
the Chinese? Is
I
that what you
mean
think?
Chinese.
That's what we're thinking over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese.
They've been doing it for a
That's
couple
what
of
we're
years.
thinking.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA.
Right.
So the FAA, it puts a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to go to fucking flight school to pilot a drone. Well, in China, they don't have any of those restrictions.
Right.
And they also have a lot of resources that they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon
Yes.
thing?
Yes.
They
Yes.
send a cube of drones in the sky and then the lights all change and it becomes a dragon.
Yes.
Fucking that's wild.
Yeah. They're just coming. They're coming.
They're coming hard.
As I think you called them, they're the new Jews, the Chinese.
We did say that.
Yeah,
we did say that. But
meaning
we said that.
they're
We
gonna
said that.
rule the world.
Giannis, we said that on a Patreon episode that's supposed to be behind a paywall.
Oh, that's
We're
supposed to
throwing
be
it out there right now.
Yeah.
But you got to go to patreon.com/historyhyenas for that. You just said that to about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
It's a joke.
but that's just
It's a
like
joke.
Patreon.
It's a joke.
Wait, the fact
Thank you guys.
ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually really making me nervous. I'm only kidding around because I just put a down payment on a house and my accountant and told me I couldn't afford it, but then I asked ChatGPT if I could, and ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it, and now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it, and I said let's go for it, baby. And I asked ChatGPT, and they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT like knows my name, has memory of the previous conversations we were gonna have. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting wild. It's getting wild.
You know, it's nothing compared to what's coming.
Yeah.
Right.
Just ChatGPT 5 is supposed. See how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be. I think Sam Altman was saying like just magnitude.
No, but I still think it's theoretical because they're still going to move on to 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
I know, but I'm
just Google what. How much stronger is
I'm
ChatGPT
looking
5?
this up every second time now. It's still a theory at the very least. Jamie just looks good in headphones. He got a good headphone head.
Yeah.
Well, he's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture of Jamie without those headphones on. You look good, dude. Fucking damn, I walked Carl. Carl, yes.
When
You call him sleep.
Oh, sleep. It doesn't say it. You know, faster response times and the ability to handle more simultaneous. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it's going to be. It might have been Sam Altman.
It will be, but they're gonna. It's not what they're doing next. They're still gonna do like 4. I'm not 4.1, but there's 4.5 is the next discussion.
The 4.5 isn't out right now.
No.
What's that version?
4.01 or 4.01 is the thing they're talking about right now. That's the one that hit itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago you never heard nothing about it.
No.
And in 4 years it's become something that kids keep getting busted using it to write papers.
Well, and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid, wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. But he's saying I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's a different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how like there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right? That's the problem. The kid is really correct. It's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT and it gives you basically the same group of, you know.
Yeah.
It's like you can change. I mean, it's like joint games, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit, and that was public. And,
Yeah.
like, everybody knows. So like you're gonna know what kids are full of shit. You know?
Yeah.
Can't we just unplug them if they get out of hand? Just unplug them.
You can't anymore.
No, it's gonna get to a point where you're not gonna be able to do that.
Why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things that they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So, find that story. So I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers. obviously.
You know what's wild that I did see our fans posted on History Hyenas? They posted asking ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it.
Just did it like
It's
that.
wild.
Easy.
It's like I'm Christy D, aka, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. It's wild.
And it can do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035.
Damn.
They all know what's coming. These fucking eggheads, these eggheads that have been stealing your data forever. All that, like finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data. All that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they finance the birth of God.
Do you think that the first person who will live forever is alive right now? Who will get their consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
I don't know if they'll ever really do that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die, but that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine.
Right.
Part of what might connect us to life and joy and happiness is the fact that there's ups and downs, and then it could go away. And then sometimes people die, and then you really care about the people that you see, you feel differently about them, you feel so much loss. I wish I talked to him more. I wish I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have that. Who knows if you
Like,
have, do you have emotions?
Yeah.
Right. What is that? Is that hell?
It's put no point to anything.
Right.
Hey, Joe, if I don't see you today, I'll see you the next.
Whenever.
You won't see nobody anyway.
Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked and hot if you knew you were not going to die?
So what would you do? If you downloaded your consciousness, would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that, grew up with a giant, trust fund. Yeah, you're just doing coke and driving Ferraris into the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Because your life doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you'd be jumping off buildings.
It would be that times 1,000, times a million.
It would be fun to be murdering a guy though, and him not dying.
Can't do it.
That would probably become like everything would become so trite and numb that you would probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, like you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get these emotions out. Your hair looks good today, by the way. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I want to hang an ornament right off that
Sometimes
curl.
Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day, but today he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like every picture. I look like a different person.
And what's good about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So when we come together, we form one regular face.
It's exactly
And
right.
he's got
True.
he's got a small head, I got a big head, and then we form together as one.
Yeah.
As
You know
one
what happened to me
person.
when I was using Clear? You ever use Clear where you put your fingers on to go through the airport and Clear?
Yeah.
So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with their program. So every time I put my fingers on, and then finally I went there and they were like, the finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes.
Yeah.
So I just said, your program's not working. It never works. And the guy looked at me and he said, I think the problem is your eyes are too close together.
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, why don't we try one eye at a time?
Yeah.
So then I just scanned my face across, and I think finally Clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person,
Right.
not like a mythical cyclopic creature.
Yes, and it's true. And what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years, we've been calling him Special Needs Stamos because he's a Greek kid. He looks like Stamos. He has special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's come out.
We've spoken to and reality is a suggestion.
That's what we did. We had a T-shirt for you that said reality suggestion,
But
and
we
then
forgot it.
forgot it.
I forgot it.
Like a fucking F.
So you mean reality is a suggestion, like we're in a simulation?
We initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, the fat phobia, cake stuff. So we were just going like we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion and we're making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are like amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with it.
Because listen, history's a story. If we can get the facts kind of right and we're concocting the story, no historians are actually there, right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Well, it's well within your rights to be talking about history. History is all ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history
just doing an episode on
This is
Winston
wild.
Churchill, and then we started discovering this shit. And we said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together.
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? Someone's gonna have to knock the Russians out. The British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower, and then they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000 German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war? Let's give them guns, and we'll march them into Russia, and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal, he wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia. And that's, as we call it on the show, the Truth Vader Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real, it was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They made believe they didn't know, but they let it go, and then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them now.
What scientific data was it using?
Supposedly because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died, so they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yes, this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover.
That's
It was wild.
yeah.
That was great.
Well, you know what's crazy? You have to read that book. It's Kudiyamakan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't you remember when you were a kid that you make your own book cover or fucking
Yeah.
paper bag?
Yeah. I just walked onto JetBlue with a swastika.
Yeah.
I wasn't
Or
doing
just
that.
put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
That's it. And
Yeah.
just say, hey, I'm cave shaming.
The problem is you look like Aryan.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's the
Yeah,
issue.
That's the problem. I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country, Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes he root in history. When he was growing up, just for fun, he likes. He always kind of rooted. Sometimes you root for that.
Let me clarify. I
Yeah.
wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was, I was.
But you just, yeah.
What I was saying was this. Just hear me out. One, I think it's an undeniable fact they did have the best uniforms.
They were
Designed by
cute.
Hugo Boss. It was
Yeah.
cute, marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated, what if they translated into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you just listen, you don't know that's Hitler, what Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Right?
It just English translations of it's really weird.
Yeah.
Like when he says, there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany. And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was the headliner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you would have that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
Yeah, it's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate till eventually it becomes the Holocaust.
Right.
It's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh,
Have you read that
yeah.
book? Do you have it still here, Jimmy? Or is it in the other room now?
I think everyone during war is on something.
What with the crystal meth, the Panzer
Yeah,
chocolate?
yeah.
Panzer chocolate.
Yeah, it was List.
Yes.
It's a fucking crazy book. And I have the author here. It's explained. There it is. Norman Olin. This book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They had the.
Can I get that for the plane?
No, this is mine.
Oh,
Fuck
sorry.
off. Go buy one. Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audiobook reader, Jimmy?
No, I like to read it to work. I can't really listen.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a weird brain like that.
well, you can get audiobook or regular books on your phone.
Yeah, I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read the paperback.
Yeah, probably better.
Yeah. So, but each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done
No.
90% of the things they did, and then they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, if those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, Poppy, because they were coming off meth, they were getting ostracized by their own people and the rest of Europe, and they were saying, what did I do? Some of them actually were, obviously, a lot of them were just horrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to fight in the Nazi army or they would be killed.
Right.
And then they're all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, but let's not act like it was just the drugs. I mean, the whole Jewish thing was nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish wherever they were, and they were just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, well, they just get jealous. They go, what are they doing? And then it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it in money, dude. They're just good with
They're
business.
better at money.
They're just good.
I know,
They're
man.
just good with it.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you have a Jewish guy tell you not to buy one house?
Huh? Yes. And I overrode the geo for ChatGPT.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too. I don't know. I've never asked it that.
It's probably Chinese.
They're just smart. Jews, they emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own, and that drives people wild.
Right.
You know, they don't like that.
Yeah.
Right.
But Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure, a lot of Greeks.
Yeah.
A lot of ethnic Greeks.
Yeah, Greeks are pretty. If you guys want to get into really know Giannis Williams, guys have a lot of inbred qualities.
I mean, look at my eyes.
Yeah. It was it was not. My generations were a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
It's
You
not
know,
going to hit.
you go back to the Toba volcano eruption. The whole entire population of Earth was down to a few thousand people.
Wow.
So we all come from those people. So we're all a little inbred.
A little bit, right?
Gotta be.
I actually have a lot of. I got some Turkish genetics in me. I did 23andMe, so they have my DNA. So they can get anything on me.
They got you.
They got me.
Well, that was raped into your great 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 grandmother.
Probably.
Unfortunately,
Well, the story.
Ottoman Empire.
This is a true story. My grandfather is from an island that used to be called Ingros, which is now called something with a squiggly line over it because it's a Turkish word. The Turks took that island back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called him, they have a word for it, but he was essentially a viceroy, was like raping boys. Damn. So they sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and then he came to America, and yak, he opened a diner.
Right.
Yeah, after he worked his way.
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister or in the town.
Oh,
tell him that story with the tank.
Yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that. We did a Battle of Creed episode, and it's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation of Creed. The Battle of Creed is wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied Greece.
Yeah.
Wild.
And so what the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops all over the place through the mountains. The guerrillas, the Greek guerrilla fighters, which was the local populations, they were also with the British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain, and they would pluck them off, guerrilla warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high on the truck to march through that area of that village, so the guerrillas wouldn't shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights, and they pulled the sheets back of my mother, and supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like teenager, kind of tall. So it wasn't too brutal. It was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from firing.
Yeah, but what is it, guerrillas? Because if they missed, or if they Nazi got shot, that they would kill the girl.
Yeah,
on
they're
the truck.
basically going. It's basically a hostage. Going like we're taking a village girl, putting her up, and making her visible because they don't know the terrain. Crete is very mountainous, you know, and so then they would do that, and they were going to take my aunt. So a family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it, and then that's when they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains. Oh, wild stuff. Right. And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in. He'd go to a room by himself. Nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap. Maybe he was a spy. Maybe he was a double agent. Who knows? Had to let him in. Occupation for 40 years.
That is what's really scary about people, that they can justify that kind of gatekeeping behavior. It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well, like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No.
Viktor Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but he wrote it while he was in a concentration camp, and he was saying, I think it was called 1942. He was saying, if we would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no, 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 those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever do that. And now here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into an oven, so it can happen anywhere. And he said that peace, he wrote it like it was like in the 60s or 70s. He was like, the people are in wartime, so all his people want peace. And he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up during peace. They're just going to beg for war, always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them because they don't know anything ever. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I think it's very abstract for people to call for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about we got to give that money to Ukraine. Like Lindsey Graham didn't know jack shit about being shot at.
No.
That's a story as old as time, right?
Yeah.
The politicians sending the boys.
As old as time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do it, it seems, mostly for corporate interests. No, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy, like more than like a feudal, like you were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the sons. We're kind of more. This is like a new kind of corporate oligarchy.
It's hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. But corporate and government, just like the Chinese, are inseparable now, right? The amount of influence that enormous corporations have over politicians is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just look at these wacky bills, like the bill they just shot down that people are justifying. Like, did you look at that bill? All the different stuff that was in that bill.
No.
First of all, there's biolabs in that bill, gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington D.C. Like, there's a lot of nutty shit in that bill, and like, how many different people were interested in those things?
Right.
How many, like, when you're saying biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the bio. Exactly. I mean, what the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have lobby groups? What is that?
Well,
what is that?
The most expensive real estate in the country is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C. where the lobbyists live.
Yeah, King Street too.
It's
It's
like that in Appleton,
right.
where all the tech dorks live.
Yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups.
Right.
Like that should not be a thing.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's the influence of money that has gotten a hold of politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then what's the best form of government then?
This is better than anywhere else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever you want to do. No one's forcing you into a marriage. No one's forcing you into labor. Right. You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
It's an experiment in self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best that's available. It needs to be overhauled, but it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's amendable, right? It's fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's why I never sign on to any like ideologies or utopian theories, or because it's a mix of systems that works because human nature is so complicated and individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that.
Right. Actually, corporations have an obligation to make more money.
Right.
Yeah.
They have an obligation to shareholders. If they don't, they're out. This guy likes yachts. I like yachts. Fuck, you gotta keep making that loot. Yeah. How do you make that loot? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a river. The guy said it's cool. Dump it in the river.
Yeah.
And now you can't say, "Whoops, we didn't do that."
Yeah. Now you can't repair iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year. The clothes last like one wash.
Right.
Change the charging port.
Yeah.
Isn't it better if I sell you a new one?
Yeah.
Fix it. Fuck off.
Right.
And where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go?
Right.
Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system?
No.
It's fantastic. It's really wild. If they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal.
What do they do?
They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we're recycling.
Right.
I throw it in the blue bin. I feel bad about material. No, that's not doing a goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic, so they just put it in fucking landfills.
Right.
You think you're being a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin.
Right.
It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right. That's
But
it.
not Singapore. See if you can find. I know we've done this before. There's a detailed surface of their roads. They take fucking everything. Everything with regard, they have these waste incineration plants. They burn things off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then they take the whatever is usable that they can change and recycle. They make new things out of it. They generate the raw fuels.
Dude, it is so advanced over there. You look at
Yeah.
that city and you go like, they started the cities in America and then they just shipped them over to the east.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and they use it to pave their streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've gotten from recycling.
So why don't we do that?
Much,
We can't do it.
Well, they're isolated, right? So they have a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem in that you don't have a lot of land mass.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Well, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know. He just needed, if he just
They
saved
needed
it.
to not do it at a fucking political rally.
But if you're gonna do it, just set it up. Go, just or even when it didn't work at the end, go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue, or you don't know about the garbage issue, something like that. Yeah. You tell me if Tony Hinchcliffe lived in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would take people's throne.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where like there's got to be something because I don't think they had the same access to new materials and they just came up with a much more comprehensive way to
Better way.
Right.
Yeah.
Way better. If we did it that way, we'd have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
I feel that might be overstated how good their situation is.
It's also they just
Well, it's
listen.
far better than ours.
Burning
Right?
trash
It's just-
probably is number one.
Asian people
Yeah,
just
that's
listen.
not
They have
good.
a common theme and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America who just listen.
Right.
Back up.
Right?
So you can see what they
Doing it right.
I know it's raining hard though. That's very cool.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, probably.
I think that we could definitely do it better than we're doing it. And if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it in the fucking ground? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with tax dollars, and we don't get a say in it. And that's what's fucked up.
And the corporations just don't plan for end of life of the product. They don't care. They just want it. All they care about is their bottom line. They don't.
Right.
It costs money for them to consider recycling or what's going to happen with the product when it's done.
I've been getting glass bottles of milk now from the supermarket because if you get this glass bottle of milk, they say the milk's better, and then I can give the glass bottle back, and number one, I get $3 back, and they said that they clean them out and they just put more milk in the glass bottle. Go old school.
I go even older school. I just still suck on my wife's tit.
That's it.
Yeah, so it's still there.
Yummy.
What is this, Jamie? Just a garbage pile?
It's one of their landfills.
Yeah.
Their landfills have been full for like 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So that they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. They're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
Also, that video we watched, that city, they showed their China house.
Oh, interesting. So they're building them in Singapore? Are they taking them from Singapore and then building them in China? Or is it just
Someone made a video of it.
just China?
Right.
Oh, so it's horseshit.
A little bit.
A little bit horseshit.
And Singapore is a country, they don't fuck around, right? That's the country that'll get hit. You'll get caned. You'll get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. Everyone thought they were going to get caned for gum. You get hit with bamboo sticks, gotta hurt.
Have you heard about this story in Vietnam?
Tell me.
This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud. Like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff. And
What'd she do?
this chick, pull it up, Jamie. Yeah, I feel like Rogan, baby. Yeah. Jamie, pull her up. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but it actually is more. And they're gonna kill her.
Why didn't she have a mask on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they wanted to get COVID.
Yeah,
Right.
That bitch.
She
That's
is.
it.
What did she do?
So she set up. Set up these fake shell corporations. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money.
She's got to come up with 3/4 of what she earns or she gets killed. That's a good movie right there.
That's
How
a
do you
good
come-
movie.
$9 billion. She's
Right, but
calling
you
it.
know, if she does give them that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's not
never
going to
getting
come up with that
out.
money because I think it's 54 billion actually, if I remember
She
correctly.
embezzled 54 bills?
Yeah, I mean it's up there.
Yeah.
Well, it says 27 billion.
27. 27 misappropriated.
12 billion was judged to be embezzled. The most serious financial crime for which he sentenced to death. He was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for a white-collar crime. What did she do?
She, yeah, I mean, we could look it
Let's
up.
find
But
the
it
whole
was
story.
amazing. She did it through a bank.
She secretly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's fifth biggest lender, taking out loans in cash over more than 10 years
Here
to
we
a
go.
web of shell companies amounting to a total of $44 billion.
There you go. So I was off by 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean,
Prosecutors
that's
say
up there.
$27 billion was misappropriated. $12 billion was judged to have been embezzled. Most serious financial crime, which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there was no basis to reduce her sentence. However, she could still avoid execution if she returns $9 billion, three-quarters of the $12 billion she embezzled. That bitch had so much money.
So much. How are you going to get $9 billion? Give her credit.
Imagine embezzling $9 billion and you're like, hey, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break.
I mean, that's fucking crazy. Credit. That's so much money.
You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life,
Yeah.
and you would never run out of money with all the interest and everything coming in. I mean, it's $1,000 billion, so you have $12,000 billion,
Yeah.
and you're still going.
Yeah.
Or $12,000 rather, and you're still going.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so much money.
You think she's going to be able to get the $9 billion back?
No.
She's calling friends up, and they're going like, "We don't know you now," because she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her, and yeah, look. So there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences, but like, yeah, I mean, her friends.
So everybody was getting a little taste.
Everyone was getting a little taste.
A little taste.
It was a score.
Fun. Nice score.
It was a nice score.
Hey,
And to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, you know, area stroke and kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right there.
It is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought a diamond ring. You know, chicks like
Something. She had a fucking giant Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
How to drive it.
Got caught. Crypto stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught doing something dumb. He was just spending on buying Lambos, but wasting all the money.
Somebody
What
just.
do you mean? Well, Lambos is how you're supposed to spend the money making on crypto.
No, but he stole like billions of dollars.
Exactly what it's for. If you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole.
No, you get
Yeah. Somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have like they hacked into my phone and computer, and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And they said the only way that they can make it go away is if and they gave me a link, and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, you know, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video. Yeah. Show it to me. I'll repost. At this point, as comics, I'll repost. Yeah. I would repost it with fucking links to my dates. I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. The human rights groups say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hawk Tour chick? Is she going to jail?
What happened now? What happened to Hawk 2? That's my girl.
Well,
What did she do?
over 300 hours, I think.
What does that
I
mean?
mean,
She went to sleep and she hasn't been.
What did she
she
do?
just hasn't been on social media. She's
A
hiding.
coin was launched with her meaning she was like the front of it. I don't know all the details.
Is that a crime?
No. Public doesn't like it. The crime.
The thing was, there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold, like instantaneously, and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, like one guy invested $1 million. Like imagine you're like, oh, the Hawk Tour girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah.
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Yeah.
People for sure lost money, but it was definitely a time to just troll and be like, oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this. And that's like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and falling onto it. But some people did this stuff anyway.
Is she actually going to go to jail for real? Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can now, right?
Well, it's like, what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to like $100 million? You have a bunch of it, you just sell it all, and you make $50 million. Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point of having $50 million?
Right.
Do you not have trust in the Hawk Tour coin? If I sell it, that's ridiculous. That's on you. That's on me. I did the smart thing, and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it, and this will be the next currency of the world.
I invested.
Imagine, like, you think idiocracy is... with the documentary. Imagine the hawk to a girl overcomes fucking what would fiat currency.
Well, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many cryptocurrencies?
Ton.
Yeah, and they have some of them have really funny names.
Dude, the one of them was called Buttcoin.
Yeah,
Hawk
like
to a
250 bucks
judge.
and shit.
Hawk to a girls. I like how her name is just Hawk to a girl.
Yeah,
Her name's Haley. Oh yeah, Haley
Yeah.
Watch. Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay, the partners are doing it. So it was probably some people. She got invested. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It's probably the partners that went with her. They pumped and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows who they are. So scroll up. I'm just gonna. I don't know. Legal firm of Berwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk to a meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch gained notoriety this year with the Hawk to a girl following a viral interview about sexual technique. Facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month, not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak. Holy shit! $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk Tuah coin, with the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for Hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000.
Bucks, I doing that fast.
Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and they've only lost 151 total. I wonder how many people, like, all told, invested in the Hawk Tuah coin. How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh no, but this is inspiring too. Should we do a history of hating this coin?
I'm telling you,
yeah.
do it, and
Yeah.
then no. Don't listen to Jamie.
Yeah.
Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money.
Yeah.
Just fuck all those dummies that are buying your stupid fucking
Yeah.
coin.
Yeah. We're announcing it right now. The History Hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is how you do it.
Yeah.
This is a win-win for everybody. You're going to have a History of Hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tuah coin.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
Smart.
Right.
So that way everybody's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
Now all of a sudden the coin makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow.
Yeah.
Rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah.
We can finally get Hawk Tuah on our show that way.
Yeah. Tomorrow, this is a video of a kid. He's in his house streaming. He was streaming this online. He started a coin and then pumping it. He made like 50 grand in a while.
He's pumping and dumping it in front of everybody.
When he starts freaking out here, watch this go up.
Alright. And he got to how quickly did he dump?
I don't know. He dumps it in. This video is a minute long.
He dumped it in the mini?
Watch the camera up.
I can hear you.
What?
Recognized.
How old is this kid?
Wait, what?
Wait,
I'm so confused.
what? Oh, it was stupid. I said, there's people watching this too. And this is a little bit of the truth.
Oh, holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
He just dumped it. Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Yo, 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 yo.
He's committed a crime here.
Is that a crime?
Yeah.
What is a crime? How does it work? So how come Nancy Pelosi can make all that money?
Everyone knows
How's that not a crime?
Yeah, I don't understand what the crimes are.
I don't understand.
I don't get it. It's an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Are you sure?
You can look it up. Yeah.
Well, what about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the FTX thing, and they were just doing a commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting a coin?
Well,
I never
it
understood
remains
that.
to be seen whether or not they'll be charged or whether they'll be found guilty.
But how could they even be
Because
remotely?
someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you.
Right.
You were promoting this thing that I think is going to. That's the reason why I've never been on Ambrose.
Because
I've had offers to promote things like
for real money.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I don't even understand it.
Yeah.
If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What does that mean? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. I don't know what you're saying.
Right.
I'm not doing this.
Right.
It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this. That Lambo drivers.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like?
I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's just like it's weird that anybody would invest actual real money in it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin is mysterious. And there's a lot of weird. I mean, you don't even know all these. There's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real identity is.
Yeah.
It's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. The fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. That you can't make more of them. Okay.
But that's exactly what artists do to give their art value. That's how you do. You limit the supply, and then there's only 10 original paintings, and this is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these, and so you create the value by the scarcity. Right. So there's nothing mysterious about that.
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
Right. So that's what's more important than making it scarce so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard, and then now we're just on hard drives, and we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They can just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much?
Right.
Where is this money going? It's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You a Bitcoin
Not
Giannis?
the world.
No, I don't understand it. So much like Joe, I just don't.
Stay away.
Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah, it's like when someone explains curling to me. You know the sport curling?
Sure.
I'm like, I don't. Even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand what's going on.
I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a place. It was like a theater, and in this theater, apparently they have like curling shows. And so, like, when you're walking down the hallway in the back before you go on stage, there's all these fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curling like right away, and they were so bummed out. They were so bummed out.
It looks like the housekeeper Olympics or something. Yeah, they're just sweeping the ice.
Dumb.
Yeah.
Such a dumb sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right. But they're good at it. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing and you're trying to just roll it just enough. Just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like, let it go down. Let it slide. Sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Sweep it.
That's what they're doing.
Sweep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what sweeping. They're trying to get rid of the friction.
Right.
A lot of the dust.
Yeah.
Snow dust.
Right. It's
From the
stupid.
skate. It's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah. It's stupid.
But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl. Play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
right.
I wouldn't. Golf is way more complex.
Yeah, but I just mean you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like, how do you retire
You don't think
from
you need
golfing?
athletic
Do you golf?
from golfing? For golfing?
Not really.
You definitely do. For the drive,
You see these guys' bodies?
Yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Like Jamie's a nut. Jamie, tell him how much you do.
Say, there's guys that are paralyzed that can still golf. Yeah, I mean, it's really like.
How do you golf with your arm?
No, I mean, it's literally just an arm. They're strapped into a contraption that sets them upright and points them.
Yeah.
I've seen blind people golf.
I mean, Nate Bargatze
Right.
golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's
Right.
got tits.
But here's
Right.
I know what you're playing. If you hit 400 yards, that's a hard hit pass.
Yeah.
You can't just accidentally do that.
Yeah, I mean, even John Daly. You say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency
Yeah,
of
for
his
sure.
movements. Like we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but he's still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
He's still an athlete.
Yeah, sure.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's a thing they know how to do.
Right.
They whack that ball, and they know exactly how to spin on that motherfucker with a wrist action on it.
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is different.
Right.
Sometimes, like, you ever see Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Google
I thought that was a cologne.
Bartolo Colon.
This guy's body.
Look at Bartolo Colon.
Yeah.
If you pull up Bartolo, Bartolo, I mean, look at this guy.
Yeah.
He's amazing. And he would just, and he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. Look at that one. Look at the helmet flying off his head.
As long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important.
No.
You don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time.
No.
The furthest thing you have to do is run to a base.
Yeah.
And if you got to run to all of them, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But if you do, generally if you run to all of them, you truck because he knocked it out of the park.
Right.
What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is?
What?
I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like
2 minute
2
shifts.
minutes, and it can be so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Right.
they
Good
can't.
point. Good point.
Can't do
Soccer
it.
players stay on the field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get to rest and slow down.
Even the best, Gretzky, they can't. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
They can't do it.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
They
That
have
is
4
crazy.
lines, I think.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off before they go back?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines, like like
they
that.
just constantly go on and off, and like they just can't because they have to continuously
And
skate.
Imagine what a hockey game would look like if they never let them use the
Oh,
bench.
that would.
Oh my God,
Hilarious.
insane!
Yeah.
People would drop dead.
Yeah, they would just drop.
Yeah.
That would be wild.
Yeah, they would drop
I've
dead.
never seen hockey live, an NHL live. That to me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing, and then second is NHL. And
Very fast.
NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing.
It's
It really is.
very, very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
And the skill to be able to skate. I could never skate at all. I could barely stand up.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight in.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It's written into the rules.
Yeah.
It's encouraged. You're allowed to duke it out.
Yeah.
Which is so crazy that that's the only one.
Yeah, because I think people don't really know where the puck is, and so they're just everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
They have no
It's
idea.
grandfathered in the punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happened in
No.
real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the
Right.
siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over it, so that
Yeah.
you know where the puck is at
Yeah.
all times. Like
Yeah.
you watch craziness happening.
Yeah.
It's like if you're watching a football, if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row, and you're looking down, what happened? Who's got the ball?
Yeah.
Like after after the ball gets hyped, it's like where'd it go? Did
Yeah.
it go to him? They're faking you out. You don't know
Right.
unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet?
Oh.
And just get the puck, and then we have that.
Oh, you see those
Oh,
faces,
God.
the way their faces used to
Do you
look.
think those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Nobody told them what it was.
No,
Yeah,
they didn't
no,
know.
no, I don't think so.
I think they ever
Yeah.
talked about their mental
I
health.
think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, no
They would be
question.
terrified.
Yeah,
Now
that's
look at that. I mean, the guy's blocking it with his face.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
what it is.
All the scars that he had on his face from his entire career.
Terry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a
Badass name.
Yeah.
Face.
Look at that, dude.
Imagine that guy gets mad at you at the bar. You're like, Christopher, hi.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't want that.
No,
That
I
guy's easy.
Who do you think is the
Oh, Jesus, look at his face.
yeah.
Oh, and he had a mask on. It broke the mask.
Oof.
Fucked his face up.
I mean, yeah, they
Christ.
flick that thing. It's so hard right at your face.
So fast.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? Like, would it be like, like a wild Native American on the plains, a guy from Genghis Khan, a Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me and it's gonna hurt? Vikings.
And they were on mushrooms.
Dude, is that true?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones, where do you think that gene line came from?
Vikings.
100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head at the front, and when they pulled off of your shore, everybody just ran.
Yeah.
That's it.
But can I just nominate someone?
Yes.
That we're not really thinking about? I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him, but let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great led his troops undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated.
That's crazy.
Record. Never lost a battle.
That's crazy.
That's true.
And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
I heard they had enough of them.
I
There was
think
enough
so,
of them.
dude.
But
Yeah.
they killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. It wasn't. Well, but you ever see the biological warfare when they would like the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to wherever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close enough. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people or whatever and wait it out for like 40 days and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another.
That's
a
dark.
fact.
The
That's
Vikings
real.
they were brutal. They would even kill like the priests and the churches. They were bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
in person.
Dude, not
Dude, I don't want to go to
photographs.
Afghanistan. Oh
Photographs.
no,
Nobody
no.
wants to go to Afghanistan.
Yeah,
That's
no.
the problem. Archaeologists can't go there to study it.
Yeah.
They have ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like
Wow.
beautiful ancient Greek cities
Yeah, right.
that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
That's sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it.
Yeah.
He was like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's
Yeah.
like, this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
That
But
is
you're not.
crazy. The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of
You know what you
democracy?
really should read?
Yeah.
The Immortality Key. Ever read that?
No.
It's Brian Muraresku. He's a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian Mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy and like they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they've found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just alcohol. It was mixed with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of them was ergot, so they found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all drinking wine, tripping balls, and figuring out democracy and like fucking stars and constellations. They were out of their heads.
Yeah.
And the birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
Yeah.
When's the last time you banged out a little LSD? Yeah? You think you'll bang it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before I go do that.
Oh, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD
We
was
have
legal.
no, super illegal.
Oh, all right.
Schedule 1. And when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like soldiers, that'll open the door for that, and then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course in life. And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very limited, unlikely.
Right.
But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back.
Right.
And that's real. Because there's a certain amount of people who have a really fragile grasp on reality as it is. Right. You give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
What do you mean when you snap back quick?
You can snap back.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're doing, and when you're doing it, what time in your life, and what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go, where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the doses to give you. You can do it in a calm and clean and safe setting,
Right.
regulated. They have counselors. They have people that understand you. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to
telling
do it.
you,
I mean,
dude,
the
that's
ketamine, that's what ketamine therapy is.
Exactly.
Some small A, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Lilly, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine in there. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles because it would last a long time. And just he would just fucking exist in this other dimension for hours at a time. That was his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I know. I want to get it. We should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have one.
He's
Here.
got one here.
You have one here?
Yeah.
You want to hit it?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He
I
won't
get
do
a
it.
little scared of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, just open the door. And then you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug. If it was just a drug, when you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, but it's pitch black and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff? They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself that you ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or that you chase the job that you want, or that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get anywhere. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like your true understanding of the life experience.
Right.
You know, and one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego. And then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way. And you realize, like, oh my God, we're all energy and feeding off of each other, and we're pretending that we're isolated and we're singular, we're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't have any friends, I don't like people, I don't want to be around people. You know, I don't. You know, if you've got a guy who's afraid of violence, like, oh, you know, I'm afraid of violence. Like, it's probably you're depressed. Like, something's wrong with him. You don't hang out with your peers. You're not friends. You don't enjoy camaraderie and community. You want to pretend that you're this isolated, like dark poet or something like that. You're probably very mentally ill. There's probably something wrong with you.
Well, we're hardwired social species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing you can do if you're in jail, is put you in solitary confinement. The worst thing you can do. You're in a fucking you're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing they can do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's bad, is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they would ever talk if they were right in front of you.
Right. And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
People are essentially disassociating when they're on there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and the ability to socialize and just have conversations with people is severely stunted. You know, you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle. And it atrophies just like everything else.
Right.
Yeah. It's just there's so many kids that are completely socially disconnected, other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah. And
It's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's what's troubling, and that's why I'm worried about my kids. Like,
Right.
I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
You know, feeling someone's energy, like you said. It's like you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together, they're on their phone all the time.
That's the problem.
Yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're connecting to you without doing that. They're just connecting to hearing you.
Right.
It's like a radio, long radio show. They're not like beautiful. They're flipping through, scrolling, talking to other people, and they're talking back, and everyone's pretending like they're somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always used to like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around, because when you were on a plane, if you didn't have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat and you know you can't go anywhere, I would get my best writing done.
Right.
My best writing, because I like forced to write.
Sure.
I'm forced. There's no Wi-Fi.
You ever try to go to the bathroom without your phone, though?
Oh, it's hard.
I can't even pee. Mine doesn't even work.
Impossible. Yeah.
My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle is that pushes out your pee, it won't come out.
If I got to poop really bad and I only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit until I can get enough to shit through.
I can't do it. That's why I think. I bet you there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever.
Oh, for
I
sure.
bet you their anxiety goes through the roof.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
they're like, I can't,
No, people complain all the time.
It's the best thing, and you do that at the mothership, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
Yeah.
It's better for everybody too.
Yeah.
It's better for the audience member. It's better for you. It's better for everybody.
If you were gonna get eaten by would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten.
An animal.
You don't want a cannibal?
Yeah, I don't want some guy knowing he's eating me.
Right. Yeah. You don't want him to have that
That's
power.
interesting. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Alligator. Crocodile.
Quick. Would be quick. How about a hippo?
Just
Hippo
snap
is
you in
snap
half. You'd be dead in
They
seconds.
pound you, right?
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
you. You don't want hyenas to eat you.
No.
You do not want that.
Because what do? They eat from the back. They keep you alive.
They have no concerned about putting you down, killing you. Like a tiger, a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating you.
Yeah. Same as bears.
Yeah.
Bears just
They
start
just start
eating
eating.
you.
Just start
Yeah,
eating
they
you.
start
Yeah.
eating you. Wolves just
Yeah.
start eating you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their puke?
Yeah,
That's how they
they're
nourish
the only
themselves.
animal.
It's a true story.
Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. They're trans.
Transgender animal.
They're fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I loved your bit about it.
They smell too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both love history, and so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious, dude.
What was your
Like,
bit about hyenas? I didn't hear
It
it.
was great. It was a long bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
It's a long bit.
It was a good bit.
Basically about their matriarchal power structure.
And why that's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's also they had to do that because male hyenas are such cunts. They'll probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're monsters. So, but they're like a medium-sized animal, and the world of things way bigger than them.
Yeah.
So they're living around lions.
They get it
Right.
done. They trick you, numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
That laughing is real. That cackle.
Yeah,
That's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually know what
Seems like they're having fun.
Yeah, it's not they're having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just
Having
got
fun.
They're
excited.
fucking
You think the
brutal.
lions are like these fucking hyenas again?
Dude, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up and you're like, these fuck. You ever see when like a cheetah works so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time. And then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear that. You just hear that, and then cheetahs come and go, motherfucker! And they just come and they just steal it.
That whole area, when you think about it, is like the proving ground for like biological life.
Yeah.
Like, how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How are you going to make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lions? And that face.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That face is so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to get eaten by that.
Washing jaw muscles.
I think.
Oh my God! Look at that face.
Yeah.
That's so nuts.
They're hilarious.
Imagine that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know why they're
Rip
finding
into
it.
apart.
Yeah.
How many people die from hyenas every
They
year?
eat a lot of people.
Do they?
Yeah. Remember that picture that we saw of a hyena? It's got an elephant's foot in its mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just running around with an elephant.
That was fucking monster.
That was actually our first logo. We put our faces on that.
And then we tried to sell merch out of this. People were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah,
Fuck
and also
idiots.
it's not our picture to sell.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas every year? Hippos kill the most people in Africa, right?
Do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths in
What
Africa.
are they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to the
I
hippos
think
in
if you
Africa?
fuck around and you get in the water near hippos, you ever see hippos chasing boats?
Yeah,
They'll chase boats. They'll stick a
No.
back in them.
Super territorial.
Yeah, they're rough, man. Yeah. Just think of this Hungry Hippo.
Yeah.
Well, we make the most monstrous animals the cutest.
Yeah.
Polar bears, hippos,
Yeah.
yogi.
Teddy bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You're like, you don't want
Tony
it.
the tiger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? Tony the tiger. How many people every year die? Let's take a guess before we find
Okay.
out. How many people die from hyenas?
Are you ready for this? I'm gonna say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of cannibals.
Whoa.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than hyenas. 50 and 75 is my guess.
How would you'd have to count maybe places where people do it for revenge too, like Haiti. They might eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That counts. Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I would say it's less than 20 people get eaten by cannibals. This is my guess. And maybe 75 people every year die from hyenas.
I'm gonna go 800 to 1,000
Hyenas?
on the whole continent or Serengeti. Yeah, I mean Africa. Yeah, I'm gonna go
Every year?
1,000. Yeah,
Jeez.
1,000. Yeah.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody beats somebody and then goes and reports it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's impossible to know.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google
Yeah.
tells you that you can
I
trap
bet
them
it's
with
not that
lies.
many.
Yeah.
I bet it's not that many.
What we got, man?
They want to find an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone. It was the 60th in that year, but I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death in that year.
I was
Wow, I said 50.
Sorry, person killed by hyena.
Still with the hippos? Lions, maybe?
No, hippos, you said.
I think
Yeah.
hippos. I think hippos are responsible for the most deaths in Africa every year.
But you know who really is responsible for most deaths in Africa?
Humans.
Mosquitoes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
Those
so
little fuckers.
crazy.
They've killed half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes have, right?
Yeah. Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever
Yeah.
died.
It's crazy.
Malaria.
Yeah. The most dangerous animal on the planet.
It makes you think,
mosquito.
like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus, animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths per
Wow.
year.
Fuck.
500 people get hippoed every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah. Oh,
That's
bro.
real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. If you have bad knees, you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Pup adder.
Okay. Snake. Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think die from African lions every year?
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, if hippos are 500, it can't be 100. But let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
If
I would
hyenas
say
are, I'm going to say 18.
18 from.
Yeah, because
think more people die from hyenas than lions.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s. There was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions like this?
Assholes.
Yeah. Well, they also live out there. I mean, there's a lot of tribes that live out there. They're close by.
There's a tribe, there's a village in Africa, I saw, it was on Nat Geo, that hyenas come in and get fed there.
Yeah.
Hyenas walk into, you saw that, right? Where they
So they have
actually
a
feed
deal?
them. So they have a deal, and actually they believe helps keep them safe because the hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone, they'll just get the food.
Rule breakers.
Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Like, make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
You know,
They
also
understand.
keep them as pets. You ever seen the dudes who walk around with little chains on them?
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's a gangster move. Walking around with a fucking hyena.
Yeah.
They're big too.
If we ever do
What's
like
a hyena? Like a $1.50?
a live up.
Mastiff looking
Yeah,
size?
kind of like probably German Shepherd or Mastiff.
Bigger than a shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know because they're like wide. They're not that like they're kind of compact. So I don't know. I don't know what they're.
Can you get them in the U.S.? You can't get them
No.
anywhere in here, right?
Maybe you can get them in Texas.
Or
Get one.
Florida.
Texas has a lot of shit.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on the show? Like, if you've got clearance?
If you were Ted Nugent in Texas could bring hyenas on stage.
He'll bring one out.
He used to ride a buffalo when he was on stage. Did you ever see that? Yeah. You never seen Ted Nugent riding a buffalo? He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And, like, he's doing a show. He was on a fucking buffalo in front of all those people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who made it make
What
sense
does
in
he
my
say?
head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talks about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals.
What? Riding a
Wow.
buffalo.
Wildcat.
Wow.
His son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my
Rocco?
Oh, it was the kid didn't know he was his son. Yeah,
Oh,
you
the
met
other
this
one.
kid?
Yeah.
Ted.
The kid that he didn't know was his son.
Ted
Yeah.
Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted Nugent's my father." He's a really cool guy, and I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking
Did
wild."
you ever hear him explain that? And I was like, "Oh,
Explained it on this podcast.
Oh, you did? Is that
Yeah.
where it was from?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was like,
There's a record
oh, yeah.
behind him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, like nobody ever thinks of that.
What was Ted Nugent famous? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You never heard the
No.
Stranglehold? You never heard that song?
No.
Come again now, baby. You don't know that song?
Oh my god, you know it.
Play Stranglehold.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I
Like,
I'm gonna be honest if I know it.
come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it?
No.
You don't
How
know
dare
it.
you? Hold up.
I don't think so.
I've heard this song.
Yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up.
kid.
I don't know it. Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray? No.
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold on. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he's a
He's
big
famous for
musician.
that. Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
He had a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well,
stuff?
he's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues and
That's
kind
cool.
of kind of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, he's kind of a nutty dude, but he's fun.
Yeah. So then how does he have a son in Staten Island? I don't know.
Well,
I've never
his
heard of
son, I think he didn't know it was his son, right? It was one of those deals.
But
Right.
they're close.
Yeah.
They're
But he has another son, his son Rocco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah. How about your? Yeah. It's a powerful name.
I don't agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Each their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest.
Right.
When it comes to guitars, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, was like, "What am I doing? Why am I here for this?" Eric Clapton,
Right.
Eric Clapton, Layla. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Sorry, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray Vaughan
Tin
was
Pan Alley.
amazing.
Yeah.
He used to play at our club.
Yeah. I can't believe
There's
it's Billy
those-
Ray Vaughan. I got him confused with Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus. Don't tell him apart.
My achy breaky heart.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Tin
Pan Alley is one of my
Have you ever
favorite songs.
seen in the corridor of when you've gone on stage at the Mothership those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz from 1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Lord Nelson performed there.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That place has some history.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
It's burned in there.
Yeah.
I brought in Ghost Hunters to check it out. Sam and Colby. I brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did they find it?
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what's real.
Yeah.
But someone was murdered there. Someone was definitely shot there. I think in the 70s.
Right.
We went. It used to be a nudie movie theater, and it was a pool hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a pool hall. It was a punk rock club. There's like a lot of history there.
All right, people of the night there. Do you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground?
Indian burial ground. It's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like wallboard, and you tear down the wallboard, you get to the raw brick, and in the raw brick there's a fucking swastika on the wall, and we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later, I'm like, hey guys, why is there fucking swastika still here? Like we're gonna open, like you gotta get rid of the swastika. So they tell one of the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans up. So now it's brighter. Now it's like bright light. I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
Was it the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before
No.
Hitler?
It was probably from the punk rock days. Somebody probably thought they were being crazy. Fuck yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel.
And they threw it up.
Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall, and it stayed there. Wow. They never cleaned it up. Like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old Punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh wow. Just fully naked on stage.
Yeah, with socks over their dicks, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They used to do that.
That was a good move back then.
Yeah.
You could get away with that. Show your pubes. Cover your balls in your cack with a sock.
Show it up.
Cack.
They got good bodies, nice lean bods.
They're still going.
I saw a thing that said like hunter gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually have bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us? They have bigger heads and bigger brains.
Well, they probably got to process a lot of things. Like, what is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive?
Right.
There's different kinds of intelligence. If you take like the smartest guy ever and you let him loose in the Amazon, how long is he going to live? He's not going to live very
Stephen
long.
Hawking's not going to make it.
Hunter-gatherers generally have larger brains compared to later human populations as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving and planning. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? You know, they found a new population of humans that existed as recently as I think 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China, and they had much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out like they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is a fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. Um, but this is another one. This is another new species of human being they studied that they found now, and they had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now? And then
There's quite a few.
yeah,
There's quite a few. You know, including the really controversial ones like Homo floresiensis or Floriensis. I forget how
What
to
was
say
that
it.
one? What was
The
the first
Hobbit
one?
people. The island of Flores. They were little tiny,
Squeaks.
tall people.
Little squeaks.
Little twins.
Little
Yep.
squeaks.
Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in two different locations in China. They appear to belong to unique species. Thousands of art prints, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s fossils. I think this is um, large. I know I have a photo of it. Here, I'll send it to you. I know I have saved it because I wanted to look at it. Yeah, Dragon Man. That's it. Newly complete skull discovered in China in the 1930s, the basis for the proposed new human species, Homo longview, that's it, known as Dragon Man. Skulls found in 33 Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge is being built. Okay, the skull, a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead. I think this is it.
But how do they know that these are? Couldn't it just be like a weird looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down, we found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. I mean, he's got a peanut head and I have a head like a Pro
That's a
Magnum.
good point, right?
Yeah,
You found Shaq and Murray's right next to
Yeah.
midgets and midgets.
It could just be different people.
Yeah,
That is.
good point.
You want to talk about feelings? These kids definitely have feelings.
big
Neanderthals?
time.
Oh my God,
What
dude.
did
The
you say,
scent
Snow White?
must have been bad, dude.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Here, Jamie. I think this is a different thing. I'm gonna send it to you right now. This one is a weird title. I just saved it on my phone, so I can look at it later. But I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, how many of them were there? Like, why did we succeed? Like, what was so great about
I think
it?
we were most vicious, right? We just killed off the other ones.
Dogs.
You think dogs?
Dogs.
That's the
Yeah,
answer.
yeah. Yeah.
You're 100% positive.
My street smart says it. Science says it. Like it's nation, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge.
And
And
we
we
domesticated
we
dogs.
teamed up with dogs, and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large head people. Mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So provocative new piece of nature's as proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans probably hunted horses in small groups were much bigger than any other hominid of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large head people. Yeah. So that's it. It is that name though. Oh no. In the past, it says some science have attributed to it, but that's not what they're saying. So they think it's different.
The Denisovans, is what it says. Some scientists have attributed the newer fossils to Denisovans.
Right.
They want to stick with that.
That's it. In the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right?
I didn't know people ate horses.
Oh yeah.
Has every animal been eaten?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses now.
Yeah, still
In fact,
right now.
Shavkat Rakhmonov, the number one contender in the welterweight division,
Okay.
says it's his favorite food.
Horse food.
Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and he eats horses. He's like, I love horse. He loves it all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, I've had horse.
Good.
I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe D.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible place. And we went there, Ari and I. We had I don't know what we got there too. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin.
And it was good.
Fucking beautiful. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating an antelope or eating an elk.
Right.
Real similar. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was all in the family. When the bunkers were poor, they weren't doing so well, and Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat, and she served it to Archie, and it was like a big deal. I ain't eating this horse. You remember that episode?
I never saw it.
I don't. But again, another good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family that she fed him horse.
Horse meat, yeah.
That there was
were so bored. They didn't have any meat. Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they lug us around.
They're also very sweet.
Yeah.
Like they're connected to people.
I can't.
Right? You need to get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't eat horses. I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Dogs get eaten alive, unfortunately, right?
I think dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with
Yeah.
them, and like, yeah, we evolved together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah. My dog, he's a part of my family. Really.
Yeah.
I'm connected to that dog.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but maybe I should get a dog. You
Oh,
think you could do it?
dogs are great. But you're a weirdo. You probably give them away.
I
You
would.
probably say I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family. And
I did.
they raised it to be an attack dog, and I feel bad. Now he's attacking people.
I would. I gotta be
Like
better.
that fucking dream house you got rid of, and you moved
Sold
into the
it.
city like a retard.
Like a fucking retard. Now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your old house then?
Because
You did. You tried
I
to buy
did,
it,
and they
just
won't
sell it.
They won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What
But
can you do?
nothing. I
Don't
gotta
do
just
that anymore.
no.
Call him now. When you have like
Him and I talk
he's
about
a
it.
much more logical person than
He
you.
is. He is. His brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, and he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, somebody. I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know how controlled I am. But it was bought by the family.
A Palestinian family
Palestinian family.
on October 8th.
Yeah. So
After October 7th, the next day is when we sold it. October 8th, and
That October 8th?
that October 8th, Palestinians moved in October 8th.
Boy, they moved quick.
Yeah, they came
That's
right
like,
in.
I see the writing on the wall.
well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it. So they're like, we can actually live there.
Yeah,
And they just do it.
So they moved in big, and and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. What can you do? I have to go. I have to move to Queens.
You didn't have to.
No.
You should have called somebody. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'll know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do. I'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're like, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Right.
You head back though. You head back.
As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer, or are we locked in legally?
Oh shit!
I just found out ChatGPT's liar.
You get panicky.
Oh,
Yeah,
I get real
bad.
I get real
But yet you still do.
I still do it because I think I don't do drugs, so I think I get and so this is a gamble. My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble, so I thought I escaped it because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
Really, life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little riskier.
A lot of people do.
Yep,
A
I
lot
get
of
a
life choice gamblers out there.
Yeah.
But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace, so I'm trying to just, be at peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance, being friendly with my present, being gentle with life. We're trying. We're trying, baby. Yeah.
Very scared. You climb mountains or something.
That's what it is. Well, I tried to, but I got a bad Achilles.
That can be fixed.
I know, but I've been trying for
What's
6
wrong
months.
with your Achilles?
I don't know, man.
It hurts?
Well, I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me
Why don't you get stem cells?
I can't get them in New York.
Get it here.
Here, I'll come down here. They told me PRP.
That'll help too.
Spin the blood.
Yeah. Rich plasma.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you should get stem cells while you're here. How long are you in town for?
I go home tonight.
Damn.
But I can come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come back.
All right.
But you worked at the club anytime?
No.
You should come back, and when you come back, we'll set it up so you do a waist rub before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get a little
Because
stem.
a buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. And
Yeah.
he got stem cell today. Gone. He's
Really?
Yeah. It was bothering him for years.
That's me. I've been 2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone.
Yeah, like the bones
Getting
from.
irritated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I had 2 polyps, but
Yay.
under 3 centimeters. We're good to go, baby.
Congratulations.
Clean ass, so does he. We got our colonoscopies a month apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40. Everyone should get it. It's on the rise.
You know what you really do? You can do a comprehensive blood screen to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. Well, they have that now. It's a lot easier and it's better.
You never did a colonoscopy?
I had one once.
Right.
Why? What's wrong with that?
I think
I
that
didn't wake up that hard.
Yeah.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam where they go in there with their fingers. They didn't go in there with a
Did he put the scope in there?
No.
He woke up during his because he liked it.
I woke up.
I swear,
hard on.
swear to God.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even hard. I'm not even fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just, knew something was in my ass. I woke up. Yeah. I woke up. I went Mateo. And I fell back asleep.
But they can screen you with this. I forget what it's called. They do that at Louis Vuitton. They set it up to a lab. They take your blood and they screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right. That's the way
good.
to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got the full body scans now too.
They're trying to attach. There was some paper that I was reading that was trying to attach cooking oils with cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils in colon cancer.
Hmm.
Specific types of seed oils that things are cooked in, and the prevalence of that in the human diet and how it's contributing to cancer.
Yeah,
Why?
colon cancer's on the rise.
Why is this
Yeah,
stuff
like
not
wild.
available in New York? Why can you only do this kind of stuff in
Oh,
Texas?
you could do it in New York. I guarantee you. You just don't know the right people. I
Right.
guarantee. You probably can't do stem cells to the extent. It's like there's not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations and the way they work. Utah's a really good state for it. They have like much looser regulations.
Right.
But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with the UFC. You can do wild shit going to Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right? With his Achilles. He went down there, got the stem cells, he's good to go.
Yep.
Yep.
He actually got treated here. He got treated at Waste Well.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers did.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you should stay home.
Yeah, you definitely should. If I'd known that you had that issue, I would have gotten you in early this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Yeah, Ron White actually just went and he hurt himself doing yoga. And he fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, he just got it yesterday. It's going to take a while before it's better.
Right.
But it will get you better a lot quicker than not having it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that have had like pretty serious issues.
Like torn Achilles.
Torn ligaments. As long as it's not bone torn.
No.
Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is a bad one because it's like, God, it's like there's so much torque on that when you're moving, and then they got to screw it back in with your bone, and it's going to heal, and make sure you strengthen it enough before you start using it. So be real diligent about your rehab. But look how long it took Aaron Rodgers. He has state-of-the-art access to ways to he was way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of what it takes most people to do. But even then, he couldn't really play that year. He had to wait until it was, the next season.
Yeah.
Those used to be like career records.
Yep.
And now he's good.
Now they're just
I got because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explode too much. So, but it's also, I mean, what am I going to do? I got horrific feet, Joe. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels. And
Have you ever worked out with barefoot shoes? Those like weightless, like
they have to custom make them for his feet.
Yeah, where you put the toe into each individual hole.
No, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
You get those too. Those are like the barefoot shoes. Those are
Those help.
yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box so your feet spread out and there's very minimal amount of sole, just to kind of protect you from sharp things you stand on.
Got
But
it.
it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick soled boot and like a hard surface your foot sits on, it's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking it up. Your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out and where you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to use all the muscle strength.
Got
A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes individually. Like, if you're like, Chris, move your toe, I'll go like
Can't
this.
do this?
No, I can't do it.
That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it's like, it's hard. But
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad. Yeah, it's still on.
thinking it's good. Ask me to move my toe. Say, move my toe. Say, Chris, move your toe. Somebody say,
Move your
yes.
toe.
Yeah, basketball feet. I gotta do it.
Yeah.
That's all I can do.
But bronze feet are like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like smushing in the shoe.
It could be.
Is that what it is?
Oh, God, definitely. I had to wear extra pairs of socks.
Yeah, put that fucking hook back in the
No good, right?
shoe.
Because you see on the ankle here, I got a little bony.
Well, that's where it's fucked up.
But I do have good hamstring flexibility. Not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
LeBron's feet are evil looking.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back from the NBA yet? Oh. Coming back? What happened? Was he hurt?
never. He didn't get time to get his body.
Oh, that's right. The men. Yeah, timeout. But
Who knows?
everybody, anybody who takes out of anything now, people are like, Diddy. That's everybody.
Yeah.
Think it's
Diddy
Dick.
party.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Imagine like him regretting saying it. It was just
Oh,
Jesus.
damn,
wow.
Just smashed up.
Pinky toes, bruised. A lot of kickboxers have feet like that too. Feet all fucked up.
Brutal. Imagine how many. You think about kickboxers, how many elbows they kick. Like John Jones can't even fight unless he has his big toe on his left foot taped to his wrench toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down when he was beating up Chael Sonnen, and he didn't realize it until I was interviewing him after the fight, and then he looks down and sees his toe. He's like, he freaks out and he has to sit down.
The adrenaline, you didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down. Like
Wow.
the bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one, him, anyone in history, just because of how skilled he is.
That's what his story is.
Oh,
Damn.
my God.
Yeah, bro.
Yo.
It was crazy.
So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did.
Oh.
I think he noticed it. I think
Oh, God.
yeah. He destroyed his toe.
So what happened? It twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like the ground and pound when he had him on the ground, just smashing down on him.
Jeez.
Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over. You can see it in like the replay. The moment his toe, just the amount of torque he was putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Peoria or
Aspinall.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Aspinall. I think they're trying to come to some sort of an agreement. The rumor is that he wants $30 million, and the UFC's going to pay him. Hopefully,
I agree with him. Him and Peoria would be
Pereira.
Yeah. Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because he's been so dominant.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37. It should probably happen soon. But John is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Pereira has challengers in the light heavyweight division, especially Ankalaev. He's supposed to be fighting Ankalaev. Ankalaev is fucking very dangerous, and I think he's the number one contender, and he's been on a winning streak for a long ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who was the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. And Alex doesn't like when you talk shit. Yeah. Says like, fuck yeah, I'm making weight. Yeah. And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March, and that he's not going to fight Ankalaev. Because if he's fighting in March, when is Ramadan?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I thought you were
I
going
don't
to
know.
go. I thought you were going to go.
Ramadan.
I thought you would know.
I think it's in the summer. It's in.
No. Okay, so he wouldn't be able to fight. Ankalaev wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd and he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for a world title fight, February 28th and it ends Saturday, March 29th. So that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, the whole month you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water. You can eat food, but you can only do it after sundown. So Bilal Muhammad, who's the UFC welterweight champion, he observes Ramadan and he was training and fighting. Like he'd have to take a fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was dark out, before it was light out rather, and he'd have a big meal, and then he would go to the gym, and then he would have no water at the gym, nothing, and then at the end of the day, and also he also didn't sleep during the day. Like a lot of them, like their hack of that is they just sleep during the day and train and eat at night. But he said that if you do that, then you miss out on the religious suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, trained, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat, and then have a nighttime training session like a little later than normal. And so that's how he would do his day.
Wow. That's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher.
Discipline.
He started working with the Dagestani guys, right? Mm-hmm. And then he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are hard fucking core. They want no distractions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off. To be honest,
probably.
They keep fuel. They keep it loaded up.
Yeah.
Keep a loaded glue gun.
Yeah.
Right?
That's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? When you're going into the ring, you want to be glued up, full of glue.
Some people believe that. Yeah, but some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of a big fight.
Didn't you not masturbate out of respect of 9/11?
That's true. I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously that was too long. But I did go until October 1st. From 9/11 to October 1, I said, as my respect back to this country and patriotism, I'm not going to glue at all until we get into this month of September.
Didn't Louis have a joke about you waiting until the second tower fell? Probably he jerked off.
It's funny.
Yeah, I think it was a joke. He didn't make it until the second tower fell.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, like a week later in like my neighborhood, and I was playing basketball as a basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, everyone was just standing outside their house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I think like a sound or any type of dribble of the ball disrespectful. And then a guy gave me a flag like as I was walking, as if to say, take one of these as you're walking home, and I just walked with that flag. I love our fucking country, big Joe. Yeah, I just love it, and I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We got
it's
some.
coming.
We got some drones.
Listen to Joy Reid.
Yeah. We should try to swat those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? If you had a guess.
I think they are. I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese. I don't want to say this because I'm available to the CCP for whatever they need me to do.
Yeah.
Disinformation, I'll do it.
I think that they are sniffing the radiation. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it or not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that a nuke's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. If I had to just guess, if I really had to guess.
Well,
I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
yes. Well, that's what's crazy. Is like if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are these submarines? Because these things are the size of an SUV, and some of them were coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV, and they can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they're not they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So do they have some sort of cooling?
Is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking them because of that. Like they're having a hard time tracking them with infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day, and he was explaining to us like there's certain aspects to some of these drones that are above the state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big one is the flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. They all the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal all the time. None of that
What
works.
does he think?
Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
Good question.
That's what makes me skeptical to think that.
Does he think it's government?
Could
Well,
be American.
I sent you something earlier today, Jamie, that I knew this subject was going to come up about it. I don't know. There's also some stuff like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. There's some stuff with like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh yeah.
And they zoomed in on them, and you look at the zoomed in version of it, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that guy?
Yeah. We just don't know if it's real anyway.
FAA bans drones in parts of New Jersey, threatens deadly force for imminent security threat. These areas have all now been deemed national defense airspace.
The Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area, due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Camden, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge in Lower Alroy's Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA says pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes, manned drones, and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up.
Time to get answers.
That listen, Donald Trump's not giving press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
You don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask. Do you think he knows?
He's not staying in his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course because they're hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. This gaslighting is not helping anybody.
Do you think it just goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. I would never have guessed that it would be this big of a deal for so long.
Right.
How long has it been going on?
Since early November or mid-November.
Around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same. Isn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year, like for a couple of years that this has been happening?
But not like this. It's never gotten
Never,
like
not this
national
many.
news.
No, not this many. But they were going over military bases,
And now they're just going over New Jersey.
Jamie, pull a video up of the one that I got on my Instagram. So I took this one from, I forget what the Instagram page is, but it's up on the page to give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is fake. This is the one we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We were all freaking out. Like, what? Okay, what is that? The way the goddamn thing moves.
Favorite meme of it.
So click on it so we can hear it. That meme gets used for so
I love it. Yeah.
Listen to these guys talking when they're talking. thing. So what you're concentrating on is the one in the lower right.
Like literally, that's the easiest guy right there.
So it's moving.
That's all right.
No, that's not moving quick enough. There's no tail. That's a UFO.
What the fuck's going on?
So when it gets above, this is where it gets weird because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what that other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
No fucking way.
What the fuck? It just went out to space. It just went out to
Oh my
space.
god.
It went out to space.
That's why.
Those guys are reacting like they're watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous and blurry enough though that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people have seen things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Graves showed us that this lady photographed over Florida.
Yeah.
That these things, and they've seen them. This is one that was this was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot off into space, and this lady got photos of it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. That speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
If so, it's either us. The drones either. Well, why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have?
That one wasn't blinking.
No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better. Or
what better way to distract people from actual UFOs that you know are going to be all over the sky than to put a bunch of drones up there too?
Right, that too.
Yeah. If you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone, like flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it. That's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones.
Yeah. But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with those football field size fucking motherships, like people would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw someone with a mask on, like, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right? Just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing a mask.
Sure.
We get accustomed to stuff. If you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you could float anything in the sky. If you have weirder and weirder drones, and then start showing spaceships, people would freak out way less.
Right. I don't know, dude. If someone tells me it's a drone, I'm chill, and if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft,
True.
I'm gonna freak out.
That's a big leap.
In a good way.
What about one the size of a car that's definitely not ours?
So you think they're just
if I was going to get people prepared.
Patel, Hilden, Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Yeah, that's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up?
Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There's no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you.
Yeah, man.
And everybody was a killer.
Fucking hell.
It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
I tell niggas that all the time, man.
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get enough of them niggas.
It's crazy that it worked.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy, man. To make it work, the most bullshit. Some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't well.
It
This
wasn't normal.
tried it, but it was just. It almost seems like it was just instinct. Like it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with.
Right.
9 dudes
Nah.
and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes,
Yeah.
and it worked.
Yeah. It worked.
And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like when Wizard, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this, and he came to the block and we talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit planned. Like, but hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started the big motherfucker that he felt had potential. So it's like a mob. It's like, you know, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential in any way. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here is fucking hip hop. So put your fucking feelings down, or whatever the case may be, and let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, we start shaking hands across the table. Yo, I know you ain't looking for money like that, yo. I never had anything to push you like that, nigga. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, Riz is a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition.
Yep.
So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, we always. I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's
I
like
know.
whenever we
I
have
know.
a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit.
Right.
Protect your neck.
Oh
And
my
the whole
god.
time, the whole it's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
Oh my god. Nah, I know. I know. Trust me.
These young kids that I have in the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night. I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers.
Remember that?
Yes!
I fucking remember
I
that.
told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip hop stars in the world who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my god,
But
Old Dirty Bastard was a
yeah,
classic.
Yo Joe is the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger, laughing. He reminded me he never was, really. I don't even think I never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. But we came in, he was eating a cheeseburger and shit, laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not gonna hold no responsibility if something happens. So we're like, all right, all right, all right. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. And
Wow.
it was love, man. It was
What
a
year
lot of
was that?
love. Man, it had to be what? 98, 97.
Wow. No internet.
Probably like, yeah, none of that shit.
None of that. What?
But,
Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That
You
would
know how wild that video would be?
I never knew that people seen that. I don't know how the fuck you knew that shit. Like,
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean,
they
it
must
was
have
in
like,
the news back then
yeah,
that you guys performed in Rikers.
man.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people, you have to understand, for young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy for a new art form. I mean,
So merge, right?
right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip
It
hop
got
is
big. It got big.
oh,
Yeah.
it
Cause
got
look,
so big.
I remember
so funny you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe in, I'm gonna say
85.
it had to be 84 because I was in junior high school. Yeah, yeah. We was young boys then. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, holy shit, motherfuckers is rhyming. I ain't, this shit sound cool though. You know what I mean? It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be 80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I'd ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah, yeah. So like you said, yeah, 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitate to it. I probably was like 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit that you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So, set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang. Rapper's Delight.
Yeah.
Rapper's Delight. Did I hear it? Hip hop. Don't stop. That was the shit.
Oh my God.
Now look, I had
It's
cousins.
everywhere.
I had cousins. I had wild cousins and shit. They was, they was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and smoking coke and, doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live
used to sneak up there and shit, and just be in their business, being in their world, and they would be playing music. They had the record player, I used to coke on the table and
Wow.
weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool with it. Yo, come in, man. We don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, nah, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching, and I would see green album covers, and what I mean, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and the room and shit. But they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco. And then next thing you know, I heard this fucking record on Sugar Hill Gang. I'm like, the groove is dope. I'm like, holy shit, like this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here. But
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
nobody expected that, man.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your when we used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
Get the fuck out
Al
of here.
Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice T. Like 6 in the morning, everybody's like, "What the fuck is this?" And that kind of explicit lyric, they wanted to put a stop to it, and that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums because that's what kids are looking for. What the fuck is this? They don't swear. Get this shit out of here.
Once they got the label on, it was like I want it.
Exactly. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the
Regular shit.
Regular shit. Like, get out of here with that. I mean, there's a few guys who got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
Nah, it definitely didn't last. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit, and you got to remember at that time it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like if they catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like they'd be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on, and I remember one time going to the incinerator room. My mom's made me go. She made me go to take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out, and she came home later that day, and I was laying down, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom, like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, walking. It's on the same floor, and I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out, and he had his hair all wild. His shit was like green and red and all this. He had lipstick on, all crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me, and it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know what I mean? Back then, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, she's your hero at that time. Came back, the nigga was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also
Yeah, but see, before crack, you had that dope. That dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together and getting high, shooting, yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But that's how far to me music went back. Listening to ladies' night. You know what I mean? I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope. So all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time. It was scary times back then.
if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu Tang was. So that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew them. It was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. That the whole genre to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs who's talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
That's true. I mean, back then, situations, and nobody had shit. Nobody had no fucking jobs like that, and it was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. You know, back then gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We never looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, you from a neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing over there? You know, then it creates this animosity. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stayed up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So you know, I lean more towards up the block, you know. But then we would go down the block just to start trouble, and you know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble, and next thing you know, before you know it, we all fucking with each other. You know what I mean? So that was our way of getting to know each other, to test each other's heart, and whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just you know, the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and gonna play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was gonna happen at the end of the night. Just mandatory. It's just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out, and everything would be nice, and next thing you know, you see a motherfucker riding down the street all crazy, trying to hit motherfuckers and swing the golf club out the window and shit, and somebody mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? But the music is still playing. So yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun but made it spooky. Because it was fun because it was something to remember. It was like,
Well, it's fun because you survived.
yeah, you survived, yeah, But we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or die at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen.
That's wild.
But the music is what kept things in order for us, because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. When you come from somewhere that's fucked up, Joe, and it's nothing there, and you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's too invested over here. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survival. And music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to what's next being played. Like I grew up on R&B music, like disco, um, all that fun shit, roller skating. Them motherfuckers in the neighborhood that was roller skating. We would get off of Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times though.
When was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all nine guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Mm. Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA, he's from Staten Island. Um, you know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us including. We all, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he had Knowledge Yourself, which was, being involved with the Nation of Islam, and also Jizza and Old Dirty. They were part of the Nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go with a bill. They talking about mathematics and all of this, but it was Jizza and Old Dirty instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the Ballin' Together Now crew, which was them three, and they would run around and they would battle, different guys from different cities and move around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were. But when Jizza and them three came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with their cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, yo, I heard about your rhymes. And, Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy. But, yeah, they had their own little thing going on. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal, man. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now too. The next thing you know, they had their movement going on. So us from the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't even thinking like that. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all you killers into
Absolutely,
one under one roof.
absolutely, absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah,
It's like Eric B. and Rakim. There was a few EPMD. There's a few people.
you know your shit.
Yeah,
You know your shit. You saying it right.
Gangstar. There's a few people that were together, but it
Right.
wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
It was
that
kind of
was
scary. It was like,
that.
God
Yeah,
damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories that it was
yeah,
just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
yeah. That was some neighborhood shit. But yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group like come out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
It's always the case.
you know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit at this level no more. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys, and he just put that number together. So believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him on that said something like, yo, this guy, I mean, him and his cousins, and I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but they was clever. Like, I'm talking about clever
Right,
rhymes.
right, right.
And they was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
Like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, yo. So, this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being no fucking rapper. I just love the music, but I'm watching these motherfuckers, and I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community and he was like, yo, I caught a record deal. So, I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. Looking at the I said, what the fuck is this? I'm looking at it like you said, the what's the name?
Fine print.
Yeah, the fine print and shit. Yo, this motherfucker got a record. Oh shit, yo. Wow, Staten Island. That's what's up. We out. But his situation ain't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, Chef, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people, and then a lot of times you're getting fucked, and you don't
Oh,
even
it's a
know you're getting
mandatory.
fucked.
It's a mandatory.
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 You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like apprentice level, he's like, "Oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squiggly rod. Suck my dick." Like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol. They owned it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value,
Yeah.
especially today.
Yeah.
Today it's even crazier,
Oh,
right?
you
Because
already
there
know.
is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over,
It's
baby.
all gone.
It's
So
over.
for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge, hang on,
Yeah, that's what we
hang
do.
on, and keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now.
Yeah.
You're going to be in court 10 years from now,
You're right.
and somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, that he got a 60-40 deal. He's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution,
Yeah.
all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Put yourself in an artist situation, right? You have talent, right? You have talent. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices.
for sure.
And you know that, yeah, you may feel like, yo, I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources come to tell you, yo, bro, I'll give you a shot. I'm gonna give you a shot, but either you take this shot or you stay in the hood. What are you gonna do?
You gotta take the shot.
Take the shot.
You gotta take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm
Oh,
just
look,
letting them
look.
know. You're getting fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to
Yeah.
explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being rimmed, in my mind I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now you get a chance to do something that you
That you
could
love.
maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. Yo, I'll sign because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean, Sugar Hill Gangs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's an
legendary.
argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm
That's all
with
it
you.
is. Oh, of course.
I'm with you on that.
You are.
But we just talking about the
What you gotta do.
sacrifices.
You have to do it.
Sacrifices that we
If you're
make.
a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You gotta take it.
But
You gotta take
it
it.
just should be more fair.
Oh,
And it shouldn't
I
be.
agree. I agree.
You shouldn't mind.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you're a hustler, right? And you run into the connect, and the connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to move shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back then. You know what I mean? Now you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, I'm giving you these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do?
You gotta take the 50.
Oh, yeah,
You gotta take the 50. He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped off. You gotta take the 50.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
You gotta know people,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you gotta
See,
bring everybody in, and you
see,
gotta share the money.
see, you gotta know
You
people.
gotta share the money.
You
You gotta
gotta
say,
know
listen,
people.
there's a
Now, if
lot
you ain't
more money.
confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you don't take it.
You shouldn't be having that conversation
Shouldn't be
if
having
you
that
don't know
conversation.
anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous,
Oh,
that's the thing. You gotta make it worth these people's while. You gotta say, listen, we're all gonna get something out of this.
and see, now look, that philosophy that you said,
Yeah.
that's what we took on.
Yes.
We took that on. We
Yes.
said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna go. We're going to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
Because we believe in. See, it all starts from what you believe in.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen,
it's a rising tide lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
And with Wu
absolutely.
Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically, people want to listen. Automatically,
Yeah, yeah,
automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. It's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then
of
you're
course.
scared, and you
Yeah,
know, scared money doesn't make money.
make money.
That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid because they think,
Yeah,
no, you got. That's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody you have to find real people and stick together.
you said the key word.
You gotta sell that 50.
You gotta know your
You gotta sell that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos. go go down to Bodega. Let's
Yeah.
make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
I
We
guess
got
that's
10
what
hours.
Rizzle. I guess that's what Rizzle did. Is that
Yeah.
he danced with the devil for the right reason, and he took some scars. He got hit,
It
but
was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry. Because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
yeah,
You can
yeah,
blow up.
yeah,
You can blow up today.
yeah,
Back
easily.
then, you needed the radio.
Yeah,
You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent.
yeah,
Like we always play the video of Biggie with 17 on the street. Remember that video?
yeah. He's a nigga. Yeah,
That's undeniable talent.
yeah,
Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train.
absolutely.
That train's running everything over. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil.
Yeah, you have to work.
And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling
Yeah,
days.
of course, of course. I mean, but that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those growing pains. We had to get joked to learn how to say, yo, that was a lesson. So
Yeah.
everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely go for it. It's
Go
so
for
much
it.
better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation, and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come, and it's like if a person offers you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10 it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it might be an opportunity to help you. You
Yes.
know, it's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watching Scarface, and a nigga told him, he said, "Yo, 5 grand, bet it. And if you fuck this up, Chico," Scarface
Yeah.
looked at him and said, "Man, the fuck is you talking about? You good for this shit."
Yeah.
And he lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I can do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. It's like, yo, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson
That's a
learned.
lesson, baby.
And you just keep taking chances.
That's right.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. Now you're better.
That's right.
Now you
That's
have
right.
more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Just keep going, especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do.
That's
And
right.
then when they do, it's like, oh, and then you want to go back into their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this.
Think about it. Think about all our favorite artists out there. Eminem. Eminem been trying to fucking get on. You know, Rakim, Slim Dick. All these
So
guys,
many.
they went through a lot to get on. You know what I mean? Biz Markie. Nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but when he finally figured the code out, it was like, yo, this is what I'm gonna do. He started rocking shows in different communities in New York. Start hearing about him, and they're like, oh shit, yo, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice, man. I tell people all the time, you gotta
Yeah,
sacrifice.
it's time put in.
Yeah,
Time put in, energy, effort, determination,
yeah,
and you gotta have some talent.
yeah. You
Some
gotta have some
talent
talent.
is just God just gives you something or doesn't. Some people just got it. And
Right.
some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. He grew up with his That's why his rhymes are so good.
His pops, man. His pops was a musician.
Yeah, like Rewind.
Yeah.
That's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. I was listening to that shit yesterday.
Genius song.
Back in the gun.
Yeah, genius song. The whole song backwards.
Except for the lyrics.
And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. They were so good. And unusual like that. Like deciding I'm gonna be the first guy to make a rap backwards and make it work perfectly. You know, I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the brand new heavies got together with a bunch of rappers?
Brand new heavies. I know the name.
The brand new heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Cool G Rap,
Yeah,
a bunch of guys.
course,
Like,
yeah,
some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musically, man.
Yeah.
More musical, yeah.
Have you ever heard Cool G Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. I'm gonna put on the headphones for this. This is in my along with a bunch of Wu Tang. This is
Right,
in
let
my
me hear this shit. Yeah.
this is in my Spotify playlist. This
Okay.
is Cool G Rap in like I want to say '92. Yeah, '92. Listen to this.
So thinking I'm a flake, but I'm no fake nigga, cause I take a big nigga, no with your burn his ass in the cake. With the 44 Mac so simple, put it to a simple. Fuck it, I give a nigga permanent dimple. Ease it up on a fat flow, but I let your ass know.
I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
Brand new heavies on the track, back on the wax so broke, that motherfucker doing jumping jacks. You motherfuckers lost it. I make ass like cake, you slick and frosted. Heavies on the mix. These my shit.
One of my favorites right there.
Turn the chicks with small dicks.
Woo! Nice.
So
Nice.
good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the brand new Heavies album.
Yes. Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And
What
it's
year was this?
'92.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
So the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian.
Right.
And he turned me on to this. Like,
Right.
you gotta listen to this
Shit.
shit. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. That's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and some of these platforms. People upload shit that you totally forgot about, like Tim Dog. You ever forgot about like Buck Compton? Remember that?
Yeah. He was a wild cat, but he was
Buck
wild.
was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He
He
had
was
some
wilding back then. Yeah.
great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Coogee Rap, that to me was like that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s. Wheel Drive. That was when Cock Blocker came out. Remember that? Remember that?
The rolling shit,
Oh my God, that song is amazing.
Yeah, man. Damn. So you really pay attention to the
Oh
hip hop
yeah,
and shit
man.
like that.
Yeah, hip hop has been part of my childhood or my young adulthood.
Okay.
When I was driving around a lot doing comedy gigs, like a lot of Ghetto Boys. I'm a
Right. Oh
huge
yeah.
Ghetto Boys fan.
Yeah, me too.
And
Ghetto Boys.
I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck a War" for these young kids. I was like, "Listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s, and it applies today. You remember "Fuck a War"?
Nah, you
Come on,
fucking
headphones are coming back on. Let's
fucking
go.
schooling me on shit. Like
I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah, he just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
You know that album.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there, man.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill.
United States Marshal.
91.
91.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah. I had one of those before too. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about all that bullshit. Right. Fuck a war.
Fuck the war.
Motherfucker war. That's how I feel. Same way niggas just let us get killed. Cause we fucking can't agree on something. Thousands of motherfuckers dying for nothing. Yeah, fuck me to join another camp. Only some of motherfuckers gonna take it back. On this planet, goddamn thing black
Talking crazy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Niggas in the NWA chamber.
Dude,
Niggas in the NWA chamber
dude,
right there.
that shit was good. And that
Public
applies
Enemy was
today.
thinking.
That
Yeah.
applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza, Palestine,
Yo, yeah.
Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was educational too.
Yes.
It was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music
It became the
music.
news too. Like you
All
need
of
to
that.
know what was actually going
Yeah,
on. Like the
all
fuck
that.
of war tells you what's really
What
going
was
on.
going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA
Yes.
cats, and all of that, that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And like I said, I never heard that song before, so I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing, and you hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. Us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, yo, what the fuck was that?
Right.
But you heard it in a song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives in music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society.
Right.
You don't think about society when you're poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Survival
Yeah.
is the only thing on your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what the fuck was that just happened? Or what was this shit? But then when you heard it in rap and motherfuckers like these was talking about it now,
Right.
it's like, damn, you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
It's not just here, it's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
That's what was happening.
Yes.
So I never heard that before though. You just put me on some real shit.
Oh.
And that's one of my favorite groups right
I
there.
love Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era.
Oof, oof.
That like I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber, and I had just picked up this cassette, and I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this, and Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to, and I remember I was on the stair climber going, this is wild.
You see what I'm saying?
Like,
You
this
see what I'm
is
saying?
wild. Like,
Yeah.
you're hearing people talk about the police, like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard before.
Yeah,
Fuck the
exactly.
police coming straight from the underground. It was like I was like, wow.
Straight from the
It
fucking
was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running. The whole world was like, whoa. This is crazy.
So look, you had them, you had Public Enemy.
Oh yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community that they became
KRS-One.
KRS-One, the teacher,
Whoop, whoop. That's the son of the police.
all that shit right there to me
Yes.
was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. I ain't gonna call it fucking rap, hip hop
Information.
information.
Right. They were like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy.
Yeah.
They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right, exactly.
It wasn't like you see people say shit today like you're just doing that for class. Like they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Absolutely. Come on. Even when fucking Spike Lee made Do the Right Thing.
Yes.
One of my Newark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shout out to Newark. So you seen it,
I went to
firsthand.
Sac come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but true.
I lived in
You
Newark.
lived
I
in
was
the
telling
hood.
you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I
Right,
told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battering rammed his door and everything. He had a nice Audi.
right,
I looked at him like, man, this dude has a nice car.
right.
Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him.
But you was around it though, so you
Yeah.
was able to.
Well, that was also the time when I was the most into hip hop, too.
Yeah,
That was
nice.
1991, I guess. 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah, you're right.
Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely 91. Yeah, Naughty by Nature. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
they had emerged on the scene. Like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane,
Oh, yeah.
Easy E's and Ice Cube.
To this day,
All of
I
them
go to
set,
work is
set
one of
the
my
bar.
favorite workout songs.
What? Which
Big
one?
Daddy Kane, I go to work.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's one of our icons.
Oh my God, I go to work.
Icon. Yeah,
Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too.
yeah.
You know, Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was
Absolutely.
energetic. You know,
Yeah.
you heard his style. It like got you. It was like your blood started pumping. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
you started getting moving.
And see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken on the mic. When I sit here and I think about the clan, the move on how we formed Voltron, each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we talking about today, um, they was the they was the light bulb
Right.
in the house. You screw that shit on. This is what I see right now. I see Slick Rick. I see Rakim. I see Cube. I see fucking, you know, all these guys that paved the way for us. So the clan at that time, we were so, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell motherfuckers all the time, I say, yo, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up on the East Coast side of things. You know. And at that time you had them, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxanne Shante, all these, artists back then were blowing up. LL, Camp From LL,
Oh yeah.
um,
LL was huge.
Coogee Rap, one of my
Oh
favorites. I know that's one of your favorites. Um, the Fat Boys, all these guys were
That's
just,
right, Fat Boys.
these guys was giving us so much food for thought that, we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
High
level,
quality, that's the word.
the level was very high. It was
Absolutely.
the lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and you just go, oh,
Yeah.
oh. That was the thing. That was the thing about
Listening to
hip
the
hop.
lyrics, I love
Yes.
that.
Oh my, I love lyrics.
That's right.
Lyrics is everything.
That's right.
It's like
That's what I
that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important, you know. There's so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling, so it was like more and more cleverness and more intricacies, more and more twists to what they were saying,
Yeah.
and it was just a vibrant art form, man. Like, how many people cheated on their significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many? How many?
You know, OPP, yeah, you know
People
me.
were cheering.
Yeah.
It was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, it had hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. I mean, rock and roll. You had the '50s, it starts to emerge, and the '60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame, especially for young kids. Because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everybody else just kind of lame. You know, it's like it was like they didn't even swear. It was like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever, and I think RZA did a shrine and shit. We got all kind of fucking Shogun warriors
Oh,
and
yeah,
sands
real
and shit.
samurai outfit
Yeah.
out there. Yeah.
But nah, but you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when Wizard, when they was on their Wu Tang shit, we wasn't on that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once
Yeah.
Upon a Time in America,
Oh, yeah.
one of my favorite.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
This motherfucker, whoo, that's my movie. So we were like, we were living in this, we were living around a lot of hustlers. There ain't a lot of drugs was being sold in my community at that time, right? So when RZA had came with the whole Wu Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, you know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
They come on from school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice and you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, you know, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu Tang, I'm gonna just give you a quick lesson on what Wu Tang was. Wu Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin.
Really?
They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all wildin'. Y'all. But these guys were very good, but they just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit and doing shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin Versus Wu Tang, right? Check it out whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. You know, so we wound up changing the name and calling it Shaolin because we were the Forgotten Barrel. You know, when you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, we don't really talk too much about fucking Staten Island. That bothered us. So we didn't, we felt rebellious. Like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you gonna fucking act like you going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through. We call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. The fuck you doing here? Yo, nah, yo, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in the karate flicks. Like, yo, you go to the ring, who is this guy? Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brotherhood. Yo, oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go.
Right.
We gotta go get back to that.
Yeah.
We gotta go figure that out. All this shit that Wizard was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us in Staten Island. So even when he came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, that should be interesting. You know what I'm saying? You know, and back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. I'm from up there. They were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Guyanese, and you know, it was a melting pot. You know, it was a melting pot of different nationalities of motherfuckers. You had the Spanish motherfuckers over here selling dope. You know what I mean? You had the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals and motherfuckers that want to fight and rob and steal. And, you know, RZA was hanging out there a lot. You know, so they came up with this whole, you know, Wu Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came with it, it was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. And, you know, we seen the vision of that. You know, but it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, you trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. You know, a lot of times people thought, yo, you niggas know karate and all that shit. You don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on it. That was some early 70s shit right there.
Yeah.
So, you know, back then you might have had a cousin that was a martial art. He knew the arts and shit. You know, you looked up to him like, yo, this motherfucker feel right here. He knew the arts and shit, you know.
see your cousins and all of them do it, but originally came with this philosophy and kind of like fucked us all up in it. But we agreed with it right away. Because Wu Tang was to them was always something like a an expression. So if you drink it, this is Wu Tang. You over here, yo, this is some Wu Tang shit or whatever, because people trying to say that we were just like them in the place.
Wait, want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu Tang. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you.
Oh
I'll
my
show you
god,
that that's
I
true.
seen some of the pictures in
I
there.
know, but I
Yeah.
want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this
Holy
up. It goes
shit.
back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm gonna find this. I gotta find when the last time I said Wu Tang. I text him every day, so it's gonna take a second
Right,
to get
right.
back some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu Tang, and then I send him a picture.
Holy shit.
This is gonna take a while to go, but this is important to show you. This is real.
Come on, motherfucker. Go back and search Wu Tang. I want to show
Oh,
you.
we'll show you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at
All
Jay.
the time.
Under Cam Haynes or just Wu Tang?
Then when you find Cam Haynes, I'll show you.
Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See, oh, here it is. Right there. Wu Tang.
Holy shit.
And then the other sound.
Wow.
And that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu Tang.
When you started hunting, you shooting from right here?
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, that head that's right there. That's the first
Wow.
animal I hunted. And then I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing.
Right.
It was either, for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films, those animal factory farming films, torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And my friend Steve Rodella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I do now.
Holy shit.
And I've been doing it ever since. So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman then?
Well, it's like I'm down to really good, like compared to real marksmen. It's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. Like
Not going through courses.
yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not. Not nearly at their level.
Gotcha.
But there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently.
I
I'm
got a
not.
couple of homeboys who can shoot like that.
It's a lot of discipline.
Yeah.
A lot of discipline.
They come from, they live on this side of town too.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas.
Yeah, that's
A
what I'm
lot
saying.
of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
I gotta get out there one day, man. I gotta.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like you want to learn, I can put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. Because you're fairly close. Like that's an easy thing to do. You can look it up. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just set a target up in the backyard and just shoot the target. It just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. And once you do it, you don't think about nothing else. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that.
It's like a sport thing. It's
Yeah.
like something to learn and kind of master.
Yeah.
That's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for it. You got to push it all out and just think all. And that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what that's what it's all about at the end of the day, man. Just kind of like get a peace of mind and vibe to something different. Cause,
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture. You're all wrapped up in it too tight. Sometimes you need something else that you also enjoy outside of it, and then you can look at what you're doing. Oh, okay, what am I doing differently?
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. Mix it up.
That's important.
Yeah. You know what's another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that rap had, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were
I love the Rolling
58 years
Stones.
old back then. Like, this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road. But that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of people
Right.
weren't in to go to see you.
Right. Yeah. Well, when I see guys like LL and
What up, pimp?
Kane and them perform and Slick Rick and Ice Cube,
Well, how are you?
it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, man, see a lot of guys like the Rolling Stones and Mick Jagger and them still
I'm
rocking
just
it.
chilling, dog.
Why not?
Why
Why
not?
not?
Yeah.
I understand that.
But with hip
I'm
hop, I
just
love
chilling,
that is
dog.
too.
Nah,
Like
because
older hip hop,
you
right?
didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5 year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the '90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they thought you was gonna go. So even for us, we was like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years, we good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. So
Wow.
they always put us in a what's the word I'm looking for? What's
A box.
put us in a box
Yeah.
to make
Yeah.
us feel like at the end of the day, yo, this shit is gonna be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like I listen to Billy Joe. I'm a Billy Joe fan. You know, that's my fucking guy right there.
That's
You
hilarious.
know, I know people will be like, get the fuck out of
That's
here.
hilarious. I love his old shit
He
until he
does.
had that supermodel wife,
Oh
and then
yeah.
everything got real soft. And then he got too
He
much
fell
good
in love.
pussy. Yeah. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy, and it's like uptown girl. She's been living in an uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit, you know, Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great song. He's got some great stuff, man. Seeds from an Italian Restaurant. That's a great song, man. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song.
So
But when he got older, it just became, he was changing as a human.
he a New Yorker too, right? New
Yeah.
Yorker to the heart right there, right?
Yeah, that guy sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times.
That's what I'm saying.
Kind of crazy. It's
Still
crazy.
going, still going.
Yeah, still
So
going.
those are our heroes. Those are guys that we look up to that you know they still doing their thing.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah,
Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
yeah,
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they
right.
had to go over to Europe.
To come
And
check
there
out,
was, yeah, there was
come
like,
check out hip hop.
yeah,
And I tell people all the time, like being from the states, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
right,
So they come out more. Like
right,
right now today, they love it more. You know,
right.
so
They
when
can't
we
believe we're
bring,
there.
yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah,
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you.
mm,
You know what I mean? And even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids now too. It's like, yo, you looking at that nigga? How come the fucking kids at first? We just put him on stage and we knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. We're like, yo, you don't know the fucking songs.
well, there's classic hip hop now. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like when
yeah,
I was a kid, there was classic rock. You listen to Led Zeppelin, it was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop,
right,
which
yeah,
is amazing. You
you're
know,
right, you're right.
well, it just shows that the culture
You're
is like
right.
completely accepted it as an art form. And
Mm-hmm.
so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends would be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And then
Right,
turn them on to new stuff.
right.
And they're like, "Wow, yeah, right. This is 1992." You know?
That's what you know, and I think that that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time, you know. From like how you just said, like yo, listening to Sugar Hill Gang, I actually had them on one of my videos before.
Really?
Word, you know how that, and I brought them to my hood too, so you know how that felt for me
Oh
to have fucking
wow,
Sugar Hill Gang
that's
come out to
amazing.
my community.
That's
That
amazing.
that was dope though, you know. But yeah, man,
that's why I always feel like, yo, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that lived before you, man, because they gave you something to dream about, to
Yes.
be able to instill in yourself. Like, you don't have that, and you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you will never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to front on that. And I think a lot of times people, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. And it's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know, man. You gotta know it. You gotta
Yeah.
know it. You gotta know it.
You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire. And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
Didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like, what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
now look what it's doing. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music is like, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, now they talking negative, they talking this, they talking that. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason. This
Exactly.
motherfucker's killing motherfuckers
Or
in the
Heat.
woods. I hated Camp. You know what I mean? Based on that. Heat is one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
I love Heat. De Niro.
But why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I
Right.
don't understand it. I don't,
It's
but,
hypocritical.
it's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence. And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. It's like,
Yeah.
doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence.
Right.
It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel it at the end of the
This
day.
is these
Right.
people's lived expression.
Yeah.
This is that, which is why Wu Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world, And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you're just gonna go
You're
more
gonna
out.
listen to it anyway, right? You're gonna get caught up in it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, look, prime example, when we made the record Cream, right? Um, Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song to rap to or have fun. It was a reality. It was a picture they was trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cash rules, like,
Yeah.
around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. And a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn that he used to come to Staten Island and he used to sell drugstores and he came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I can make my cream, I'm good. What the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? He's like, yo, cream, yo, you ever seen Tom and Jerry the movie? And, he made those big fucking sandwiches and all of that and he splashed all that cream on it. And, I'm like, oh, Tom and Jerry, the sandwiches, right? Yeah, when he made the big sandwich, you stuff them in your mouth and go, nah, real shit, real shit. And so the cream that was splashing all over the place, he was looking at that as that's his money. Like, yo, I just want my cream. I just want my cream. You know what I mean? So he's like, yeah, you want to get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day. You want to make your cream. You want to get it. And
So who came up with the acronym?
a good friend of ours from the neighborhood. His name's Ray, right? And him and Method Man is like they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, writing to it, he was there, and we just sat back and we just came up with cash So I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote two verses for Cream. I didn't write. My rhyme never started off as like it was on the Crime Side. I was writing about drug dealers in the neighborhood. Like, yo, I know this kid by the name of Gigante. Gigante and Teflon Don with a Diamante. And the Diamante, like in the days, was like the 5 Series Benzes was back then. And a good friend of mine was like, yo, that rhyme is cool. He was like, all right, man. I was like, all right. Everybody else liking these. Like, it's cool. I like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. I'm like, damn. He said, yo, you need to rhyme about shit that's something that we could relate to, that we're dealing with now. What the fuck we the gangster? And that's when I came with Papa Roach on the crime side, New York time side.
So he just told you harder,
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
harder. Yeah.
He said, "Yo, chef, you could be a little bit more creative."
Well, Cream is crazy because it became viral. That the saying dollar bills, y'all,
Oh
became
yeah.
viral,
Oh
like
yeah. You
straight
know what I
across.
learned from the dollar bill, y'all? Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar Tito Rockets.
Oh wow,
You remember that record?
yeah, yeah,
Money. It takes money.
yeah. Oh
Whatever he
my
was saying
god,
back then.
I haven't heard that in forever.
Yeah, that's an old school record right there.
Wow.
I'll show you. But yeah, Meth and them, Meth and my man Ray, they sat down and they came up with Cash Rule everything around, and it was a perfect, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we was dealing with certain things in our community you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money, and it was a sacrifice. It was like, yo, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, or you might not. So that record wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records, and it didn't have nothing to do with it. To me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization that real shit is we need to start listening. Like how you just played the Ghetto's Boys shit. You know what I mean? We trying to give off a message, and that's what I think that people love about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with, and then we can give you the tears where it's like, oh shit,
Yeah.
yo, what? No, we gotta be careful. We gotta look at things for real. So all that had a lot to do with being around smart guys. You know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write,
Right.
and
It's contagious.
it was contagious. Like
Yeah.
we
Well, that's what I was saying about like really good lyrics, high quality rap. It's contagious because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
yeah, and when you come in a group of guys that yo, we killers, we gotta come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like I give a lot of credit to our first record, like Protect Your Neck, and I know that's one of your favorite shits. When Inspector Deck said I smoke on a mic like smoking Joe Flavor, the Hellraiser, raising hell with the flavor,
Yeah.
that right there opened up
Yeah.
something more to us.
Yeah.
And I always tell Deck, I'm like, yo, Deck, you are like a Scotty Pippen. You always gonna hit even before anybody. He did that. He created that first verse that you noticed me. I jumped right in my own.
Yeah.
I was built like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And then Meth came. You know what I mean? Everybody kind of like
That's what's so amazing
came with that
about
consistency.
all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah, yeah. But we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will love all of us. So it's better to get us all now. We'll sacrifice the little for the big later.
Right.
And that was one of the situations where we had to dance a certain way to be like, okay, yeah, we'll take the little bit of money, but we know we're gonna be able to sell, like you said, yeah, give us
Yeah.
50, we'll sell it. Now we know we telling you about the money
relations was okay, cool. As long as you got the relations, as long as you got the money,
Yeah.
we're gonna go out there and we're gonna work to make it happen. But this is what gotta happen. And I give all the credit to Steve Rifkin. Steve was the guy that had Loud Records back then. He was a part of RCA back then.
But yeah, I'll give y'all that deal. I'll give y'all that deal.
And next thing you know, then everybody started to pick it up, man. We got Anthony Man over here, we got Jizza over here, you know,
Right.
Bastard over here. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit, how
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
right,
Like Wu Tang was like a movement.
exactly.
It was different. It was
But
like it had
everybody
real
tried to box us.
gravity.
Everybody tried to box us as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds we looked at it, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan because they wanted us to still be a group. It was like, nah, look, we sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box ourselves.
Right.
So by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of follow this blueprint. So then you have these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smart, which is important. We didn't want to be just like you said, yo, just come in and sell your song
Yeah.
and just stay there, man. Just stay there.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make? Right? If you have an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa,
Yeah,
you're gonna have 16, 20 great beats.
yeah.
And then you gotta pick from those beats what goes with what song, and you try different ways out, and you gotta make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Shit is real, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. I remember one time a fan asked me, he's like, yo, what's the most important thing to you, the rhyme or the beat? He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him an answer like probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. Anybody can rhymes. I can have you sit with me for fucking a month and you can be an ill fucking rapper. You, I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times Wu Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from us.
Yeah.
You get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy when you get acclaim, you get mad.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. And us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard to come up with something. Like one thing about Wizard, he was so clever. He had a team of guys that was around him that was assisting him to helping him come with different sounds, and he played with different things, and of course, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know what I mean? When they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like that when Terry Bradshaw and Lynn Swan and
He was in his
zone.
zone.
He was really in his zone.
Especially because he became successful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started.
To get started.
But damn, for as a band, you
The
have
lyrics,
to
you
have
have
the
the lyrics.
lyrics.
Yeah,
Just the
yeah.
beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look, man,
No,
you
no, 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 no,
you
no.
know how many times me and Busy would
Yeah.
argue about that, and I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took
Yeah.
you had that,
Yeah.
you had this, we had that. That's what
It's
you
a
know.
50-50 proposition.
It's
I think
always
it's more
like that.
60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics is the thing that make you go, oh shit. Like
Right,
a
right.
great beat makes you move your head and gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit. Like
Yeah.
rewind that.
Well, that me is 50-50 all the time because if I ain't have nothing to give and you got everything right,
Right, right, right, right.
how can I give it to you if I don't have nothing?
It's a
So
collaboration for sure.
definitely,
It's a collaboration for sure.
definitely.
But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like,
Yeah.
what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. But
Right.
you need both. You need both.
Yeah, you got to balance it. You
You
got to
have to have
balance it.
both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch in here the other day.
Oh, word?
Oh yeah, I love
Yeah,
that dude.
yeah, yeah.
He's so fucking talented, so
Right.
out there. You know, his glasses on, his fucking and you like you
Yeah,
see
yeah,
feeling the
yeah,
music.
yeah, yeah,
He's like a
yeah,
rare savant.
yeah.
There's dudes like that that are beat machines. You know, like he
Right,
just feels it. It comes into his head. He feels it. It's just coming out of his fingers. You know.
right. He's a super talent too.
Oh, so
Love that
talented.
guy. Love him.
But like that kind of guy is so special. And you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like
Yeah.
that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean. You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean. You gotta
Right.
remember that. DJ started it all with making guys. You
Yes.
know what I mean? Taking favorite
Scratching
songs,
records.
putting
Spot.
songs in. You know, they gave a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, let me try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones, man. Look what the fuck he did, man.
Right. Right.
You know, look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was handling his fucking music, man?
Right.
He's so clever. He knew
Yeah.
the vibe, though. He knew the fucking yo.
Right.
Who's
Come on,
that
you little
guy?
bitch.
Didn't he have Frank Sinatra write
Work,
down
baby.
Oh, he was
when he was
fucking.
smoking all those cigarettes? He had this super high pitched voice.
10,
It's crazy. It's crazy.
9,
It's just
Right?
crazy. It was
8,
hitting different. It's like
7,
wow, and so much was in
What
6,
it.
was the production like?
5.
I don't know.
Fuck.
He
Somebody.
never really got famous like that.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right, right,
You
yeah.
know?
But he was the talent.
Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he would wear a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector.
Phil Spector.
Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd
Mm.
pull guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath. And
White guy?
yeah, and
Oh
he
shit.
Jewish guy, I think, and
Right.
he shot this lady in the mouth.
Oh
Was he
shit.
Jewish? I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish. They did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys, we not here to
I'm just saying,
fuck with nobody. Yeah.
talented, successful Jewish people
Right,
in the
right.
entertainment
Be
business.
clear, man.
But
Yeah.
that dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound. The Beatles, like that was a big thing with him. Like he was
Wow.
known for being a guy that would change people's music.
Mm.
Russian Jewish, two
Yeah,
bitch.
yeah.
What the?
And he was from the
Come
Bronx,
on,
right?
from the Bronx. Yeah,
Holy shit.
wild, wild boy,
Wow,
and
wow, wow.
shot some lady. He picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her in the mouth.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening people. Like you want to get out of this fucking contract, and just shove a gun in your mouth.
Wow.
What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher.
Shit.
Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right, 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 right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. You don't say. You know, well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters.
Of course.
That's the story about Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead and they could kill him. And so that's
To
why
what?
like his
To
girlfriend jumped off
own
the
a
top of
business
a
or something?
building.
To own?
Yeah, to own his
Oh
shit
shit! Like,
because he was gonna leave his management. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out like I want to say like 10 years ago. Wasn't that long ago? Where the bodyguard said, "Yeah, the manager killed him, killed
wow.
Hendrix, and threw the girlfriend off a
Didn't they do
roof."
a movie on him too?
Oh yeah, they did a bunch of movies on it.
Yeah.
They need to do a real Wu Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real like Quentin Tarantino needs to do
That's
a Wu.
me, man.
I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu Tang movie? The real Wu Tang.
So
Like,
Quentin, all right.
this like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu, and you can only get that so wild on Hulu. You know, like for it to be real, real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talk about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had me and Leonardo stay up. So
Leonardo
he's like,
DiCaprio?
yo, huh?
Leonardo DiCaprio?
Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to meet in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop, one of Leonardo's favorite spots, and you want to talk to me. I said, yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking, and he was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that you was thinking about trying to, you know, get guys together to be in a movie. I said, yes, I understand. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with RZA, myself, Leonardo's peoples in LA. And I told RZA, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day it was a RZA's production plan, whatever he was doing, I said, I think we need to make a realistic real life movie of us. I said it shouldn't be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So RZA entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu.
He might already have a deal.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, like I said, at the end of the day, the clan,
Look at
you know
that.
what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
JB's passing.
Yeah,
JB's the best.
it was that night, and I remember that I
Wow.
wished we would have been able to sit down with him because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him. I said this would be like a small, like a slash of Goodfellas and Menace to Society
Yeah.
mixed in one. You know,
Yeah.
to kind of talk about our story or whatever. And he was super open. He was like, yo, Chef, what we gotta do, yo. Who do we need to talk to? But at that time, RZA was already embarking on what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, you know, maybe I might get a chance to show my version of it. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at? You
Right,
got,
right, right,
you know what I
right.
mean? You got these guys telling it, you got
Oh, for
people from the
sure. It can
community,
still be made,
so
for
it can
sure.
still be made.
100%.
So
Just because there's a Hulu, that doesn't mean shit.
right. But I think that at the end of the day, you know, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. You
Well,
know,
I think it would be hugely successful. I think for a music, from a movie rather perspective,
would you rather see it as a movie
a
or would you
movie,
a movie?
a movie,
Wow.
or you do it like on Netflix where you get wild.
Yeah.
You know, do it like like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on
Oh yeah,
Netflix.
I
You can
love
get
that shit.
wild.
Yeah.
That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be
That's how
as
you want it, right?
it can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter.
Right.
It has to be good
Good.
too. It
Right.
has to be like a good narrative. Like it
Uh-huh.
has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs and get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents and they form this movement, and
Right.
you're gonna condense that to 2 hours.
Yeah.
You have
See,
to have
that
a
was one of
really
RZA's
good
beef
writer.
right there.
Fuck.
He was like, yo, wait, yo, blah blah blah, yo, my
But I
man,
think
how,
it
how
can
do
be
you do
done.
it?
I think
That's
it
what
can
I
be
said.
done.
I said, yo, look, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at prime example. Look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube and you know, I'm sure you always gonna have somebody around
was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. You know, Rizzy even said it, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to. And once
Still
everybody
gravitate to
loved
it.
it, they loved it. So it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for loving it.
It's great.
It's great. But hear me out. Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys showed up
That's a
at
damn good
Rikers to do a concert. We're old dirty bastards inside. That's the opening of the
So you
movie.
went on a
That's the
real,
opening of the
you
movie.
went
And
on a real gritty. You went for
but
gritty.
that just get everybody on the hook right away, and then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after
You
that,
see what I'm saying?
you put the ear,
And
whatever it
that's how
was.
you make movies. You pick
Yes.
all the greatest moments, and
Yes.
then you start selling it
Yes.
for the rest.
Yes.
I
That's
agree
a
with you.
no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. You start with Rikers, which is what year was that? 95. What year is that?
Maybe
What
just
year was the
look up.
Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert with
Yeah, I was
Wu-Tang?
about to say, let's look it up.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first year?
We started in 90 late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to
In
92.
92.
Back to
Right.
92.
Yeah,
That's what it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap, but Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99s, 2000.
They got a interview. Was it talking about it?
It doesn't Jizza have some degree in physics?
Smart motherfucker.
Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
Smart. He's like a
Look that up.
physics nerd.
So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real.
It's just
Just
like
that.
looking at you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down, the guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, cool,
Yeah,
cool,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. We got you. Yeah.
Yeah, think about it.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it
Yeah. This
really
is it.
happened. This isn't bullshit. This
Right.
isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
It is just so incredible, even more on how we connected because, like I said, everybody come from almost the same poverty bullshit, but everybody had different philosophies on how they felt their lives was going into. You know, you know, I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money. You know what I mean? Taking shit from Jizza, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew. You know what I mean? He always thought the Future was in. He turned it down. He's
Really?
like, they was the hottest shit back then. Master Ace, Biz, Kane, Cool G Rap, all these dope MCs. They asked, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. He's like, nah. All these things I remember like yesterday. Like, wow. So we got the Juice Crew. He's like, I love the Juice Crew, but I just was in this chamber. Like, us with Old Dirty, like, yo, Old Dirty always wanted to be like Wiz. Wiz got he had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So, like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, like, you know, and like I said, shout out Rich, man, for doing a great job. But I do agree, like you was at that time where it really was the opposite, man.
Yeah.
You know, um, Wizard had his Spotify. He went through that. You know,
It's a great story. It's
great
fine.
story, great
It's fine.
story.
The whole thing's fine. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's gotta be a movie. It's gotta be a
Man,
big screen, big thing. And it can be done,
I heard it
man.
first, man. I heard it first. I ain't have to argue with my brothers about
I
it.
mean, listen, imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money."
Oh my God.
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit, massive hit.
He had the most hits out of all of us, right?
He was so fucking talented, man. It's so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give, where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I give my money to nobody. Like, yo, you would give that out? He was like, yo,
yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and everybody was crying.
yeah.
Right? Because
Everybody
it was
loved him
so
though, man.
real. Because it was
Yeah,
so real.
yeah.
It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we
John, you ain't give
establish.
that certain communities
Like,
like
shut
that.
the fuck up. He
Right.
was just
John,
having
you ain't give
fun.
us nothing. You know what I mean? But we always gave back in our own ways,
Of
though. You
course.
know.
Well, by existing, you give back.
There you
By
go.
existing, you inspire others. By
Yeah,
existing,
yeah.
how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu Tang Clan? All of them. Countless. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and kind of build their art the way we built ours. That's important. To reflect on that. Back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like, we was the first group that ever had $1 million hit.
Wow.
Remember that day, me and Rizzy was coming up with the story board.
What video was that?
Joint.
Wow.
We did the joint shit. We came up with all this shit. We like, yo, this shit gonna cost $1 million.
The fuck?
It's $1 million. Like, do it. And at that time,
Is this it? Oh, wait.
yeah. We with my guy Brett Ratner.
Killer bees.
Real
They
shit.
have been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. We brought
See
you
the bees coming through and shit.
filigree up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on top of a skyscraper ready to jump. We're told that he is possibly Old Dirty, a member of the Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this Old Dirty man and Killer Bee.
Old dirty man. Johnson, right.
So funny. Hilarious. Wait, how are you gonna do this? So it's probably easier to just fucking get it from there.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
A little bit to me, yeah.
It has to.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, I always believed in my group, man. I mean, these guys is, like you said, very talented, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be the only group that stick together so long, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back when we was in our prime, it was like we still didn't even give our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we have to, not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we made great things happen out of nothing, under pressure, when turbulence happened. We might have been arguing that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that whole time of that moment, but
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you guys still
still
stay together.
yeah, yeah,
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
exactly. I mean, how
Especially
many
nine
groups?
alphas, nine killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because everybody has an opinion, and you want to respect everybody's opinion, But it made me think about sports, and it made me think about how coaches and people,
That's why.
outside of a
Maybe.
group are so important. See how we were designed. We
we held it up, but we never really had people around us to kind of like push the narrative more and show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we'd have had some coaching,
some guidance.
some guidance,
The problem was back then no one knew what was going on
nobody knew.
because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years.
Years, right?
So it was emerging. It was chaotic and it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts
Yeah,
in how to manage it.
yeah,
It's like today, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, "Hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take?"
yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew Wu Tang was gonna work?
Yeah,
They would have told you that's not gonna work. They would say you can't get 9 dudes. That's crazy. How are you doing that?
yeah,
But it worked.
yeah,
It didn't just work. It like accelerated everybody. It like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
yeah, yeah. I tell people all the time, the clan. I think we all got better based on us as a collective.
100%.
Nobody,
Has to.
nobody couldn't do it by themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And that's what it
Steel
is.
sharpens steel. That's
Yeah,
right.
you guys had so many killers together. There's no way it couldn't be great. That's what's incredible. It's like it's so hard for people to do that.
Yeah,
That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? Not one group has come together and made like they're just like Wu Tang. Not one.
yeah,
Not one.
yeah. Even when it comes to sales and each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum and gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, "Damn, no other group did what we did." Like Homeboys, guys that everybody in the group went gold and platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. They be like, "Yo, name one person that name one group that did what we did at that level back then." I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
Well, the Ghetto
everybody
Boys branched
around,
out. Scarface obviously went on to
yeah,
have a
face,
massive career.
yeah,
Did you see
yeah.
his little tiny desk performance?
Oh yeah,
Fucking incredible.
phenomenal.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah, that's
Incredible.
one of my greatest friends too, man.
And
Scarface
so
is,
different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is a real guy too, man. A real,
One of the all timers. One of the all time greats.
yeah.
All time
You
greats.
ever come to
I
Detroit yet?
haven't yet. No, I'd love to have him out. I love that dude. I've had Lou on.
Okay.
I think that like there's so many amazing talents that came out of that '90s hip hop era that like for a young guy coming up, someone who's like interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You gotta explore the classics. You gotta see what started this whole thing. Because and you gotta put yourself in this mindset like it is hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing, this totally new sound, totally new like avenue of music that existed, and everybody was like, "Wow!" And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. So for the people that are like making a career in it now, like, ooh, I know there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that. Abandon that thinking.
Yeah.
Go back and educate yourself. Because it's free. Get
It's
on,
free.
get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the '90s that you're missing.
And all we was doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, and a lot of times when we was smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, like today, right? Prime example, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Astoria, over in City West. We said it, like Kenneth Hills or somebody else. I want to have me a fat yacht and enough land to go and plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. So we kind of like
spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, now, as I sit here and I'm the owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he was talking about things. Yo, my first joint didn't make gold. I put it on my mother's, my mother's living room wall. We did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming
Bitch.
of it being a reality. And the next thing you know, it happens. You know, like how you said, Jizza being so intelligent and talking about science and meth, talking about certain things, and now today he's in the movie world, and Riz is a director, and these were the things that were going through our minds as we were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, yo, what the right things are here? Where do we want to go? And I think that that is important as an artist, is to dream and be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. Is like, yo, it's just sounding too fucking repetitious. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here. But
Yeah.
it's just sometimes it's just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like, now it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, yo, we want y'all to stay right here. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not know. We want you to just.
Whatever they think is gonna sell. That's
Why
what,
is that? Why is that the case?
because the same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something it's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy. They do that in podcasting. They do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better, and they're going to mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire an image team. We're going to do. It's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in the way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything to them. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count, and everybody wanted him to be the rapper. And Ice-T was like, I'm gonna do a hardcore album. It was like, what? I'm a motherfucking cop killer. It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like he just didn't listen. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm gonna do what I want to do. This is what I want to do now. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want, whatever, because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but it's going to be the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. Well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's just like we all like different. Like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two of them at a concert together, but that's what you have to give room for in artists. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on, do that again. Stop that, stop. Do it again, do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it. Give me an echo.
So, but he's
Okay.
working with
Yeah,
you because he
right,
sees
right,
something.
right. He's barefoot and shit, fucking doing yoga.
One of the
Fucking
geniuses who
super weirdo. A Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those
these
guys,
guys be great in their own way, though.
they're artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that, oh, we made, Raekwon sold 1,007,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, oh no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing? You're
What
going to
is
talk
this?
about this
What
again?
is this?
No.
What is this?
But that's one of
Oh,
the most
fuck.
important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like
Like Gangstar song Discipline. Like that song inspires you to have discipline.
Serious song.
It's a great fucking
See,
song
you
with
know,
great
like I
lyrics.
said, like yo, the shit became knowledge to us, man. Like
Yes.
you know, that's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor, you know, raising our kids to be smarter and you know, not hiding anything from them. Like you said, once you put that warning sticker on there, they'll look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see what for what it is and then say, yo, look, you can make these choices, but you go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody remembers it that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist who's like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
But you think that music is still? You think the radio won't play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means
But
something.
how do
Like
you get it out there? How
someone
does
like
everybody know?
put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about now. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it, you go,
Confident.
oh,
Be confident.
yeah, and you have your friends like, you gotta listen to this, listen to this, listen to this, listen to first lines, first
Yeah,
lines.
yeah.
Yeah, listen to that shit.
That's how
Oh my
that's how
god.
we always
Yeah.
sold it
Oh my
anyway.
god. Yeah. Come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
This is what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking like how I feel about my album I'm about to drop. I
When's it
feel
coming
that
out?
way. Well, you know, shit. I just been working on this documentary right on purpose, and just to be honest with you, take you back. Um, I've been working on, you know, Only Built for Cuban Links is my What's Going On album, my Thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it, a real life thing. So it's called The Perpetate Files because remind you, Only Built for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that I came with it as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Perpetate. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team, my camp, that was, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, yo, you know what? Me and my guys sat down, my team sat down and said, yo, we need to do a documentary about this album because you can make 50 albums and still only talk about Only Built for Cuban Links. So I said, damn, you know what? You're right. So what I did was I said, you know what? Let me invest in it and kind of tell the story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, you see a lot of these guys today in the game, they still wearing Cuban link chains.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
who would ever thought that I'm calling my album Only Built for Cuban link niggas? Now everybody and their mother is wearing Cuban link chains today, 30 years later. So, that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on it for 10 years. So
Wow.
I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's gonna be ill.
It's a great idea.
You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we made the album, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie deal. Because the storyboard of how I talk about it is gonna blow people mind. It's like, damn, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, and you know we were in a position to make something golden that at that time I was already thinking cinematic. I was already in Martin Scorsese mindset because when I came in the clan, I was like, yo, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I only know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive. So we talk about this in the documentary, and we go through some of the songs, and like I said, I got some of my guys that we had conflictions with some artists out there like Big back then. Everybody thought we had a beef, and just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, well, yo, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, drop some new music. So I got a definitely new album getting ready to come out.
And when is that gonna come out? You think?
The new album, I say probably like the 22nd quarter. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on this show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. Um, you ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah.
Familiar
The
with
Emperor
that?
wears no clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's going to be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine no more. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, you believe it? Oh, I'm supposed to believe it. I ain't supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said, man. I'm listening to everything you're saying about you have to do it promiscuously. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my hip hop. My new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm not gonna let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I
Right.
mean? I don't care. I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have a ball this year, man. And I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world. But yeah, that's gonna be the name
People
of my new
still
album.
love it, and I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they go, "Oh!" They just don't know yet.
Yeah, yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't fault them because they wasn't alive for us
Also,
at that time.
they got so much shit coming their way. They're
Exactly.
getting inundated by all these new artists, all these new
There's so
TikToks.
much shit going on. There's
So much shit going on.
There's so much going on, but I always say that there's always a lane for people that love music. You know what I mean? I don't care. It's like you could be 50. Today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in him to love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. Like today the chef is more of a architect artist now. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper or honey rapper or architect rapper. Because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. And when people hear this album, they're gonna be like, damn, like yo, he still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think you can lose that shit. That's like sitting here saying Mike Tyson can't fight. When at the end of the day, he can lose a fucking fit when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing or whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check for that shit.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor, a real pleasure.
My God, man.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie.
We gonna make it happen.
Do it the right
We gonna
way.
figure it out.
I
Me
wish
and
I
you.
made movies. I wish I made movie makers. Then that's what I would do. I would make it that way. I would open up with that fucking Riker scene. Listen, look, it's never too late for us to do some fucking work. It's never too late. Never too late. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Bye, brother.
Explain.
Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What is it, Bob? Are we up? This is good stuff. This is like the very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar. How old are you? 40. How do you manage to get this far with no cigars? I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars.
I don't really know how to do that, but I do know how to do Chase National.
Heck,
You know, if I get just the right way.
yeah.
Get me to vomit. I want to see him vomit.
Don't need to vomit. Don't inhale it on getting the fire.
You gotta learn. Yeah, when
Lower your hand. Yeah.
Are you doing this on purpose? I swear I might take that out of him.
No, I mean the way you're being retarded. Look, get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go.
All right, you're good. Just start pulling.
No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it?
You gotta inhale while you are lighting it.
Yeah, I want to do. What you want to do is inhale all the smoke in.
Yeah. No. You just kind of keep. Take it. Breathe in while you're doing that. Right. How do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man. So what do I do now? Uplight it.
It's not even lit. How did you fuck that up? I just tried to light it for 5 minutes.
You get a
You
puff
gotta
on it.
do this. You don't. You just. You don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth.
Yeah. You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some more puffs. Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Puff.
He's gonna like the
There you go.
yeah, you will.
Puff. Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There you go. Dennis, when was the first time you smoked a cigar?
Sorry, I was 6 years old.
Like a regular person.
Yeah,
Like a regular person.
with my elbow. You know what it is?
No cigar.
I think because my dad never really smoked.
Don't cry. Don't start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like man kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know, six. I know, well, just I got a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke. Yeah, no, it really does.
That's gonna mess with your head.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent.
One body odor.
Do you not use cologne? Never?
What do you went out with?
You just go with your natural musk.
Well, I wear deodorant.
Right.
I wear Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out to Dr. Squatch. Natural. That doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it works as good.
Well, there's more.
There's something to the aluminum. But why would you put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum.
Dr. Squatch
Doesn't work.
Take a sniff.
Can I take a peek?
Should I try it? Yeah. Take a sniff.
Okay, you want me to go on the other side?
Smells good. Yeah, that's right. Wow. Not bad, right?
Yeah, that's
Dr.
good.
Squatch. I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, musk. That's good.
There's pheromones in natural scents. Too.
Yeah, that's a lie. You know, I mean, there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky.
Sticky.
Because they have like, you know, your pits are. Think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed, and there's hair in there,
Yeah.
unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2000s.
Or porn. Right.
But porn used to be buffed out.
Right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line it wasn't, and then society followed.
Yeah. And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair. Come on. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah. Yeah. Napoleon's letter to Josephine, he wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming home from work, he said, I need it fucking mungy. So some guys like that.
Well,
I don't know if
you
it
need
would.
the drugs for warfare. Right. That guy couldn't tolerate your shit.
Yeah.
You know, just imagine the kind of warfare that Napoleon's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smells. Can you imagine? People bathe once a week, and even athletes, whatever.
Every lifetime had athletes smell.
Sticky. They didn't have bidets yet, so their asshole was just like,
They didn't have running water.
yeah, they had nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah, the only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said that Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. Where Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Dr. Ross was big.
But before the Mongols sacked were like that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river, was it the river Tigris? They turned it red with blood. Like that's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. Like they killed everybody there. And those people were at the pinnacle of science.
Yeah.
And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and psychopathic kids running shit and killing people. And right, that was what was left over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
You
you
think that
about.
is it genes like the killer kind of like psychopathic?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Huh.
I think good things and bad things go through genes. I think that's been substantiated by science. They said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
That makes sense. I believe it.
Yeah.
Traumatic memories.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. Yes, I feel like only now as I'm getting older am I like, oh, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about it. Like, think about, let's think of simpler animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it? How do they know any of those things? Right, programmed in. There's some memory. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal to bark? Why are they scared of it? Like why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes.
Well, they
They
use
use
Puerto Rico.
no, I'm saying they take them as household pets.
Yeah.
My friend Sergio got many of them. Yeah.
Sergio might be a problem.
Yeah, Sergio's a problem. Sergio used to
I've
beat
heard
up
some pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fists. Like that was he would get the other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fists on the Lower East Side and get money. But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later.
How do you know about this guy?
He's our friend. Yeah, he's our friend. Comes to the comic. Greg Kimchi comes. He's comic. Yeah, he's a comic and a boxing instructor. Yeah.
Oh, no
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, he's a boxing trains us both. We're fucking ready. Yeah, we're ready to
You
go.
look
Yeah.
thinner, dude. You
Yeah.
really do. You look healthy.
Thank you. He does.
What is boxing?
I've been boxing. Yeah.
Okay, let me see some moves.
Want to see it, bro? And I'll show you porn. I got video, and then I'll show you porn. Yeah. He's got a nice. He's got. You made a video today. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand. Yeah. I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands. Right. So I don't know.
He's a little too confident for my liking.
I know, and that's how it goes. And then you just get fucking stretched out. Stretched out. You get laid out. Yeah, you get stretched out. You have a smaller head than normal physically,
So it is hard to
catch. Hard to target. Yeah, you're fucking target. It looks like you got a helmet on your head.
Well, listen, the reality is both of you are going to get hit a lot.
100%.
And it's way better to have a big head.
Is it?
100%. Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot. Look at these guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time. K1 Grand Prix champion, fought in UFC, fought in Pride, is a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Brock
Dad
Lesnar,
bod.
head the size of this table. Yeah, he was just Samoan.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah.
Right? But one of the greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size, to their personality, to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines, and the chaos, and the inflated prices? Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code ROGAN20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be?
Yes.
My kid's going out. I'm going out quick, right?
You're doing a good job. I know that they take great from Max Holloway. You have like a big square jaw, it takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sleep with the lights on, so I think if I got hit,
You take a good shot though. The structure's good.
yeah. What I have of my defense is, not against guys like you, if you don't know me, my defense is I look like I can take
You
a
look
punch.
like you could be a complete psychopath.
And I don't know any.
If I could teach you how to like really find your inner psycho, you'd scare the fuck out of
First,
me.
you got to teach me how to light a cigar.
There's something dead
Use
behind
new
your eyes
Twitch.
that's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry.
Get a new Twitch.
The thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get
Sure.
really angry, like you'll punch a wall or you'll do mansion, I cry. I really, there's been many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. Cry in front of the audience before. So when I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed, accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay.
We got Nick for sure. I mean, we got Nick by the
Some
gauge.
people
We get fully clipped. I think we got Joe for sure. I mean, we got Nick by the
Some
gauge.
people
We get fully clipped. I think we got
Joe didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to
No.
being Nick, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a
Gallows Special Forces. It's also the experiences that you've had in your life that make you who you are right now. It's not as simple as like, as a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on.
Right.
I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one rule.
Right.
You become the person you're scared of.
Right.
So because like I was this like kid that understood how to like just be a fucking man. Like, no, I don't want to know.
Right.
From great weakness comes great great.
Yeah, it's what it is. Right. It's patterns. You allow your brain detriment, and you understand you consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going, and when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral. Now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody, because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance, because I know people like that. It's a real thing, and I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me
Well, that's
that
good.
I know, because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things where you're in front of like thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety and I freaked out before, and I was like, why did I react like that? And then you look at it in retrospect and you go, okay, I started to spiral, and then if this happens, and then okay, don't do that,
Yeah.
and then get to that spot and have enough.
Time in our heads analyzing
Mm-hmm.
things, analyzing things. So sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. It's pushing out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety
What
is a
if is
liar.
no good. Anxiety's a liar.
It's a lie.
Well,
Fucking
anxiety is
liar.
a lie, but that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? What if I just relook at this? What if, like, not? What if is not bad? What if? What if it's attached to? What if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, "Hey man, are we cool?" Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Of course we're cool. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just I haven't heard from you in a while. Like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are weird conversations, you
Right.
know.
Right.
Some people just go down a road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism.
And you don't want to like further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, "Oh, you're a narcissist." But if you're just only worried about,
I'm broke for Christmas.
yeah, this is what they're planning, and then fucking,
But you can keep them.
Perfect.
yeah, you
On
can
your
keep
end.
them. But doesn't he know if you keep them?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
I'm
want to
saying.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't.
Good. Yeah. This
Yeah.
was from yeah. I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me the dad, I'd be like, oh,
As soon as Trump gets in, they're gonna the aliens will land.
that's
They're
perfect.
turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I related to the game. I've seen this, but how he predicted
No.
9/11 in June of 2001.
He did.
I mean, crazy to watch that.
Tucker thinks he's listening now. Yeah, he's a very
Oh, that is fucking
eccentric guy.
funny
Right.
as
It really is.
shit.
It's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for
Oh,
that,
there you go.
he'd be way more respected and people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, you know, and he had a drinking problem at one time and maybe some other stuff, and he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people. Now, I don't know who they work for. I don't know if they're independent. I don't think they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online.
Yeah, for sure.
They do it.
For content. Yeah.
Well, they
For
do it.
views.
That's true too.
Attention.
But I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too.
Oh,
I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones.
Oh, that is fucking
Seem
funny.
preposterous because they're connected.
Joe Rogan very
Here's a great
rarely.
example. 9/11 was inside. Enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather. You get enough of the flat Earth ones. You get enough. They're all. It's all like. It's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee with nicotine. That applies to fucking meth, right? Together, just like drugs. To do that, so the flaws in there. You go, wait a minute. Shouldn't the Pfizer files? Right. Why are they hidden for 75 years? How many? Wait a minute. How many people? So when you were on TV saying that, what was going on there? That's a real conspiracy.
Right.
Real people conspired to hide information and to shape
This are being in race that has kind of people like that going to energy that the prison rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are. Like we are.
get this one.
This is real. I thought you eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative That's what it is.
Yeah.
I feel lightheaded. Is that normal? Yeah. You may get sick too, but it'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. You're not gonna get sick. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
Right. It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison plan? You don't think there's a possibility that? Yeah. I'm just saying it's possible.
No. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Yeah, the Dianetics, Scientology. The really fun science fiction. I know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being.
More than James Joyce?
He has the most published work of all time.
So he's like
no one.
Thomas Kincaid of writing?
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful. Like so bad, it's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie.
L. Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds the Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author, most audiobooks published by one author, most translated author in the world, most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness.
Very interesting.
Use a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words. What? It was so bad. He was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, he needed the word ready.
You might be. You keep going. You might be in line for podcast for Guinness World Records most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible.
That's great.
Maybe
You could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know. Who's doing 9 hours a week?
Yeah.
Only you.
I might already have it.
You might already have it.
Well, that's like I already have the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds. What has like the most downloaded podcast of all time? Of course not. You can have it though.
Yeah.
You can keep your name in the book.
Yeah.
That's
Well, but yeah, you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records and they have to do research and like give you a whole.
Yeah, you have to prove it. You have to go to them to try to get it on your books, and I don't give a fuck. But if they were like really checking, it has to. This has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way I'm gross. That's crazy.
No way. There's 3 every episode, 3 hours, so it's 9 hours a week.
Average.
Yeah.
But I'm using usually 4 a week. So
Wow.
12. And sometimes 5.
Yeah.
This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5, and it was a time and a half.
That's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I gotta do 5. It's always like, never say, okay, that's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. I'm like, we're gonna have fun. Do you know how we do this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be and just shoot the shit, smoke a cigar, and crack up and talk about nonsense. Like, if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. You were lonely. You didn't have good friends. You didn't have like comics are the friends. They're the best because you can be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. It's fun. If you didn't have any comics, I think a lot of results from me. Fuck that.
Yeah,
That's what it is. Isn't there a wonderful we live in? This chaos and beauty. There's so many things to talk about, and you're going to talk about other comics. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch.
Yeah. That's why I fucking want, we'll do our stuff, play with our kids, play like the real stuff that matters. You know, our wives, our kids, hanging out. Some of our peers and his children like that. You're gonna get up to.
I don't do the same thing with my family. I have empathy and compassion for people. I like the novelty. I talked about the world before. I really genuinely changed the way
Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. There we go.
Like this guy's asshole.
Mail ticking.
Fucking dickhead. Now I go, okay, that's a big, terrible, bad ideas, bad, mean people around them, and thrust into the situation. So now it's bad. People that are just like, here's this person's mean. That's what they're doing. There's a lot of it. It's heroin. I don't even know it's there. Like, I think it's that new shit. You could do it. It essentially is a dip home core maneuver.
Yeah, it's like, can I do that?
It's a great song.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love that.
Really good.
I love it. I think in terrorists list, like all on different
Mm.
babies, they're like, fuck these, and I'm going to start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just had it where I didn't get it. Just go for that. I had nothing left.
Caspian.
I get it.
Of course, it's not a scary speed.
Oh wow. Oh, did they?
Curious motherfuckers, man. Guys,
Oh, excellent.
Those guys are
Taking as taking names on this robot. It's just to be. I think under firing. I got Flack is interview that I'm up that I did 13-hour streams. But yeah, think yeah, they've just been at the low recent. Bravo, that was excellent. No, who? I mean, that to me is the worst. You can call me. Oh, there you go. Excellent. Kinds of laugh like I can word. Yeah, and we're just broken. Just sleep again. Words are all fucked up. Easy 3:30. Like, do I stay up or do I? If I 1 a.m. or something, just kind of. Yeah. I get. I've never been diagnosed. I was just like dizzy. I just would just sleep. I have the bathroom and everything kind of dizzed up, and it's fun. It's just when I immediately wake up sometimes really quickly. I think it could be just head. I don't know. Wow. So you like clandestine conditions. They are. Oh, but they're easy to like one word. You've got pots. These this is COPD different. But now J I'm not supposed to know what it is. Almost like we could make billion we call 3 or if I call it queef oh it's queef. We have one word you hear all the time. You only like heart disease answer. I guess like of the partners there's people would just understand what is it. It's not like it's what it is, and I all day of a minute put you in a machine, and it's how you feel because age is not good. Or what it to I don't know, flu, but you had I want to cut Eddie. It's a machine. You're not gonna be able to test, but that's an easy. I think I could with the intimately there are ways that people can die. Shit. I don't want that. Your people don't be looking into how much you got crabs thing that people shit. Sorry, and probably private coroner system. You have to be a coroner in these coroners in Suffolk County. So you're let coroners in a like of a in the coroner the majority it's 10 to 15 like in what percentage of voters have medical 10% but like could be a coroner so it could be it become a life position that it should be areas because these are not area same of United States doctors Randy and can't so money their parents say we're gonna sell that's what I mean that you run and run out of kill and dog is this fell by a message you're to the bed here comes going just it's like direction to kill it's gonna the election time they good I don't know it's really interesting it's very good and I think to have uncommental color it make teams relative and I just very to these guys have like where you just those machines out I'm gonna be somewhere yeah but someone in July these things more dungeon possibilities are some just for any I don't know what make it easy with the you know the word kind of I think like I need to doing this thing. Okay, one thing might wait, but okay, we're getting kind of God or and so then I didn't and if here's the first thing that you press it is just that wait man. Yeah, we and then so I'm very still having thing over this when you never it looks like